rivalry between Korea and Southeast Asia. Then Furious Gaming of the WOL taking on Nova Esports from the WRL. Then Flash Wolves take the stage against Game Lord, the hopes of Europe. And to close it out, the very contentious game, I didn't think it was going to be that contentious, Sentinels from North America taking on Liberty from Wild Tour Brazil. When we take a look at today's schedule, which matchups are you most excited about? Stuart, let's start with you.
I think some of the series are going to be really, really close. I think the first series is going to be definitely close, but for me, it's just all about Game Lord. You know, Game Lord coming into this, one of the best teams in Europe. I really want them to show up on the main stage, and hopefully they'll be able to take down Flash Wolves.
Okay, all right. Well, what do you think about that? That being that most important matchup of the day? I guess most exciting matchup of the day.
For Stuart, I can understand why it's the most important matchup of the day. I think that one's going to be a pretty quick series, so Stuart at least won't have his heart broken.
Already? So spicy? I guess we're just going to...
I'm confident.
Are you confident enough to make a wager?
Of course.
All right.
I'll bet anything on it.
All right, we'll get to that in a little bit. What is your matchup of the day here?
My matchup of the day is right behind us right now. You can see the teams the players setting up. Like you said, it's a budding rivalry between the WCK and the WCS, and I believe that the WCS will come up on top. Wait, actually, no. Maybe not for this matchup, but in general, I think that this is going to be one of the most contentious matchups of the play-ins and one of the...
Так, здорово всем, ребята. Всех приветствую. Ну шо, пацаны, у нас второй день чемпионата мира. Вчера мы пропустили. И сегодня у нас будет играть команда Кванджонг Фрик. В команде есть Мару, Зеки, Чоэр, Акробат. Но судя по его виду, он вряд ли акробат, скорее всего. И Баклак, ну вы поняли, да? И Нот. Вот, пожалуйста, команда Кванджонг Фрикс. Это, скорее всего, либо Китай, либо Корея. Вот одно из двух. Пожалуйста, Акробат. Знакомьтесь. Команда BTS. Бля, надеюсь, сегодня будет меньше пиздежа и больше игр.
I think it's very much about the aggression, really. You know, sometimes we see the Korean teams being a lot more passive and playing more for the mid.
Корейская команда, понял? Ну, значит, корейцы. Кстати, вчера новость, пацаны, вылезла, что BTS рассталась. Что думаете по этому поводу? Сильно расстроились? Или не очень? Так, но они вон уже сидят, смотрите, уже хорошо. Team Flash?
Triple V and what the Jess. We'll start with you here, Omo. What do you think about this squad here? You got to watch them pretty closely.
Well, these are my boys, right? What can I really say? I have high hopes for this team, but in this matchup against KDF, I feel like it's gonna be really, really close. Both teams have a lot of stylistic similarities as well, but if you look at the roster, I think a lot of pressure is gonna be on what the Jess to be the star player here and to lead the charge for BRU.
Yeah, for me as well. I mean, with the Triple V as well coming in, he didn't play for them in Thailand, but he did come into the roster for the SEA finals. He has played with what the Jess before as well. So this bot lane synergy, we talk about Kwangdong Freaks with the top side, but with Burim, I think it's really about that bot side, especially with the AD carries that we might be seeing today from Triple V.
You know, funny enough that you bring up AD carries. Their jungler, Golden Feet, used to be an AD carry, and all of these players on the Burim United side, we always give them the form to fill out to get to know them a little bit. All of them pro PC League of Legends players, so it feels like they're fundamentally...
Своим стаком будешь играть? Наверное, а может нет, посмотрим. Смотря сколько турик будет идти, сколько мы будем турик стримить. Евгений, здравствуйте.
Let's take a look at the key matchup of today's game here. Maru versus Noel. Omo, what do you think?
That's going to be a very exciting one. I feel like both of these guys have the potential to carry games.
Чат, переводите, что вы не переводите? Вы что, не знаете язык? Хотите себе такую сережку?
Which I think are so strong in the meta as well. So I want to see who really comes up on top in this matchup. I want to see what approach they take. Are we going to see any carries or both guys?
Sure. Well, then let's take a step back and look at what the meta has to offer here in the Baron lane. If someone was going to carry here, what do you feel like is the strongest way to go here, Stuart, in terms of the Baron lane? Because it feels like that is our key matchup.
Yeah, I think it's very flexible in terms of champions, as you said. I think there's still a lot of champions that you can play in the Baron side of the map at the moment. You know, the likes of Riven could be played up there. We saw Camille yesterday as well, but we have seen a few of the tanks. But with this matchup, I think that the Riven will be a main pick, and also the Camille as well, trying to make sure that comfort onto Maru. If he can get his comfort champions, then he is a mechanical god, and he will be able to completely destroy him.
Omo, at the top of the show, you said that this is going to be one of the best, if not the best series in all. Why is that in terms stylistically between these two squads?
Well, I want to go back.
Меня зовут Хазел Ситу. Саня, привет.
Take us, Professor Omo.
Well, for the WCK finals,
Граф, приветики.
lose against Roaster Y in 7 games. And if you really look at how Roaster Y won,
Так, походу у нас в первой игре будут играть корейцы, да?
In the finals, I think BRU plays exactly the same way. Tank top, wave clear mid.
Сейчас посмотрим, какие сегодня команды вообще участвуют. Icons 2002 Wild Rift.
They can't make proactive plays, and I feel like when we get to the late game team fighting, the 5v5s, then it's really a coin flip between these two squads.
Охуеть, кстати, за первое место на этом турике, пацаны, вот $640 тысяч. Призовые $2 миллиона на этом туре, ебать. Нормально так. Нормально.
Quantum Freaks can play through that top side of the map and get Maru ahead, I think he can definitely carry. And then Burium on the bot side of the map as well. They need to make sure that they get Triple V on a carry so he can carry them to victory.
All right. So we got to see matches yesterday. I want to get an idea on the meta check here moving forward in terms of champion picks, in terms of stylistic of play. So, Omo, let me start with you. What do you think is going to be one of the major contested champions? We said on the Baron side, Riven, but what else do you think?
Короче, пацаны, вам рассказываю, смотрите. Что у нас по турику? Сейчас идет отбор в групповую стадию с 14 по 18 числа, правильно? Групповая стадия у нас начинается с 21 по 25. И вот команды, которые участвуют сейчас за выход. Вот 4 у нас группы получается. Вот видите? И вот в групповой стадии уже вышли команды Team Flash, Leviathan, группа Б, Sengoku Game Team Quezzo напрямую вышли. Это Rostals Immortals, Амешки eSports, Fun Plus, Phoenix какие-то. И еще, соответственно, выйдут по 2 команды вот отсюда, с play-in. Поэтому основная групповая сетка у нас начнется с 21 числа.
Even though you say it might be the Dragon lane, it could also be in that mid lane as well.
My counterpoint to that is that only I'm going to say bad teams have picked up Lucian so far. I want to see a good team pick up Lucian, and I want to see what they can do with it as a flex pick.
I think it's still at a 0% win rate, but it was like 100%.
Геймлорда сегодня играет, не знаю.
Be interesting to see how contested.
What you're saying is both these squads could theoretically pick Lucian.
Because they're both good, yeah.
Exactly. And then what do you think? If that's the case, then we're going to be looking at a very unique pick ban where we've already highlighted Baron lane is going to be important, bot lane is going to be important, but then this mid Lucian that can flex anywhere will become priority.
Да пусть пока пиздят. Ничего страшного, подождем.
Well, that's the thing. I feel like mid Lucian is actually not going to be prioritized by both of these teams.
Я что-то хавать вот хочу, я только проснулся, еще ничего не ел. Это прям беда вселенского масштаба.
Look at both junglers, they can carry the game. I will give the edge to Zeki because I think the meta suits him a little bit more. Not really Code and Feed strong suit. So maybe both mid laners will try to play with the junglers, but then that might just let KDF come up on top.
Stuart, I want to get your final thoughts here in terms of what we should expect for the fan that might not have seen it. Let's say we're talking to European fans, what should they expect from this WCK WCS matchup?
I think that it's going to be close because I think both the regions are up there as one of the, some of the best regions in the world. Korea versus SEA. You could put China #1, but I think if you're from Europe, I think if you're looking at these two rosters, you need to make sure you keep an eye on just how proactive they can be. How proactive they can be around the map in terms of, management of waves as well. I think that's the main thing. And around them objectives as well because they've been delayed a little bit. So it's going to be interesting to see how they adapt that way as well.
Omo, you got to watch WCS all the way on up. What do you expect here in terms of how they hold up, because this has been the battle between 3 versus 4, right? Back over at Horizon Cup, we had 2 teams from the WRL play in Dakun Gaming and Thunder Talk Gaming take 1 and 2, but then it was Team Secret, roster Y. So why is this rivalry so important as it's been, as you've been following it over the last year of Wild Rift?
Well, 2 things, right? I feel like both of these regions are extremely talented mechanically, macro, team fighting, everything, right? They check all the boxes here.
Sure.
But it really comes down to who has an edge on reading the meta, because both teams, both regions read the meta a little bit differently. The WCK tends to play a bit slower. They favor marksmen in the Dragon Lane, whereas the C region, whereas the WCS, they like to go for mages in the Dragon Lane. I feel like that's something we will see from BRU here today, and they like to play a bit faster. I will add the caveat that BRU is one of the slower teams, but still, I think the pacing will be faster than what we've seen.
Yeah, because it feels like some of these games have broken relatively early.
Чел в синей футболке похож на Даркбрейкера. Бля, по-твоему, любой азиат похож на Даркбрейкера? Нормально.
Now the lanes are so far behind, it's been unplayable. You're hoping here between these 2 squads with mechanics that are close enough together that it won't break early enough here, Stu.
I think I mentioned it briefly about the
I think I'm missing one.
delay in objectives now. It's at 5 minutes. I think that gives a big opportunity for the laners and also.
Ну что не так долго? Они же вон уже сидят, играют. Что не показывают-то, блядь? Как всегда, пацаны, как всегда.
You have that little bit of extra window that you can use your ultimates now, be able to make them plays before the dragon comes up, so your team can get a little bit of an advantage.
All right, go ahead.
We on the fire. Watch your fire or fire. We on the fire. Na 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 na. Na 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 na.
It's such an important timing window, and I love this change to the meta.
Yeah, well, we've seen how playing on stage now has affected some of these teams. Very exciting to come represent your region, represent your country, and here's the opportunity for these 2 squads to do it. Now,
чатик, накидывайте Лукаса, пожалуйста, для продвижения стрима. Миша, приветики. Что такое желтый вот такой вот?
It breaks my heart to say this. I want to root for the WCS, but I think at the end of the day, KDF have a better stylistic matchup here.
Это, знаете, кто это такой? Это Дгон, а это Омо, Дгон и Идздуч 4 РТ. Интересно.
Than SEA, but I think as Oma mentioned, I think as Oma mentioned earlier, it's probably going to be the closest series of the entire play-in stage, and it could still go either way.
Yeah. All right. Well, there's our predictions there. Kwangdong Freaks taking this one. We'll see if that holds to be true. Now, for you fans at home, shout out to Sam Worms for this Photoshop yesterday of our broadcast team. They had a lot of fun.
Broadcast team.
Our fans have been loving it too. Let's see that one pop on up, because the dance moves were great, but it makes for some really good Photoshoppable moments here. You can see there in the broadcast, it's Kangas, Riku, and Hell's Devils get their hands on.
Надо, кстати, вебочку, да, переложить наверх.
Let's get to it. Grandin and TJ will bring the match.
Да, вот. League of Legends Wild Rift. А, кстати, короче, Риоты вводят в Xbox Game Pass, и с помощью Game Pass у вас все герои открыты на всех площадках. Valorant, Wild Rift и в ПК Лоля, чтобы вы понимали. Я видел недавно, смотрел, короче, на Твиче этот, Комикон, или как он назывался, там обзоры игр и так далее. За кого болеешь? За хорошие игры, брат. Ни за кого не болею. Сегодня какой дропс можно получить? Никакой, если ты вчера получил. Жди теперь 21 число. Блин, ну сцена прикольно выглядит на самом деле.
Last year our region definitely underperformed, but this year we're here to prove ourselves. This year is going to be different.
A gente vai jogar contra Sentinels. Bom, eu acho que eles vão ter que se precaver um pouco, porque a gente vai vir com tudo.
Как дропсы получить? У меня в Телеграме все написано.
Com certeza eu vou tentar ser o mais agressivo que eu puder amanhã e trazer pra casa.
Так, ну это бразильцы, пацаны, типа, как бы... Южноамериканские команды здесь, ну, не особо, конечно. Вот это да, вот это гений игры.
Estamos dispuestos a dar un gran show, así que atentos a que siempre se pueden venir cosas diferentes y cosas nuevas para llamar la atención. 我觉得冠军应该是打不了。 광동 프릭스 팀만의 특색이라고 하면 상대가
опять BTS тусят. Бля, я запомнил этого чела, акробат, это так смешно. Просто чел, ебать, 100 на 100, нахуй, акробат, ебать, ник. Вот вы рофлите, а он выиграет и сальтуху сделает. Никит, здорово.
패자전 준비 잘해서 올라오셨으면 좋겠습니다.
ก็คิดว่าพวกเขาน่าจะคิดผิดนะครับแต่ก็รู้ครับว่าพรุ่งนี้ใคร2-0
Ватрив Global Championships Icons Praise in. Чуть не ёбнулся, видели, спотыкнулся. Чунмин, Хсинчу, Чинхуйчу, Чинминчанг и Акробат. Вот это легенда, блять, Акробат, нахуй, ебать. Если просто знаете в лицо, нахуй. Тупо Акробат. Даркбрейкер. Чинмян. Ванчок. Чунгук. И к Серега вон идет они. Вот они. Вот он, акробат, легенда. Под музыку с голубой устрицы заходит.
Lots to look forward to in day 2 of the Wild Rift Icons Global Championship with Quantum Freaks and BRU leading the way.
Грэндон и TJ.
In person, in the flesh.
Пожалуйста.
I was doing the math. We have cast together more than I have cast with any other Wild Rift caster. And this is the very first time I have met you.
Почему в двух командах одинаковые люди?
It's good to meet you in person. Do you want to tell them about our interactions today?
We're going to go to a bookstore tomorrow.
Просто ели суши, сидели, закусились, и вот они играют. Блин, кстати, не так долго уже, смотрите, уже баны сейчас пойдут. Короче, сейчас играет КДФ против БРУ. Скорее всего, корейцы против Азии, наверное, да? Сейчас посмотрим, что это за команда. Какая-то у нас вообще группа. Бру. Бурин United States против КД. А КДФ это кто у нас? Вот это тайская команда, пацаны. А КДФ я что-то не могу понять, кто это вообще такие. КДФ. Короче, это тайцы, а это не знаю кто. Ну, Шиба. Бля, мы сейчас найдем. Я сейчас поищу, пацаны.
And we did not expect that match to be as close as it was, even with one of their players not on stage. A European team was able to make a very close case against T1.
You're making some strong statements against European teams, TJ, right now.
Well, I don't know which way it breaks. This is the thing. We need to see more from both regions. We need to see maybe Europe's better than I think they are, or maybe Korea's struggling coming into this.
Here's that test right now against BRU, against WCS.
Здорово, пацаны. Кто шарит, КДФ это чья команда? Вот это тайцы. Корейцы? Что-то я их не могу найти вообще в этом, на Айконсе. В групповой стадии. У нас баны, пацаны, Корки, Олаф, Люцан, Казикс, Карма, Ривен и Юмина First Pick забрали.
KDF start things off with the Yuumi first pick. No Lucian up on the table, no Corki either, so it's gonna be the Yuumi.
And the reason Yuumi gets the draft is because BRU have one of the best Yuumi players in the world in what the Jess. KDF are not going to let what the Jess pick him up, so they first pick her.
Of course, the response.
Синжит Варус, интересно.
Of course, the response comes through the Singe and the Varus. Some other strong options here for BRU.
Интересненько, так сказать.
Shadow ban, it's a fake ban because the Varus is something that VVV plays very well, but also Acrobat is the Varus player. He is the best Varus player in the world by my mark, and he will not get to play that character.
KDF want to keep that aggression going, have the Lee Sin come into play. There's so much that has been done by proactive junglers in the competition so far.
When you have a Yuumi, you're immediately...
Чатик, накиньте лайки, пожалуйста. Гоу, больше лайков. 75 лайков. Вообще впадло лайк нажать, блядь. Нажмите Лукаса, плиз.
The question becomes, how do we get there? How do we open up the action? Well, Zeki, one of the most aggressive junglers in Korea, is going to have a very hyper-aggressive early game pick.
I love that part about that, because looking back at the regional performance, Zeki's performance in the jungle was...
После почему 3 бана? Потому что 3 бана, 3 пика, потом опять 2 бана. Ну все, они ИСУ взяли, пацаны, отосли их, ГГ. Такая работа, оказывается, такая не Грагас на топе. Чатик, 200 сразу лайков поставьте, пожалуйста. Не стесняйтесь жать лайки. Лайки продлевают жизнь.
But of course, we get to see the signature pickup here for BRU. If it's not the Yuumi, it's the Thresh for Jess.
Neat.
Varus Thresh, an incredibly dominant.
Джакса забанили. Ешь!
But also part of the criticism, as BRU has been said to be read out before.
Они троллят или что? Почему Эш забанили?
Especially with Jess's focus in the bot side.
And one of the weaknesses normally of BRU is the middle of their map. We talk about.
Убери строку снизу. Зачем? Она тебе никак не мешает.
What the Jess's control of the bottom side, he'll play to Noel's dominance in the top side. Noel, one of the best top laners in the world, certainly.
Не, ни за кого не болею. Зачем мне за кого-то болеть? Я их первый раз вижу. Я за Team Кеза буду болеть в групповой стадии.
Is that a plot to bully Archony in the mid lane? Is that them going, we've read the notes, we know BRU don't play through mid, we're going to use this late game scaling character and be confident they won't be harassed.
Ну, типа бан Эш, это, конечно, очень странно, на самом деле. Нижняя строка закрывает пики, понял.
But Noel was, of course, the progenitor of Singed in competitive play. He was playing it way before it was cool. It's now played in mid a lot. My question is...
Бля, Брокен имбу отдали Ирейля.
Oh. And that would mean that Archony is the one playing that Singed mid? Or are we seeing a return to the Singed play for Noel?
Let's add some context to that, because KDF ban away the Janks to ban away the Fiora, some pickups that have been going into the jungle quite recently.
Давай, Акробат, я за тебя, брат. Я за Акробата болею, пацана.
Cold Feet, not normally that aggressive of a scaling player, I think. So my instinct is that this Singed is going to be handed over to Archony.
Легенда закинулся, ебать, кофеечком, let's go.
Oh.
And the panel has mentioned earlier before, but I'm going to hold on to that for a moment because
Сейчас бы Акробата не знать, пацаны, вы что, первый день, что ли, смотрите турниры? Да. Шая, бля, ну у них пик пиздец ватный. Очень много урона, но пик очень вялый. Чекайте. Они решили просто их свалить, нахуй, я не знаю. По призывному фонд 2 ляма $. Призовой фонд столько, сколько я никогда в жизни не видел. Ну хз, пацаны, по пику мне нравится у тайцев больше. Что-то у КДФ прям, я не знаю, они прям... Ну хз, короче, посмотрим. 105 лайков, мужики, 200 зрителей, гоу 200 лайков сразу, ребят, не стесняйтесь, не стесняйтесь. Не стесняйтесь прожибать Лукаса. Братан, почему без Йол? Зачем ты третий раз подряд пишешь про Йол? Ебать, я не знаю, ты чё, хейтер Йол или что?
Having this, the Yasuo come through, you know, it's a surprise here for KDF. They looks like they want to try and pick some early pressure and some early aggression. I'm looking forward to
Давайте опрос сделаю, пацаны.
especially when you have Cold and Feet on the opposite side.
And I want to flag the quick switch they did at the very end of the draft there. Colden Feet gets the
Да, заходи.
because they want to give Renekton to Noel. That's a response to seeing the Akali Renekton very deadly in the opening levels of lane, very good at surviving against the Akali.
Вик, принеси печеньки, пожалуйста.
For that matchup. And I'm going to flag that top side of the map, as we talked about coming into this game, as the desk talked about as the most important thing here. How does Colden Feet play? Is Colden Feet able to get down onto that Yasuo early, shut them down? Is Colden Feet able to boost Noel out ahead and shut down the top side of the map? That's BRU's path to victory.
Да как там команда называлась? Бру? Да, Бру.
But Colden Feet was previously a marksman player, moved over into the jungle role for the past couple of splits now. We need to see his performance coming into this, how he stacks up against his opponents as we go into game number 1 between KDF and BRU.
Чуваки, голосуйте.
I'm excited to watch some good Wild Rift. Yeah. This could be a very, very good game.
Ебать, как они душат Шая просто это.
These drafts just... I have hope.
Акробат это брат Бубуча.
Down to like 40% HP. He's going back to base. He's going to miss a little bit of EXP in the bot side.
Они сразу трейдятся просто по жесткому.
The early levels, I think, in the bottom side are like the most exciting this is going to get. There's going to be a little bit of poke out from Acrobat and North.
Ничего там Хасаги как летает. Вау, реально вау.
Managing to punish Archony. We have mentioned this, the idea that Singed has been played in the mid lane more as of late. But of course we've seen a lot from Noel as well, so could have gone either way. Looks like they will want to try and just bring
Все за Акробата голосуют.
So I want to talk a little bit about the kind of dreams of these compositions. For KDF, they have so much late game assassin damage that
А чё у нас Иреlia стоит АФК? А Иреlia АФК стоит? А, там пауза. Бля, они только игру начали, уже кто-то взял этот перерыв, типа, я не знаю, зачем. За что паузу, почему?
Pulling ahead with some strong pickups, but very mechanically intensive champions across the board.
Yeah, so that's those assassins I was talking about. The
Пауза игру на завтра переносит. Бля, челка охуенная, я бы себе такую сделаю. Если Team Quest выиграют, я себе такую челку сделаю. Акробат проголодался.
If their full combo doesn't find a kill, then the entire game plan is bust.
Сейчас, подождите, Акробат покушает, пацаны, и продолжит.
The good news for them is that Buriram are not historically a team that's going to pressure them a ton in lane, and that's why they've drafted this style. Buriram, I think, do have the opportunity to get that pressure, though, and it comes from the two players we talk about so much when we talk about this team. It comes from the top lane where they have that Noel and Renekton, and if Noel can leverage the early game of Renekton, find a couple of picks, maybe you put the attack so far behind it, you don't get that late game threat. And on the opposite side, you have the Jazz playing Thresh, who is the quintessential fight finder.
Trying to enable his team, get his team ahead. And I have to mention as well, recently BRU did compete in a mixed roster with another team in the SEA Games, where they eventually pulled away with the silver medal. I want to think going into this one, they've come in, refreshed, prepped again for the latest patches, and hoping to bring this one to a good series against KDF.
Yeah. KDF, I think by contrast to BRU, who've been around for a while. I was going back...
for a while.
One of the first casts we did together. It was this morning. I don't know why. I was feeling nostalgia.
Не стесняемся, ребята. Передаем проезд за лайки. Вот будет 200 лайков, игра продолжится. Сейчас позвоню.
That's true.
And the thing that I think has changed the most is the fact that everyone else has kind of come to the Buriram style.
Алло, Riot Games? Да, сейчас у меня 200 лайков будет на канале, и вы продолжите игру, хорошо? Все, до свидания. Давайте.
Срочно, ребят, 200 лайков добивайте, игра продолжится, Riot Games сказали. Бля, мне нравятся у них прически, пиздец.
but they were playing under two different teams, Break Frame Gaming and G-Luck Gaming, who were like 3-4, 3-5, I think is their actual finish in Season 0. But very good teams, and they got kind of combined to form this super team for the Cognitive Freaks.
You take the best parts.
Да, блин, да какая пауза? Игра только началась. Что это за техническая пауза? Я не понимаю.
That's kind of how it works. Usually. Sometimes it doesn't turn out that way.
They made a brand new team that finished second in the overall season and second by a game. So, I don't know if we had Leonard in here, he would go, they finished second, it's garbage. But between the two of us, I think a second place finish is just fine.
Интересно, это Samsung у них или что, пацаны? Что за телефон? На каких телефонах они играют?
And that's kind of a conversation that we've been having about the Korean teams. Is Rollster Y did very well, obviously, at the Horizon Cup. They look very competitive internationally. But how deep does the Korean bench go? And a lot of the Western players that I've been talking to have.
Кто проигрывает, тот идет на фабрику шить обувь. Братан, тут разыгрывают 2 ляма долларов, нахуй. Скорее всего, ты, блядь, будешь у них, я не знаю, водоносом, нахуй, чем они у тебя на фабрике. Бля, Акробат, не волнуйся, брат, я с тобой, нахуй. Мы с тобой, Акробат. За тебя, родной, за тебя. Смотри в камеру, вот он я. Да, это мы. Бля, я верю в Акробата, пацаны. Акробат легенда, нахуй. Должен в соло закерить, просто. Просто в соло давай, Акробат, родной. Акробатикус, панорамикус, просто покажи, ебать, весь мастер-класс. Давай, родной, ебать.
Where, like, I sure hope so, TJ. Good team fighting will get you like 90% of the way, and the top team is the one who understands how to avoid the team. Of course. And I think that's definitely the case over in Korea.
Знаете, почему перерыв? Потому что мне принесли покушать, и сейчас я поем, и игра начнется. Я думаю, так надо сделать.
The only times that goes wrong are when KDF are able to reach the hyper late game.
And honestly, if you are joining us in this point of the broadcast right now and you're wondering what's the difference? Yeah, you are in a pause, but what's the difference? What's coming into this series? Why is this series one of the best in the play-ins? Well, KDF, we've talked so much about them. We've done a bunch of research. Cheru, their mid laner, has been a staple in the mid side, but he's been someone to facilitate the rest of his team now. An aggressive option pulling out.
Если бы не разыграли 2 сотни бигмаков, то Акробат бы выиграл соло.
Such a different look from KDF.
Мира мощная, да я не знаю, дядь, я тоже не играл за Миру. Только азиата? Нет, почему? Как он играет? У всех пауза, он играет, ебать. Может, это мустербан? Бля, я помню, короче, раньше, пацаны. Когда еще были кнопочные телефоны, у нас, короче, у какого-то чела была порно-игра, и там надо нажимать 4-6, 4-6, 4-6, 4-6, 4-6. И вот он, может, просто разыгрывается. У кого такая была игра в школе? На телефонах, на кнопочных.
Or in SEA. In SEA, yeah. That I think there's like this very tight pack right now between the two of them, chasing it, nipping at the WRL's heels.
Absolutely. I mean, look back towards BRU in the WCS finals. They were in a very close series in a best of 5 against the ultimate victors of the WCS finals.
Блять, это какой-то рофл. Чемпионат мира, пацаны. У них пауза на первой минуте, какая-то техническая проблема, и уже мы ждем 7 минут. Найс Рафляна. Я же вам говорю, пацаны. Сейчас еще раз Рётом позвоню.
Алло, да. Лайков 150. На 200 запустили, да, ну все, хорошо, сейчас я передам. До свидания, Рёт Ньюс.
Бля, ну они говорят, пацаны, 200 лайков добивайте, мы запускаем. Типа, я же не могу ничего сделать, поэтому все зависит от вас. Добивайте 200 лукасов, и Рёты сказали, продолжат. У нас всего лишь 154. Пока камеру офну, пацаны, оп.
So, it'll take a moment, but I think we're getting it sorted. There's no question as to what the issue is or anything. Look at that!
Wow.
That's me. I did that.
All you.
Вау!
All you had to say was we're switching out the equipment. We're back.
Give me a thank you, TJ, in the chat.
As we go back into game, couple of things that we want to watch out for. Let's go back and hit those points again. In case you've forgotten, it's going to be that top side, the Noel Maru matchup. It's going to be.
А что Лисин краба нижнего не делает, смотрите. Там Лысый зачистил 4 кемпа, защищает 5-й кемп подряд и не выходят на краба, чекайте. Лисин начал с синего бафа, зачистил full clear леса. Он вообще full clear леса делает. Там в соло Акари, кстати, делает ВБ.
The dream was being able to beat Maru at their own game. He dies in the top lane, simultaneous to VVV being forced to reset for the second time in lane.
Yeah, Triple V is having a tough time here in the bot side.
And I said that
Лисин просто тупо сделал full clear леса. Бля, если бы не Вард, они бы сейчас сделали килба. Он бы через ульту сыграл по Синжиту. Ну, Синжита есть Вард. Ой, как же заинтил! А почему Синжи так сыграл? Он же видел, что там стоит Вард. Он видел Лисина, лол. Бля, ну, команда Акробата что-то пока пожестче играет, ребят.
Yep, really scary. So KDF now find kills in mid, find kills in top. They get the resets in mid and bottom. And that's just going to mean that there's no way for Buriram to participate during the early. What are they waiting for? Well, when you get late game, very scary. The Renekton's going to be big and the Aurelia's going to have to count. So, Golden Feet, I guess it all comes down to you.
Here is the kill. Golden Feet actually went for the recall right on time, and Noel drops to the Ignite.
Ирелия в кусте постоял и телепорт сделал. Интересно. Смотрите, как Асаги сыграл. Флэш, Е, Q. Ульт, Q, Е. Красиво, просто красиво сыграли.
What do we miss here, TJ?
What the Jess and VVV, I guess, stepping up.
But a big problem here for Noel as Maru's starting to ramp up. Were you asking me about the assassins on KDF speeding up or slowing down? Was that what you were asking me about?
Yeah, and they're speeding up.
Okay. No, okay. So BRU, they're on some bad terrain right now. All right, but it's all smooth sailing for KDF until that bot side happened.
Yeah, one kill got passed over to Golden Feet, one kill.
102 килла. А, у нас тут на боте убили двоих, интересно. А где ульта от Шая? А где ульта от Шая? А где ульта от Шая? Почему Шая сразу не нажала ульту, когда там было 3 чела? А у него ульта в КД вообще была. Интересно. Бля, Акробат, ты меня ебать не вымораживай, я на тебе $1 000 000 поставил. О, минус Хасаги родной. Они сейчас ФБ Тавара сделают. Они уже сломали таверку. Минус экзост, минус флэш. Варуса минус 2 билки.
This will mean that KDF get to crash 2 waves, so yet more gold lost by BRU, but they did get the top turret. That's first break, so it balances out.
Юми кинул Акробата, говорит, ты недостоин. Поэтому я буду играть с Лисинчиком. Но они не смогли даже сыграть в этого, в Геральда.
It's possible.
KDF start to walk away.
But Lee Sin's so scary right now.
Back in the brush waiting. He gets a good amount of damage on the thresh. A very nice intercept coming through. Triple B manages to get the kill.
Бля, Ирелия Брокин пошла нарезать.
And the final attempt to get the kill. That's Zeki down.
And Golden Feet keeps pushing here.
Golden Feet just wants to dive them on the turret, but he's tagged up, taking
Бля, не добили.
back by the feathers.
That's a huge kill for Buriram. They managed to burn through the jungler, which of course means that KDF aren't going to get that Rift Tower they were positioning for. KDF are going to have to reset. Buriram will get their own chance to cycle in and out.
Not so easy here for KDF to pick up the objectives.
I think KDF have just started it again. There's no vision here. But they will see.
У нас у Шая до сих пор нету слота, хотя она должна была застрелить уже забрать. Ой, очень хороший сейчас был этот Лисин успел забрать, но он умирает. Акали, давай! У Акали ульта есть. Почему она не сыграла в Синджета? Могла бы убить и выйти.
Zeki, the early game presence.
An interesting choice here by Chero, who's going to get tagged up by what the Jets. A beautiful chain
ЕСУ промазал ветерком, поплатился.
And this is huge now that they've killed the Yasuo.
Ирели уже 2-0-2, пацаны, типа, мне кажется, это ГГ, это в соло для Ирели будет. Типа, у КД такой пик ужасный в то, что Ирели просто может в соло всех убить.
Off of that cross-map play through the top lane and a series of good team fights in the middle of the map. Here's the Rift Herald summon as KDF try to get some control back.
I mean, it is the Varus. He might be safe, but there's only so much he can get done against 3 members and the Rift Herald in the mid side. But team will trade, so it's a mid turret for a bot side turret.
Top side, Archony
in a spot of danger.
So
они даже таворку не смогут забрать, там не успеют. 400 хп осталось. Уже у нас 2000 преимущества плюс Дрейк, пацаны. Но здесь минус Рени, кстати. Хорошо сыграл. Кстати, Хасаги не так уж и плох, на самом деле. А у нас у Акали 6500, ребят. Она сейчас умрет. Не, вовремя успел флеш нажать. Бля, ну игры интересные, смотрите, равные прям. Все понимают, что делать. Хорошо нас ловят, байтят на себя, но не ведется Лиси на это. Васаби, привет.
One thing I'm worried about, though, KDF still have that ticking time bomb. The Yasuo, the Akali especially, but also Acrobat playing the Zaya. All these characters are going to be so
7300 фарма, пацаны, у Акали. Очень хорошо выфармливает. Она может, кстати, закерить соло, если не поведет в контроль.
But not enough time for the rest of his team to follow up with, and that seems to be the issue here for BRU.
A very slippery escape by Zeki stays ahead of the chains of corruption, which were blown there as well. So
Просто файт 5 на 5 за краба, пацаны, чекайте.
We're looking for a re-entry angle here from Archony on by the top side, trying to get his way into the river, but not able to make his way in, forced off.
На средних 0-3.
Coming from what the Jets right now, leading the team on the map and letting Archony on this sin shift into that very supportive role. He's playing the side lanes, he's getting clear.
Ой-ой-ой, поймали Юми. Что там вообще Юми делал, непонятно. Лисин, ты куда, родной, выйди.
But still pressure out from BRU.
And VVV, a huge part of that. Look again at how well coordinated he is with this team, hovering in the middle of the map, stopping the resets.
Бля, какой же V3 динамичный по сравнению с ПК-лолом? Просто 10 минут уже нету двух таверов у обеих команд.
VVV will be a threat, and Buriram need to protect him and set up for those big combo plays. Land a hook onto somebody, stun them for a year, get the kill.
And Triple V, despite the rough start to the game, is now reaching that power point like you've mentioned. And so as they start to fight around the Rift Herald again, something to watch out.
У нас второй Геральт. И отдают, смотрите, брухи вообще на изи. Даже не пытаются драться. Но у нас там уже Реник пушит А2. И нормально он так пушит, уже минус. Смотрите, как они просто пушат, я не знаю. Жесть просто. У нас сейчас преимущество по голде у красной команде. Хотя вот здесь написано, что по голде одинаково.
Really good flash. That's very dangerous, and he's able to flash out of the final chapter, making sure that the slows don't land with the perfect timing to escape.
But the resummoner is burnt on the side of KDF to look for the kill on the top side.
2 предмета у нас появляется у Шай, 2 предмета у нас появляется у ЕСУ. У Акали еще нету шапки. Мужички, добейте 200 лайков, плиз. Спасибо.
Few more seconds on that dragon. BRU in position to take control of it, but at the same time also want to shove in the mid wave.
And for them, it's so much about Acrobat right now. He is their team fight. He's not doing as much.
Нет вообще вижена. Вот только что Юми поставил вард, но его сейчас ломают, скорее всего. Нет, не ломают. Есть для Лисина прямо хорошая ситуация, чтобы забрать Дрейка. Есть инфапы по всем героям сейчас. Ой, как Реник хорошо ворвался. И Жони отлично ЕСУ ультит. Убивает одного, выходит, убивает Ирелию. ЕСУ там мансит, но нет, его добивают все-таки. 2 в 2 размена, ребята. Очень хорошо сейчас сыграли Шая плюс ЕСУ плюс Лысый. Хорошая комба была. И они смогут запушить, не смогут задавить. Шая должна все это дефать. Не попала Акаля. Шай надо как-то в тележку сыграть. Это Варус может сейчас пушку. Все, надо делать ресет. А Ред команда уже начинает взрывать Дрейка, потому что сейчас подойдет Ирелия. Лисин плюс ЕСУ охеренно, плюс еще Юми накрыл. Очень жесткая комба была сейчас. Ну, в этом моменте Акали вообще не доиграла, она ничего не сделала вообще в этом файте. Не, как было 2-0, так и осталось. Но у нас уже 2 Дрейка, пацаны. А по золоту ровно, смотрите, 45-45 идут. Ой-ой-ой, ЕСУ не попал, его сейчас может умереть за это. Да, минус ЕСУ. Он не попал ветерком, прикиньте, в кусте. Отобредик в кусте стоял. А это может быть сейчас барон. 35 секунд, почему вы не сыграть барона? Геральт у нас выйдет на топ. Ну, такой себе Геральт на самом деле. Должны сейчас открывать таверку на миду, они не смогут задефать это. Шай приходится отдать ульту. Что сделал Лисин сейчас? Вы видели этот мув? Ебать, как Лисин сыграл. Можно повтор, пожалуйста? Ебануться нахуй. И они сейчас должны забирать барона. Это минус 3, типа трэш соло никак не сможет там ничего сделать. А делать телепорт Шай, это фри барон. Это должна быть игра? Ой, Акали вырезала. А барон? А в барона сыграть? Подходит ЕСУ, в барона надо сыграть. В барона. Начинайте, начинайте. Сейчас Ирелия будет телепорт покупать. 3 секунды. Пошли телепорт. Успеет барона? Успевают делать барона. И они сейчас все умрут с барон бафом. И пошла камбэчная! Нет, шеф! Ебать, что за игра, нахуй? Казалось бы, уже все, вы должны выигрывать эту игру. Нет. Они умирают в пятером, и все, они сейчас пойдут и закончат. Или 2 стороны откроют. Камбэк? Ебать. Это просто пиздец. Бля, какие же интересные игры. Ну это азиаты, ребят. Забрали барона, проебали 2 стороны. Бля, сначала одна команда сыграла охуенно, потом вторая. Я говорю, они сейчас купят все телепорта. Им надо дальше было играть в барона. Почему они... Чё они вышли? Там один трэш, и вас 4, блядь. Почему они вышли? Юми сдохла от барон... Или кто там от барон бафа сдох? Кто-то там от барон бафа вообще сдох. Акали от барон бафа сдохла. Вот здесь, смотрите, Реник на 10 хп нажимает Джонни, на него телепортируются 2 героя, и они просто... Блядь, это просто охуеть. Они не смогли добить Реника на 10 хп. И на него 2 прилетели. А Герольд в соло, смотрите, Герольд прошел, пропушил и сломал сторону. Герольд прошел, и тоже минус сторона упала. Охуеть, что происходит, мужики? Вот это гейм, блядь. Бля, пацаны, за такую катку, ну, не жалейте Лукаса, реально. 200 лайков, пацаны. Гол 300 сразу сделаем. Ну, реально охуенная игра. Я хочу, чтобы в этой сетке было 2-1, потому что две команды сильные, равные друг другу. Типа, неважно, кто выиграет, оба хорошо отыгрывают. И те, и другие. У них пик ужасный, блин. Единственная проблема, здесь нету вообще фронта никакого. Там трэш и Реник, типа Синджа, да та же самая Иреля может чуть-чуть потанчить. А здесь просто ватный пик.
Leverage the fact they have total back control, leverage the fact that KDF can't leave their base, take this Infernal, take the Baron and the game.
Of course, one of the weak points here for KDF is that Cheru does have to do all of the work by himself here.
We should talk about it though. Elder Infernal Drake.
Of course, 2 dragons on BRU side.
We're gonna team fight for the game right here. There is no two ways about it. One more fight decides this game.
Noel's off in the Baron lane, but he does not have teleport.
Бля, Юми, не подставляйся. Там Элдер, а Реник в соло, смотрите, пушит. Он сейчас еще одну сторону откроет. Они сейчас будут медленно играть, чтобы Реник смог запушить. Надо, чтобы кто-то Реника дефал. А кто может Реника дефать? Акали какая-нибудь? Ну, уже взрывают Дрейка, ребята. Если сейчас делать Дрейка, то это ГГ. Ирелия в соло взрывает, а чуваки просто... Ой, ужасно. Минушая. Ее сейчас Реник взорвет. ГГ 1-0, ребята. По пику проебались. Просто чуть-чуть проебались по пику. Но игра была равная до этого барона. Когда они в пятером на бароне умерли, это все, это уже похороны. Неплохая ульта от Ису, от Лисина, но Ису не был рядом, не смог поддержать.
This steal is going to be so hard, and he does need to steal it if there's any hope for KDF.
The defensive line out here, Arjani and Noel stopping KDF from getting close to the Dragon Pit. They will not allow themselves the same position. Cheru starts to move in, they're looking for a pick.
Ой-ой-ой, как же Реник уже режет жестко. Не, пацан, все ГГ. 1-0. Ну куда ветерок, Ису?
Cheru still hovering in the mid lane, trying to clear the wave.
As you should, as you have to. Cheru comes in here, but he's only got the knock up on the Jets.
Ульта в соло, ну такое. Ну старшего-то так и не забрали, смотрите, до сих пор вывели. Но Лисина нет, все равно. Они ничего не смогут сделать без Лисина. Если только Кали сейчас как-то, я не знаю, украдет ультой. Не-не-не, пацан, без шансов. Все, это Элдер, это ГГ. 1-0. К сожалению, здесь от 1-0, пацаны.
But here comes BRU. They won the fight around the Elder like 3 times, and it looks like they'll have game number 1 as the
3 Дрейка плюс Элдер, пацаны, ну это похороны, к сожалению. Но игра была интересная до того момента, как они слились с барон бафом в пятером на бароне. Там ботлейн 0-8. Ботлейн див, пацаны. 19 смертей, из них 8 смертей у ботлейна, 0-8 ботлейн. А почему, типа, это... Вот здесь Элдера не висит, алло? Где Элдер? Организаторы турнира, пожалуйста, добавьте вот сюда значок Элдера.
BRU in a very strong position to win the game at this point. Two Dragons and the Elder now in their pockets. They get to try and pressure out the mid side.
Пошла инициация от Синжа, там перетягивают Лисину, но Лисину... Смотрите, как Лисин умирает. Всего лишь просто Синжит пробежался. Минус ЕСУ. Ну все, пацаны. Там Акали вырезает, смотрите. Ну нет, на нее просто их залп повесится, ГГ. 1-0. Бля, если они сейчас возьмут нормальный пик, типа, они должны выиграть. Ну, тайцы молодцы, хорошо отыграли. Вот этот момент с бароном вообще очень грамотно реализовали. Через телепорты. Блять, они оставались 4-2 на бароне, и Реникс с трэшом столько потянули время, что уже успели резнуться 3 героя, купили телепорты. Просто жесть. Ну что-то, пацаны, пока что Акробат не затащил. Но он специально, пацаны, так сделал, чтобы мы посмотрели не одну игру, а 3 еще. Точнее, еще 2. 100%.
And I have to say, it looked shaky for a moment there at the start. Looked like KDF were able to pull ahead, and I feel like WCS recovered very well there.
Yeah, I mean, that was the Bury Room dream. They got to those late game team fights they're so good in, and what do you know? They started winning them. No else. Came in from the sideline. Disastrous early game. Knows how to farm himself back.
Го момент с Лисиной пересмотрим. А я не помню, на какой-то минуте было, а вот. Вот сейчас вроде будет, да? Го посмотрим. Ну, смотрите, как Лисин сейчас сыграет. Чекайте. Кью, этот... Дает Кью в Синжита. В в сторону, чтобы по троим попасть ультой. Ну там Ирели отошла, но это было красиво. Бля, я не понимаю, как они здесь не забрали барона. Раз, два, три. Ну, у вас же 4. Есу реснулся. 4, вот там один трэш. Как они не забрали барона? А, там Шай телепорт сделала. А почему Шай телепорт сделал? А почему Шай телепорт делает? Иди играй, блядь. Иди борода делай, родой. Она телепорт делает, пацаны, смотрите. Там всего лишь один трэш и Реник снизу. А Шай, Акробат делает телепорт. Из-за этого они не смогли барона взорвать. Если бы была бы здесь Шай, они бы успели взорвать барона и все. Она через телепорт сыграла, но она очень много времени проебала. Она еще... Блять, ужасно сыграла Шая. Просто ужасно, нахуй. Акробат заинтил.
But I feel like when he's playing trash, he just carries the game, man. He's just 1v9. You look at his performance, you look at how he just controlled the map. And this is one of the criticisms.
Чатик, добейте 300 лайков. Я пойду тарелку отнесу, сейчас приду. Если бы Шай сразу бы барона била, они бы успели.
Craziest moments we've seen so far in the tournament. But let's start back on this top lane. It was rough for our boy Noel in this matchup that he countered with the Renekton into the Akali.
So this was kind of what we were talking about backstage as well, right? The Renekton pick into the Akali, it's a bad matchup, but you shouldn't be losing this early on. The rationale, I think, behind the Renekton pick, behind the Bok rush, is you look at the champions that are coming out on the side of KDF. You have the Lee Sin, you have the Yasuo, you have the Xayah. These are all champions that can be very hard to lock down, get on top of. Renekton does that. Slice dives in, flash, stun them, point and click. How do you outplay that? How do you be too slippery for Renekton? You sacrifice a bit too hard?
I don't know if he sacrificed the lane. I think he lost the lane in that, right? Because again, but I like that kind of breakdown of it where the lane ended up going a little bit harder, and we got to see later on how important that flash stun was coming.
Ну да, Акробат, пацан, здесь зафейлил, конечно, к сожалению. Так, я продолжаю хавать, пока что перерывчик небольшой тут, пацаны, происходит. Пока смотрим повторы каток.
really interesting to see, you know, how both teams, you know, Noel, since he went so far behind, I think TJ mentioned it briefly, you know, they went to the side lane, he farmed up a little bit, and then he just focused the Zaya, focused the main carries of the fight every single time.
But that kind of causes a problem for BRU as well. This is something we've seen in the WCS when Noel is side laning, but his team doesn't.
Бля, пиздец. Ну почему Шайс делает? Почему ты делаешь телебэк нахуй? Сыграй в барона.
Yeah, which comes to our amazing support versus.
Почему там трэш в соло, я не знаю, зонит всю команду? Типа такой бред. Не 4 в 2 остались, они не смогли барон забрать. Даже 5 в 2, там Ясу уже рестнулся. Просто 5 в 2 не забрали, ну, типа, блядь, дрочились. Смотри, а так обидно, нахуй. Вот здесь они игру проебали.
2 inhibitors after this as well, and then it got down to that main team fight in that Dragon with Noel.
Up until this point, it was a start and stop, literally a start and stop with our technical pause as well, and then we finally get this fight here.
And this fight right here just shows the power of BRU's team composition. If you ever step up too far, they have so many tools that let them just pick you off one by one, and that's the mistake that KDF made. They trickled into the river, and BRU was sure to punish that.
Yeah, and Noel finally getting his revenge after being bodied both in the laning phase, then his team losing that team fight while he was splitting, then the flash stun ends up getting the kill, and we get our first major upset so far. Again, just one game, not a full series here, and you see the reactions from Birmingham United. Pretty calm. They're like, okay, we had this, you know, we knew we had this within us.
And I love how Zaya has the most damage. As an AD carry main myself.
Ну, кстати, пацаны, Акробат-то, смотрите, нанес 18 тысяч урона. А Кали, которая 5-1-17. Так что Акробат оттащил на самом-то деле. Видите, без рофла. Топ-1 по дэмэджу.
It's going to be interesting to see how KDF kind of adapt to that. Will they go for like an AD carry bot side again with an enchanter support? But I want them to try and focus towards that Zaya more if they go for that more.
Yeah, I mean, we take a look at the gold graph. Birmingham United was mainly in it the whole time.
Игра максимально равная была. Вот этого барона. Вот здесь они в пятером умерли, и вся ГГ.
Last little bit of damage on what the Jess, or at least pull off and, you know, not die there at Baron. Because TJ was saying it over and over again. This was just playing to allow the Yasuo to scale. Wait till Cheru was at the point where he could carry, because we saw a couple of times where the Yasuo ult was crushing these team fights and setting himself up by himself.
It's the Lee Sin Yasuo combo. It's something we've seen time and time again, working to varying degrees of success. Here, KDF, I think they pulled it off very, very well, but I think BRU did draft themselves options to deal with the Yasuo in the late game, namely the Renekton, as well as I think the Singe are very good answers into that. And I want to touch on the rest of the draft as well. I think the brilliant pick here that I really liked from BRU was that Irelia. It was something that's plagued Cold and Feed in the past. He plays the Jack so well. He plays the Fiora so well. Well, now both are banned away. What do? You take a page out of RIQ's book, you play the Irelia jungle.
Yeah, because, and that, again, think about it, when we started, that was
Think
where we
about
had
it.
pause, you called it out earlier, it was like, hey, that Irelia is not moving anymore. Can you imagine what...
Так, кто хавает, потом себе приятно писать.
Cold and Feed, who's like, okay, I'm on a champion that I'm less known for, but I'm farming relatively well, I'm getting myself set up, didn't have too many early ganks, but I want to get to level 5, but want to get my ultimate ready, and then has to reset after sitting there for a little bit. What a show of mental fortitude by Cold and Feed. So, great job there.
Especially in a jungle matchup like Irelia into Lee Sin, if you get a little bit behind, Lee Sin's going to run over you, the fastest tempo jungle in the game.
Yeah, definitely. Stuart, so when we take a look now on Game 2, the second chapter of this great story that is happening right now, let's say you're Kwangdong Freaks, what are you telling your team if you're coaching?
If you're Kwangdong Freaks, I think, you know, the early game went pretty well. I think you need to make sure, if you're Kwangdong Freaks, that the team fights are just a little bit better. You know, they need to make sure that they actually focus on the team fights. There was a little situations where I feel like Kwangdong Freaks were kind of split up. They weren't really grouped together, and that's really where Burian were able to come out on top in them late game team fights. And it's just the Baron calls as well. That one Baron call, and I think Omer mentioned it briefly as well, you know, them little mistakes, if you make that little mistake, that's it. In a game of Wild Rift, when there's like 15 minutes on the clock, 30-second death timers, the game can just switch just like that.
Again, I want to caveat it, though. I feel like the Baron call's not bad. It was just such a great play by what the Jets did by the time, right?
So clutch, really.
Yeah.
I mean, people...
So clutch, really. So clutch.
Wild Rift is a game of centimeters, then, if you call it that way.
especially with how fast that one was going. All right, so for the opposite side, I know you predicted Kwangdong Freaks, but I'll give you forgiveness
Can we
now.
backtrack on that?
No,
Спасибо, ребят, за 250 лайков, от души, мужики.
Who was always correct, might be incorrect in this one, but again, happy for it. So give me the game plan here for Buriram United moving forward.
Don't change anything for BRU. I think they're doing a very good job. On the side of KDF, though, I would add one little caveat. I think you shift one thing in your draft, which is you prioritize your AD pick a little bit higher. I know you want to get the dual lock of the Lee Yasuo. I think you just get the Lee, you pick up the Ashe. I think that was the problem there. I feel like, yeah, Zaya did the most damage, but she just didn't give her team enough of what they needed.
Right, that's fair. Again, that was our second AD, like Stuart saying, like our second AD picks. We have a lot of AD casters, but we had the Vayne yesterday locked on in that does a lot of auto attacking. So Zaya being that second one with a lot of auto attacking.
And that's the thing as well, is that Zaya can be a carry for you. You know, even though Maru did get ahead in that top side, I think the Zaya can still be the main carry, especially, you know, with lethal tempo being added as well. With the Yuumi in the bot side as well, I feel like if the Yuumi did prioritize maybe towards a little bit more towards the Zaya, then it could have gone in their favor, to be fair. So it's a little bit difficult back and forth. Yeah, it's a little bit difficult. I'd like to see more hyper carries. As you mentioned, you know, we saw Vayne yesterday. We've seen Zaya.
Вот так же пальчики разминаются перед игрой.
Bot sides and Mage's bot side, but I want to see more hyper carries.
Well, my read on it is Alden Sense is not going to save you from not being able to auto attack. I know every other analyst here, I know Stuart, Hell's Devil, TJ, all said that this was going to be the Dragon Lane patch, and I was just saying, you're still going to play Varus. Some things are not going to change because in Wild Rift, you cannot auto attack. That's the problem. And I feel like even if you build Ardent, you're not going to be able to save the Zaya there. So what's the solution then? I think you just draft the Ashe higher. Pick up an Orianna. Pick up something which is easier to play. Ease of execution is truly the name of the game, I believe.
Yeah, get yourself an AD caster or an AP mage down there on the bottom side of the map. We'll see what happens here as we'll be doing the draft on the analyst desk with you. Kwangdong Freaks and Buriram United. The surprise game win by Buriram. They're one away from taking a big upset here and solidifying their spot as the number 2 region here. Again, remember, this is number 4 from Buriram United of the WCS against number 3 Kwangdong Freaks as we have
Так, пацаны, пошли у нас баны.
Underway. Let's take a look with the draft here. Kwangdong Freaks will be going first.
This is a very exciting one, right? Will they go for the takeaway?
У нас КДФ решили остаться опять на этой стороне.
Pretty much just run it back with one tiny adaptation on the side of KDF. I think both teams, other than that, are happy to just run it back.
It's interesting that KDF's picked the blue side as well. Probably going to try and get another first pick. Maybe potentially the Yuumi might even try and ban out the Thresh because I think the Thresh priority, the Thresh was just way too good. Because I think if you take away the Yuumi and you also ban away the Thresh, then what does Jess even go back to?
Yeah, and remember, Buriram United were on the back foot. They had the kills on the top side of the map. I think it was 2 of them, and then Golden Feet able to get the gank down on the bottom side of the map.
Олаф и Ривин у нас идет в бан.
And all of a sudden 2-2, and I think after that Buriram were able to calm the nerves, and then settle into the game, which turned into that start-stop team fights where no one really won it. And yeah, there's the respect band coming out of Kwangdong Freaks.
And this then puts a question into the minds of BRU. Do we then want to get rid of the Yuumi? Because then what's our answer to that? If we give you the Yuumi, what are we really going to pick up here? Jess has a pretty wide champion pool. He might go for something like the Sat, Alistair, Leona. There's still options for Engage, but they're much less powerful.
I think the Rakan is also a pretty decent pick into Yuumi as well, because if Yuumi jumps out, you can just jump in as Rakan, use the charm as well. So I think Rakan is another pick, especially with the team fight as well. Varus ban as well. That's an interesting one.
I really like this because BRU last game had a lot of focus on their Dragon Lane to really set the tempo of the game. Sure, they kind of messed up level 1, but they recovered very well here, so the band adaptations from KDF are good. This also means less priority on snatching the Ashe. You can still go for the Varus, the Yasuo.
And this actually opens up a lot more as well. Lucian is open, Corki is open. There's, we've seen Lucian when it is open, it's always been first pick. So now do KDF pick the Lucian here, or did they take away that Yuumi and they're going to take?
Опять они забрали Юмию.
Now, are you just going to snatch Lucian, Corki? Are we going to see both of them in the same team? It's a possibility. Noel posted
В каждой игре бан карма, потому что она имба. Типа она очень сильная. Миллион щитов, миллион станов, типа замедление, я не знаю, стяжка есть.
There it is, Singed and Corki locked in for Buriram United. So Kwangdong Freaks, they get the Yuumi, now they have their pick of ADK. We were talking Ashe earlier, being something possible for casting. Stay a little bit further away from the Corki. Lee Sin gonna get locked in yet again for Zeki.
pretty much just a run back of both of these team comps, and I think it's very fair as well. These are picks which were successful. None of these picks were the reason why you lost the game, so you have no qualms just running it back.
Interesting what Corky build we see this game as well.
Yeah, well, I think it depends on the role as well.
Yeah, for sure,
more than happy to play it. Triple V has played it a ton in the past. Let's see how that one shapes up.
In our highlight package, we had Triple V rolling with it.
Они опять почему-то решают играть без танков, пацаны, или что? Смотрите, Юми, Лисин. Интересно, конечно, интересно.
Trade that's always happening. You know, I think most teams prioritize Lucian over Corky, but there's been like a mid lane. We saw it yesterday as well in day one, where it's just like Lucian, Corky mid lane, both building Hullbreaker, both building Black Cleaver and focusing.
И если бы они видели, как я играю на Ривен, они бы наоборот ее не брали.
I really was not a bad pick at all, but my idea here for why VRU picked this in so early is that it's a good pick into the Lucian. What's the strength of Lucian? He's an auto attack based carry, right? But he also has the culling, which is so effective in teamfights. Well, Sin just does a spin and he negates the whole thing.
And also Lucian is a very short range AD carry as well. He has to get very close. You know, Lee Sin wants to dive in as well. Yumi also wants to dive in, so Xin Zhao can knock them all away as well and zone them.
I think we might actually see our first Dragon Lane Lucian here, because you have the Lucian Yumi combo. That's an extremely strong combo. You might see it in the mid lane, but I don't want to see that again. Not another Hullbreaker Lucian here, please.
Это Люциан Мин с бортоломом, почему? Может в ВДК пойдет. Может на топ пойти. Может нахуй пойти. Гарин забанили, пацаны. Гарин и Риник. Интересно.
Well, that's what we thought with Golden Feet and Aurelia.
Yeah, exactly.
So let's just clear that up a little bit here. We don't know what these teams have been cooking up since they finished up with their respective regions tournaments. So we see the second round of bans, as you said, the Rakan knocked away by Guangdong Freaks. There's a set getting taken away. So this support pool starting to get really chomped down here by what the Jess on the opposite side. It was Renekton and Garen taken away. So the focus on the top side.
Oh, okay.
And Sona getting locked in here.
Sona?
Sona Nasus.
Интересно.
We have seen it in other regions before as well, because you already have the Singe. I mean, this could even be a Singe mid Corky top or Corky mid Singe top as well. This is still a very flexible draft, and obviously with BRU on the red side, they can leave that last pick and they can reveal their comp at you know, last.
Вуконг. Не, Люциан, скорее всего, лишь АДК, мне кажется, будет. Мне почему-то кажется, что Люциан будет АДК. Вуконг топ, и сейчас они мидер кого-то возьмут. АПшный мидер, ну у них АП нужен, у них нет АП вообще. АП нужно, пацаны, срочно АП. Ну да, дефолт. Ну все, лысый лес, Вуконг топ, Диана мид, Люциан на бот, дефолт. Дариус.
This is a pick I want to touch on really quickly here. It's a pick that the WCK does not play. It was played 15 times, I think, in group stages and 0 times in playoffs. But Noel, the WCS, they love Darius, and it's gonna stack up against all those melees, and I think it's gonna pop off.
All right, here we have it. A unique draft coming out of Buriram United. Big reactive bans here by Guangdong Freaks. They need to get the win to continue this series, to get on into game number 2. Let's send it on over to Big G and TJ.
Thanks a bunch there, D-Gon, and I'll tell you what, a unique draft is a good way of putting it. We'll have to see what we have in store for us here.
We have a Sona?
Where's the Sona?
A Sona in competitive play, BRU with a 1-game advantage. Pull out a very exciting spin on their draft last game. They're still looking to the late game. They're still looking for the tools to shut down once they get to those late game 5v5s. Now those tools are utterly useless for the first half.
Че, пацаны, корейцы затащат сейчас или нет? Или 2-0-2 будет? Или все-таки корейцы выиграют? Но они первую игру хорошо играли, на самом деле. Они просто на бароне проебались из-за того, что Шая телепорт сделал.
Which, as the desk talked about, is going to give them a little bit more early game power, and the Yumi will extend the range. Usually you talk about Lucian kind of falling off as you reach the late game. That's not going to happen in a game where the Yumi is paired with the Lucian, and you also have Lee Sin still. So, of course, My early game, looking at the Lee Sin versus Xin Zhao jungle matchup that's happening between Zeki and Golden Feet. Also paying attention to that bottom lane where Lucian needs to bully Sona. And if they don't, if Acrobat isn't able to earn that lead as a Lucian player into a Sona lane, that's a very bad sign.
Мне кажется, 1-1 еще будет, ребят.
Because he was kind of the gem that kind of emerged from the fire. He was the remnants left over, right? And we saw through all the early game action as his bot side was losing, his top side was losing, but Golden Feet held strong, and we saw him go into that game with his Irelia performing exactly where he needed to be.
Yeah, and I was initially very critical because we saw a lot of the pressure from Golden Feet kind of not going towards lanes that he needed to boost, not going towards shutting down key targets. But what it did do is it got Golden Feet a gold lead. Yes. And he just played full scaling. He said, I don't know what's happening in my side lanes, I do not care. I am in my element, I am unperturbed, I am vibing. And when we got to the late game and his team, because he trusted his team to work their way back into an even game by themselves, and they did, then all of a sudden Golden Feet never left. He's been here the whole time. He can easily find the triple kill when his team needs it inside the Baron Pit. After a Thresh's blast coned into the Baron Pit and single-handedly found a kill and stalled out. You know, things that happen in BRU games.
That's true. That's true. Trust in his team to get their way back into the game one way or another.
Can I just say,
Где вебка? Я хаваю пока что.
I do adore the BRU jerseys. Like if anyone could hook me up with a BRU jersey, I will wear it.
Look, I'll tell you what, guys. All right, you guys listening at home right now, this is not like the first time TJ has been telling me about this jersey. Like he has been insisting how much he's liked the jersey.
It's the center stripe,
and right now he is he's quite literally calling for someone to give him the jersey.
And then there's a circle in the middle that's like broken up by the center stripe.
Like my goodness, the shamelessness on this man.
Look, I've got a verified tick on Twitter if it's not good for getting me a free jersey. I don't know what it is.
Well, a lot of love for the BRU team in the WCS.
Долго все происходит? Да нет, в этот раз быстро. Ты не был на прошлом турнире, где реально долго было.
And you know, it makes sense that their jerseys are so good because they're a football club as well.
Oh,
so the like management over there, one of the biggest football clubs in Southeast Asia, a huge football club in Thailand. Obviously, they have a ton of experience designing jerseys for players to wear.
Of course, yeah. You have to have stuff that people want to buy to support the teams.
Oftentimes, when I look at esports jerseys, I'm like, that just looks like a sports jersey, and that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Because we love them, but they're not running up and down a field. They have different needs. They're in this kind of cold, air-conditioned studio. But those look comfortable wear. Those just look like shirts that you could wear.
Бля, он заебал так смотреть на меня. Что ты смотришь, блядь? В этих там кондей смотри, они все нахуй запотевшие, бля.
We're doing some meta-analysis on the t-shirts.
What was it you asked me about KDF a minute ago?
Something about KDF being good.
Yeah, they're very good, Grandin. One of the best teams in Korea, and what we saw in that last game was one of the things that makes them one of the best teams in Korea, which is their individual power. They're incredibly good in those side lane duels. They're incredibly good at finding those early leads mechanically. I think especially Maru is a monster. And we didn't really see him because he was a monster in the early game. The team fights.
Он же монстр.
BRU are here 5v5 time. Maru never.
Ребят, ставьте лайк, если вы монстр.
Were two team fights where he was able to successfully assassinate VVV in the backlines, do the Akali thing, shut down the carry. And then he would do the assassination, he would turn around, he'd be like, all right, team, wait, where's my team? Everyone was already dead. They'd lost the 5v5 while he was diving.
And a big problem for KDF is going to be dealing with those issues where they have that disconnect coming in. Where if Maru's ahead, he does not get to play the game, his team's going to die before all that happens.
Yeah, and I think the thing that we need to see from them in this game is tighten up the team fighting. Recognize that BRU have the mechanical talent,
Опять какая-то пауза.
the team fighting talent, to go toe-to-toe with you and play it much more respectfully. We saw a couple of different kind of staggered engages into fights and just stuff that I know for a fact they wouldn't have done versus Rolster. That first dragon fight where they just kind of wandered into the dragon fight and they're like, hey, I think there's a fight here. What the just takes you apart? He's one of the best support players in the world. He's gonna land hook after hook after hook.
Что с тобой в теме на туре? Я сегодня в телегу выложу пост. На телегу пишите.
Got so many hooks. It's a pirate joke.
It's a pirate joke.
It's a pirate joke.
I get it. All right. Well, as you guys might be able to tell right now, the game is paused. There's a teensy tiny little technical issue. We're going to get it resolved for you guys. We appreciate your patience. BRU and KDF, the second game, and day number 2 of the Icons Global Championship coming your way again very, very soon.
Look at those hands of fury.
Вчера, короче, сижу в ВК новости или в телеге, что ли, не помню. Группа BTS распалась, блядь. Вот, пожалуйста. Может, из-за этого корейцы сегодня плохо так играют? Они расстроены, что BTS распались. Ребят, не вижу еще 300 лайков от вас. Вот здесь вот добейтесь, пожалуйста, игра начнется 100%. Здорово. Здорово, Джеки Чан, как дела? Кто такие BTS, биткоин? Ебать, это что за... Банкой Таиланд, вот, пожалуйста. Господи Иисусе, нахуй.
And one of our watch parties across the globe right now, that one was in Bangkok, Thailand, rooting for BRU. I must imagine.
Seraphine, who was it in the red jacket? I couldn't.
That was Draven. That was prime time Draven.
Oh,
yes.
See, I don't know what.
Знаете, на кого этот чел был похож? На Дрейвода, блядь. Короче, есть скин Дрейвода такой красный, сейчас покажу.
So
that was the sound of Granted backpedaling so fast.
Stepping back. I'm trying to figure out some rationale and excuse for why I would know.
Чекайте, пацаны, на кого он похож, я покажу. Смотрите, есть скин на Дрейвена. Блять. Сейчас. Это косплей на Дрейвена, походу.
It's a good day's work. That's showing up, getting paid, going home.
So Draven skins, that's why I know them. Surely, of
right?
Course.
Because you did that event.
I did that one event. Definitely not because I'm a Draven abuser and not.
Похож? На косплей Дрейвена. Неудачный. Мне кажется, похож.
I'm like a big believer that maybe we'll see some Tristana this patch. Maybe we'll see some Ezreal this patch.
I think he'll be in a really niche position, right? It'll answer specific problems that need to be solved, but for the most part, I think it's just easier to play casters. And you think about what competition does, it always looks for the easiest answers to the biggest problems.
I've got my theory.
Alright.
I think right now.
Это Samsung, да, пацаны, или что? Да, Samsung вон написано. Samsung. Хорошо, сука, Samsung рекламируют, блять, они тебе не заплатят, дурак ебаный, нахуй. Ебать, как он с такими ногтями играет, нахуй, смотрите, охуеть. У меня, если ногти чуть-чуть отрастают, я, блядь, экран, нахуй, царапаю. Смотрите на его ногти, это пизда. Ебать, смотрите, шо это, блядь. Как у оборотня, нахуй.
Saw what happened during the early game. This was the first time Colton Feet kind of showed up on the map, flying through that bottom lane. Oh, no!
Oh no! That's not.
Oh dear! I think that might be the most emotion we've seen out of a coach all day.
That's true. Something that we.
Почему на мамсах рубится? Брат, кто спонсор, на том и рубится. Это же очевидно.
If I had to watch my teams lose a fight, I would feel really bad.
Who was it we were watching yesterday where they were winning a huge team fight, and then we cut to their coaches and their coach was just sitting there? It was.
Oh, I remember that one. That was actually a series that I did, but I don't.
First game of the day.
But I think it has to be JDG then.
I think it was JDG.
JDG, you know, just
That's
calm,
incredible.
cool, collected.
That's what I want. A coach that you can impress.
Who gets very fresh? Бля, я угораю, я не понимаю, почему у них какая-то пауза в начале игры, типа, уже вторую игру подряд, у них какая-то пауза в начале, уже показали пики баны, уже началась игра, и пауза второй раз подряд, что за дичь?
Make sure that anytime you cut to the coach cams, anytime you cut to the player cams, you know, your heart's on your sleeve. You know, you're excited, you're celebrating. That's how you sell jerseys. So that's all the KDF coach is doing there. He's not disappointing his players. He's making sure that people are invested in the team.
I didn't know we were signing up for like a marketing theory class.
Hello and welcome to my seminar. Today we're going to be discussing how to sell different kinds of esports merch.
The 2 steps to selling esports jerseys.
The reason why we are talking about selling esports jerseys is because there was a slight issue on stage.
Бля, как же долго, мужики. Я ебал того рота, того казино, нахуй.
But it will be resuming and we'll get into game number 2 in a moment.
Absolutely. Well,
можно уже начать, пожалуйста? Мы что, здесь собрались, чтобы посмотреть на ваши ебасосины, нет? Мужики, мне кажется, я знаю, почему не начинается игра. Потому что 300 лайков нет. Вот 300 лайков добьете, сразу игра начнется. Скорее всего так. Но мне так кажется. Это так работает.
Good opinions? Of course! The best! What kind of question is that?
Well, if he says it, then...
Okay, well, fair enough. So, I guess we're gonna have to...
TJ and Omo could, like, talk the whole evening if they wanted to. You know, they got podcasts and everything. They can keep talking back and forth the whole time.
Exactly. And I also need, Tigon, as we hand things over to you, some thoughts on the jerseys. I want a full power rankings.
Exactly, that's what I was about to say. I think the jerseys look great. I mean, if we take a look at...
Вот еще 10 добьете, сразу игра стартанет, ребят.
Are they better in person?
Yes. I have one, by the way. They are better in person.
What?
Yeah.
You have one? Yeah, you kept that quiet to TJ, didn't you? TJ's like, I want one. It's like,
you guys don't know. I'm built different. I have the best opinions.
A lot of the time, the jerseys are made out of like sweat wicking technology, but generally, a lot of the venues are cold, so all that happens is you like start freezing, which means you have to wear.
Что там азиатский Сергей Зверев забыл? Сергей Зверев, блядь. Даже додуматься такой ебануть. Азиатский Сергей Зверев.
So I think that would be a great jersey to wear because then you can wear whatever you want underneath.
Все, 300 лайков сейчас должны запустить.
So Buriram United A+ in terms of my ranking of their jersey.
Something I can say that no one else can as well is the fabric is also very good.
Very comfortable. 100% comfortable.
All right, so it looks like our game.
Алло, Riot Games. Включайте, уже можно. Ага. Я покушал, давайте запускайте. Все, до свидания.
But now let's talk about the game.
Сейчас, ребят, включат, сказали.
As we are about to move into game number 2 between Kwangdong Freaks and Buriram United Esports. Unfortunately, we will not get to hear the power rank in the jerseys just yet.
You know, I'm pretty confident that what the audience wants at this moment is another solid 20 about jerseys. So I feel like we could just...
Ой, блядь!
We'll talk over the game.
We'll
talk over the game. It's fine. It'll be a background video. You guys get to listen to TJ.
Ребята, вопрос. Как акробат поместился на фотку?
Leave the game running in the background.
So, if you have forgotten for some reason what the draft was in the midst of all of that, the takeaways were Buriram United doubled down on the late game. They, of course, won through their late game 5v5 team fighting last game. This time around, they have a Sona. Sona, very good in late game team fighting. Very useless early game, which means KDF, the mechanism through which they looked scary in that last game.
Алло, Riot Games, ну где там? Я уже заебался ждать.
Acrobat Dragon Lane.
Сейчас все будет, мы уже подключаем. Точно подключаете или нет?
Да, мы уже включаем. Ждите, дядя Козур.
Riot Games, вот я сейчас смотрю, и тут почему-то ничего не меняется. Где игра? Я вижу только акробата.
Сейчас у нас тут небольшие проблемы, сейчас уже включаем. Подожди чуть-чуть.
Ладно, давайте, до свидания, жду.
Все, ребят, сейчас сказали, должны этого включить уже. Колбу, привет.
What you need to do to stop that, the thing KDF should have been doing to prevent that, is spreading out over the map, threatening every available angle of goal. Chinese teams are very good at this if you watch W.
Кстати, у них какой-то звук тихий уебанский. Я не понимаю, почему. У них очень тихий звук, это на все, прикиньте. Еба, баклажан, ты что творишь-то, нахуй? Куда так эротично, блядь?
I want to see both better champion picks, love the better champion picks, also need to see better play with lead. We can talk about jerseys if you like.
Бля, у меня прическа пиздец угарная, да? Как будто, нахуй, корова хвостом уебала, нахуй, по голове, ебать. Получилось такая хуйня. Ай, бля, нахуй, пиздец. Ебачелка охуенная, нахуй. Бля, просто пизда, нахуй. Ему просто росомах вот так вот въебал, пацаны.
Kind of disappointing for them as well in the team fights. I touched on this earlier, but we know KDF is a really good team fighting team, Grant. Yes. We know them as this team that is so good in the 5v5. And it didn't feel like they ever got a 5v5 on their terms. A whole lot of Jess, who is a monster. And he's
Monster! Paraoro monster!
I mean, you talk about like pressing advantages and making sure
Pressing advantages? Да, блядь, да запускайте уже ёбаный рот, нахуй, этого казино, блядь. Какой нахуй блубаф, ёб, запустите уже игру, блядь, я уже заебался, нахуй. 40 лет, блядь, сидеть тут, нахуй. Запустите, блядь, уже игру. Ёбаные волки, нахуй. Пиздец какой-то, блядь, ужас, нахуй.
Leverage his tank HP as a expendable resource to say, I'm going to go in here, they're going to hit me, I'm going to get dropped low, but the entire time they're hitting me, they're not farming. And as long as I don't die, that's lost gold for them.
And so that's the next part now, when we don't see that big tanky support in the bot side, when we have stuff like Sona now on the table, to see how that adaptation is going to come about.
Бля, вот если акробат сальтуху сделал, вот это вот реально самое лучшее, что могло быть на этом турике. Давай, акробат, братан, в соло.
So that's an interesting flag, right? Because the way that he plays Yumi and the way he kind of, I don't know if premiered is the right word, popularized certainly. Sure. Is you go loot and Zeko and then you go into just full AP damage stats.
Блять. Может, там у кого-то Samsung нахуй залагал, я не знаю. О, наконец-то. Неужели? Так, у нас Дариус мид, пацаны. Синджит на топ против Вуконгич. Хотя они будут пиздец сложно против Дариуса на линии стоять. Так-то. Ну, она вкачала на первом левеле вэшечку. И продамажил отлично.
They have to come back in. BRU already have that first game win.
Yeah, this is huge. Buriram United, a one-game lead in a best-of-3 series. One game away from upsetting Korea. One game away from proving that the fourth seed out of the WCS can beat the second-place team in Korea. That would be a major story for our dad.
На, Ержан по хребту дал Синджиту.
And so a very different setting than we initially expected.
Acrobat, where I put so much of the emphasis, kind of this bottom lane being a force that can shove through the game. So far, you can already see how difficult it is for a Sona to contest that. What the Jazz and Co.
Ну, смотрите, Диана пока что держится нормально против Дариус. Почему Люциану пиздец на линии? Типа, Люциан вообще изи стоит в начале взять. Один из сильнейших героев Верли на АДК. Много урона, плюс у нее Юми есть. Корки вначале слабые, ему нужны на слоты. Минимум 2 слота корки надо, чтобы дамажить. Интересно, будет ли корки собирать мономун, или он сразу соберет, который мана восстанавливает предмет, а может сразу вообще это соберет бритву. Чекайте, у этих 3 красных варда, а у этих всего лишь 1 красный в начале. Но Диана, кстати, смотрите, неплохо стоит против Дариуса. Вы заметили, как сейчас чуваки играют, азиаты? Они забирают, они full clear леса чистят, потом только выходят на крабов. Смотрите, зачистили 6 этих, потом только на краба уходят. Интересно, почему они сейчас так играют? Потому что краба занерфили, он дает мало опыта. Видите, они сейчас выходят на краба. Сиджа вообще забил хуй на краба. Он пошел дальше клирить лес.
But Zaki doing a great job now, looking for the gank in the mid side, being able to tag out Noel. The barrier comes in, but a flash in, when becomes lightning, misses out, and first blood over to KD.
Нас ФБ отлично делают, и они выйдут. Синджао поздно ульту нажал. И Синджи должен умереть. Нет, Синджи... Ай-яй-яй-яй, сейчас Синджи... Корки... Нет, яда нет, нет яда. Лисин 2 крабов сделал. Он сейчас еще зачистит блуба, зачистит волков. На первом третьем сильный люс против Соны и Корки. Не смеши. В смысле не смеши? Что тебе сделают Корки и Сода, братан?
Unfortunately for BRU, once again we start to see a rough start for them, but exactly what we were hoping from Kwangdong Freaks. This team that needed an early game advantage has started to find one.
Ну вот что-то Корки и Сода, блядь, боятся и ничего не делают, братанчик. Лицом просто стоит на изи линию.
And his impact is going to help Kwangdong Freaks get to a point where they are able to find these fights well.
Well, you would hope so.
Absolutely, I have firm belief now in Zeki.
Is this an official prediction from Grand and Gamer this MO?
Do I think they win the game?
Yes.
That's not what I'm saying.
Сона захилит, а Юми не захилит?
Because it does come down to those team fights, and during game number 1, KDF had a similar advantage.
I will say it gets them to the team.
Ой, как Вуконг хорошо сыграл. Бля, какой же сейчас Вуконг на топе пиздатый? Я вот недавно играл на Вуконге на топе, вообще понравилось. Очень много урона у него. Бля, Синджет на лимитах играет.
It's really interesting that they're putting Maru in this matchup versus Archony, that Archony's opted into it. I understand why maybe it makes sense on paper to do that, swap Noel.
Решили у нас свапнуться линиями миды с ботлейном.
It does mean that Maru, one of the best top laners in the world, is getting to operate against Archony. Noel, one of the best top laners in the world, is stuck in the mid lane where they're not feeling so comfortable on Darius.
First one coming up here in the game.
Ой-ой-ой, вот минус Диана сейчас будет, ребят. Бля, ебать. Не, она все равно сдохла, да? Да, сдохнет. Ну, минус Лисин — это объект. Это Дрейк. Зачем Дариус? Зачем? А зачем Дариус пошел? Типа, у вас нету лесника, что он хотел сделать? Надо сейчас мид дефать. А не отдефать спокойно. Ой, еще минус Синджет. Да, минус Синджет. Красавцы. Вот вам и Акробат 2.0 уже, ребят. И 2 объекта. Ну, типа, если сейчас... Они что-то очень много всего дали в Диану ради ФБ. Это же ФБ было, правильно?
And instead, they kind of one by one walk into the Dragon Pit. Noel leading off.
Это как игра на Алмазе. Да, брат, только я вчера играл на Алмазе, нахуй. Ой, бля, братан, не смеши меня, пожалуйста, пиздец. Вот эти вот аналитики, блядь, я не знаю, это такой кринж, нахуй. Это как игра на Алмазе. Нахуязи, блядь. Я играл вчера на вашем Алмазе. Такой кринж, нахуй, такого кринжа я нигде не видал. А, да, ФБ, они там Дариус. Но тогда я не понимаю, зачем они столько кнопок дали вообще в Диану, это было глупо. Там отдал флеш Дариус, отдал пакет корки, типа, все выкинули, чтобы проебать все объекты. ХЗ. Такое. И сейчас заинтили. Сдохнул сейчас вдвоем. Непонятно, зачем они пытались сыграть Синжета. Но ФБ Тавер у нас все равно забирает синяя команда.
And instead they take the fight and lose because of it. Lose because they don't know there are 3 players on the top side.
Ты хочешь сказать, что Дариус пошел на Драга без леса и сдох? Понял. Давай, братан, удачи тебе на алмазе. Там не сонно красиво сделала, там ошиблась синяя команда, они не должны были заиграть Синжета. Лисин плюс, типа, этот, плюс это, как его. У них нету контроля с Дианой, они бы никак не убили Синжет. Вот корейцы тупые, как на алмазе играют, пацаны.
I'm just paraphrasing what you said, TJ. Look, I'm learning stuff from you. I'm just parroting what you said.
Пока что наш небольшой перефарм в 2000. Дариус просел по фарму, смотрите, у него 5800. Вуконг 7к уже. Косарь почти разница. Это пакет от корки был? Ну, у него, походу, просто время заканчивался пакет, он его слил. Ой-ой-ой. А что, не мид поддают? Да, мид меняют у нас на топ. У нас еще есть у Лисина пакет. О, пакет, говорю, блять, этот Герольд. Но мид, кстати, они не смогли запушить. А Дариус тем временем у нас забирает ботлейн. Но смотрите, все равно, типа, Дариус, который отстает по фарму от Вуконга, 1-1 он его душит спокойно вообще. Диане нужна шапка срочно. Ну, Геральт, если честно, такой себе. Он не дойдет даже. Бля, прикольно у этого скина, кстати, анимация ульты у Ульцана. Ой-ой-ой, Диану опять ловят. Бля, они опять интят ГГ, пацаны. Сейчас все Дариус настакался. Беги, Ержан, родной, беги. Диану второй раз подряд ловят. Диана ошибается очень по передвижению. Опять Диану заинтил, смотрите. Не, почему 2-2? Еще не все не потеряно, типа, не был один файт проиграли, это ничего страшного. Там разница 1700 голды, это вообще такое. Вот сейчас им нельзя драться, у Корки есть пакет.
Yeah, again, KDF losing their lead around a dragon fight. As they step into that dragon, they're out of position. Zeki's in the pit without a clean way to get out of it. The rest of the team is wandering through a choke point. It's mispositioned.
Типа по золоту все время было преимущество синей команды, сейчас небольшое преимущество у красных. 1800 голды это, пацаны, вообще херня.
The gold lead swung back in their favor a couple of times.
For like the third time this series.
And so it's so interesting to see how these two
Корки опять пакет не смог реализовать, 2 пакета уже минус.
KDF not willing to go down without a fight, and they've had 2 early game leads to start off their matches.
Well, they need to find it again. It needs to be a great team fight from Acrobat with Arjani, but
Бля, просто как же охуенно играет Синжет. Типа, мне кажется, Синжета надо банить. Он просто в соло игру делает. Просто ловит кого-то одного и все, ГГ. Все, это фри барон. Походу 2-0, пацаны. Чё-то корейцы пока что домой, походу, едут BTS слушать, нахуй. Ну как нет фронтлейн? У них есть Вуконг, только почему-то он нихуя не фронтлит. Ну я от Вуконга видел только одну ульту на первом дрейке и все. Он постоянно почему-то самый последний выживает и ничего не делает. Да не, почему пик? Нормальный у них пик, просто Вуконг почему-то не доигрывает.
It just doesn't matter. There's so much damage from the rest of BRU who are pixel perfect with their target calling. And now, Baron in hand, they're looking for a game end granted, a series end granted.
A calling used earlier to clear the wave, but BRU is marching in closer into the base of KDF.
Сам причем здесь Дариус? Здесь игру делает Синжет, который выкидывает одну цель, в него ультит Сона, и они убивают по фасту. Вот так вот Синжет перекидывает просто за спину и все. Ну все, ГГ, пацаны. Чё-то тайцы вообще не почувствовали, ебать. Они просто, смотрите, на рафляных шах просто играют. Просто без шансов разъебали. Вообще без шансов, пацаны. Просто без шансов. Мужики, спасибо за 330 лайков. 350 сделаем, братва. Не, ну красавцы тайцы, конечно. BTS-еров просто отъебашили.
And BRU will strike first with this 2-0 win.
And that puts them very well positioned to get out of this group. It's very difficult to see Buriram not getting out of this group. On the opposite side, of course, the Freaks now need to play for their tournament lives. Not a position they thought they'd be playing for headed into today.
Это только начало, но это только первую команду отыграли. Еще вроде, как минимум, сколько? Еще вроде 3 игры должно быть.
Show me the selfie with the win in the end.
Oh, that is well positioned. Look at that.
This is all planned.
That is teamwork.
TJ, do you remember?
That's the 5v5.
Do you remember in the teaser for day number 2, Noel said, "We'll see who gets 2-0."
I think I know who got 2-0.
He called it.
Пацаны, вы ставили на 76%, что акробат задача, то что-то не пошло не так. Ась. Бля, ну они что-то вообще их отъебали конкретненько, конечно.
Huge excitement and energy, teamfight calls audible all across this giant stadium here. Buriram dominating in that match, and on the opposite side, KDF looking remarkably put out.
Absolutely, and it's something to look forward to as KDF will continue to play out their next matches and BRU getting closer to moving.
Бля, самый прикол, что, пацаны, игра проходит быстрее, чем, блядь, ожидание игры, вы заметили?
Thank you very much, Granted. That was exactly where I was going first. Mr. Perfect, not so much anymore, Omo. All three of us getting that one wrong as the big upset coming on through. It is Burium United taking down Kwangdong Freaks, and they did it in class. They did it their own way. They did it the same way too after falling behind in the early game. But then coming back with these picks that we wanted to dive on into, these adjustments that led to
maybe, baby.
Yeah, and I think BRU's usage of red side counter pick has just been tremendous in this series. In game 1, they fifth picked the Renekton, and you might say, he counter picked himself. He got solo killed twice. What's the purpose of this pick? And the moment you get to team fighting, the moment Renekton just locks down these slippery champs, you see exactly why. Same thing this time around. The Darius pickup and the Singe pickup as well, so effective into the.
При том, что они во всех двух играх начало не всегда вели. Вот здесь же, не помните, разъебали всех? У них счет 4-1 был, они забрали Дрейка, забрали Герольда. Но что-то им не хватает в мидгейме. Они начинают ошибаться потом.
Picking fights early into a team that had Yuumi that was dishing out damage, Lucian that was dishing out damage, Lee Sin that wants to jump and start these fights early. So at first we were like, hey, what's going on? But finally around this Drake pit, we get to see the engage that Burium United wanted to have, and maybe a little bit of disrespect for the engage range here of Burium United by Kwangdong Freaks.
Yeah, the Renekton in the previous game, they didn't respect that. This game it was the Singed as well that they didn't respect. They weren't able to just back off, and it was split again.
Ну, опять Синджет, видите, в соло. Просто во всех моментах Синджет в соло делает игру. Вроде бы уже все сыграли по Синджету, а Синджет нажимает вперед этот пояс, нажимает Ешку. Сона сразу ультит, и они моментально взрывают любую цель. Изи просто, и там постоянно такие моменты были.
BRU have just been doing such a good job in making picks and team fighting. I want to quote Thomas James, who once said that Kwangdong Freaks is the best team fighting Korean team. Well, they just got completely destroyed in 5v5s by BRU.
Yeah, and to me, it really felt like a lack of understanding of how these fights were going to play out. Yes, you want to go ahead and skirmish with Lucian, but it kept going into these big 5v5 fights, and that's not what you wanted here. You wanted to kind of pick apart, get your pick early, get a burst down by someone. Instead, it's Burium United going on through with the victory in their first match here at Icon, so you can see how much it means.
Бля, моники у них пиздатые, да? Ебать, сколько там? Сколько этот моник? Наверное, сколько, я не знаю. У меня моник 27. Или сколько? Или 20, 23, наверное, с половиной у меня моник. Наверное, 32 моник.
Yeah, Golden Feet, I mean, the most damage in the entire game. You wouldn't really expect that on a Xin Zhao. On a Xin Zhao, you would have maybe expected it. I mean, even the Yuumi damage as well.
Блять. Юми надамажила как практически, пацаны, вы говорите, Юби худя. Юми надамажил как Вуконг. Типа у Юби урона столько же, сколько у всей команды, по сути. Это такой бред. 9000 урода. Диана 9300. Блять. 9200, пиздец. Я хуй знаю. Юби в соло играла у команды. Да не, мне кажется, это не 50, поменьше, ты чё? Видите, они опять, короче, вели игру, но в мидгейме они начинают, не понимают, что делать вообще. Как играть?
Playing against what the Jazz, playing against his full AP Yuumi, it might have skewed the perceptions of KDF as well. Nov is known for being a roamer as well, for playing tanks, for playing engage. He's been on Yuumi duty for 2 games because he wants to deny that from what the Jazz.
Yeah, and you could see the power of that, what the Jazz showing off the skill set earlier.
Миша, братанчик, я думаю, корейцам лучше знать, кого пикать.
You know, your third best, your fourth best, your fifth best. What do you look like? And maybe a little bit of concern when we went.
Пацаны, я думаю, людям, которые играют на чемпионат мира, они понимают, что они хотят брать и как отыгрывать.
you have to wonder what it's like if they're just a little bit more disciplined, because they were consistently getting those leads in the early games. They were finding the skirmishes they want. In this game specifically, I think it was 4-1 at one point, and then
Просто тайцы сильнее были и все. Они лучше отыгрывали. По макро сильнее.
Grouping up together, and they're like, okay, you do want to skirmish a little bit, we'll be here and just beat you with numbers.
Yeah, and that's the good thing about BRU's team fighting. That's the good thing about how they play around each other. You saw them lose in lanes, yes, but every time KDF tried to accelerate the laning lead, they tried to go for a dive, you would see Cold Feet waiting in the wings. You would see What the Jazz waiting to back his teammates up. And BRU do such a good job of covering that weaker laning phase, I would say, at least from what we've seen here today, to really just get into their team fighting strengths.
I think the great thing about Burium as well is that it looks like they did their homework.
Yeah.
You know, against Condom Freaks, you know that they're going to focus on that top side of the map with Zeki and Maru. And like you mentioned, Digon, you know, that little bit of a counterplay that they got, you know, What the Jess roaming up to the Baron lane, which you don't really expect on a Sona, to be honest with you. Roamed up to that Baron lane, realized that, okay.
Через одну игру будет геймлорды катать, интересно.
They got that exchange, they won the team fight in that top side, or that little skirmish to the top side, and when it came to the team fights, they were able to get the picks that they needed.
Well, we got to see how impactful what
Расскажу, кто расписание сейчас посмотрю, если будет.
You are back watching the Wild Rift Icons, and I have here with me What the Jazz from Buriram United Esports. Congratulations. That was such an amazing win, and we have to talk about that moment in Game 1. That Baron clash that you had. Can you walk us through that moment? What were you feeling? Do you see that you were gonna be dead at any moment?
That I was really terrified because I know that if they get this Baron, the game is pretty much over. But luckily, I was a Trash, and Trash is one of the champion that is really
Вот, пацаны, сегодняшний состав.
because like you gather the soul and stuff.
Сейчас следующий будет играть ФГ против НВ, потом геймлорды с Flash Wolves и еще кто-то, не знаю, кто это. Сейчас посмотрим, что это за команда. Так, что за команда у нас?
Their play style, because their play style is like slow and methodical. Yeah, and like we Buriram, we always like go for the aggressive plays, something like that. And yeah, just like what happened in like game 1.
Это новый eSports
didn't like
против
execute that well.
Furious Games.
They're gonna crush us on the team fight.
Новый eSports это Гонконг? Китайцы?
Did you know that he said Guangdong Freeze was going to win?
Против Аргентины. О, это сейчас 2-0, пацаны, будет. Как бы не хотелось, это сейчас будет 2-0. Сейчас будут китайцы играть против Аргентины. Это изи вообще. А геймлорды будут играть против... так, Бельгия против... Тайваня, да.
I said Buriram was going to win. That's right. Yeah, I said that Buriram was going to win.
Yeah, okay. I gave it to you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, What the Jazz. It is so good seeing you guys.
Стрим не будешь, да не знаю.
Seeing you guys, and congratulations to Buriram. Curious to see.
Говорят, у геймлордов замены не стоит ожидать от них крутой игры. Да и типа геймлорды вообще не сильные чуваки. Европейские команды вообще слабые. Ну, по сравнению с азиатскими регионами, вообще без шансов. Зачем стрелки вообще в игре, если на их роль когда берут магов? Ну почему магов? Вот сейчас у нас были игры, был Люциан, был кто у нас? Варус. Потом был Варус, Люциан, кто еще был? Корки и кто-то еще был. Да это изи для Китая, пацаны. Китай сейчас 2-0 выиграют за 5 минут.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the desk, and we just heard Omo get called out by his fellow Burium United homie here. How do you feel about that coming from What's the Desk?
I guess I gotta wash the BRU jersey, iron it for him, and pass it back the next time I see him. Heartbreaking, but I deserve it.
Great interview there by Mika with the victorious support of Burium United. Now, our next match is Furious Gaming taking on Nova. Now, Furious Gaming is one of Latin America's best teams. Who should we be keeping an eye on this match here?
For me, it has to be about prodigy in that mid lane. You know, prodigy is a player that has a huge, diverse champion pool. He's played champions like Vayne mid lane, which is his second most played champion. He's played Kale mid lane, Tristana mid lane. This is a player that can play aggressive, that goes all in, and is definitely going to be the main player to watch out for Furious Gaming.
And on your screens as well, Irelia mid lane, we know he plays Katarina, and he's definitely going to need to pull off a bit of a miracle here against Nova if they want to try to pull off a win. The whole roster is solid, but you're going to be looking for the mid lane to be explosive.
Again, we know how powerful the WRL is, but again, the Argentine squad here with an Uruguayan and a Chilean as well, looking to create the upset of the tournament. I know we just got one last time according to our expertise, but looking for another one here for Furious Gaming for the LATAM region. Now, on the opposite side, this is a huge event for Nova Esports, as this is the first time they're running a full squad from their own region. Kind of a homecoming there, because a lot of the time they've been representing a North American region or another region itself, but this is a Chinese squad here. And when you take a look at this full roster, one player sticks out above the rest.
And that would be Long, right? Back home in the WRL. He's caught as Long Zhi, the son of the dragon, because he's such an MVP player. He steals every dragon. He's got the most MVPs for his team. But without Guagua, without his Ajo mid laner to set him up, let's see if he can pull off the same performance here.
You talk about MVPs, you know, Long is a player that is the MVP of the China, the MVP, so basically the best player in China. So you need to make sure you keep an eye out for that one. Exactly. But another important point as well is that the mid lane for Nova, there is a swap out. Guagua couldn't get here, unfortunately. So it is Nian playing in the mid lane for Nova. But the thing about Nian is that he has been with this squad throughout the entire year. He has been a substitute throughout the entire year. He didn't unfortunately play a single game, but I wouldn't be surprised if that synergy is still there for Nova, even with that mid lane sub coming in.
Yeah, again, the MVP of China, quantified by the most MVP awards during the WRL. So a lot to look for here in the jungle matchup. If you like some Golden Feet now, we'll get you some Long here. All right, these are two very strong and powerful teams. So who do you got pulling out the W today?
Well, I think it's going to be a definite 2-0 here for the WRL. I think Nova are going to stomp this one. I want to add on one extra quick fact. This is a team that was #1 in the regular season.
Ебаная жара, хули так жарко, блядь.
Adapting to playoffs, but I feel like this just shows how good this team is. The caliber of the players is just insane. And I feel like this
Геймлорд — это сборная из разных стран. Ну, по сути, организация это из Бельгии.
Pretty easy, I think, for Nova. I don't want to, you know, kind of look down on LATAM, but I think China, just as a region, we saw it yesterday as well, just how strong they are.
А тогда там и бельгийцы, и турки, и французы, и немцы.
Maybe some 2-1s here, some 3-game series. We thought we were going to get it in the last one. I don't know if this is where we're going to find it, but we'll see. I guess it's time to find out if we were right or if we're wrong. Again, let's send it on over to Grandin and TJ for the broadcast.
I have a little more faith in you guys this time around.
He's going to be wrong.
I have a little more faith in you guys this time around. I think you guys have a better chance.
Wait, who did they
in this
predict?
one. They predicted Nova.
Oh, okay.
Бля, честно, пацаны, я уже пожалел, что начал стримить этот турик ебаный. Вот эти перерывы по 40 тысяч лет, это прям, блядь, раздражает, ёбнешься как нахуй. Очень все долго, очень прям, блядь, меня с этого калят, пиздец. Я не понимаю, в чем прикол. Они только у себя онлайн уменьшают такими действиями. О, все, наконец. Бля, у чела просто лицо детское, да, а руки волосатые, как у обезьяны, ебать. Поставил точный счет 1-2 в пользу нового. А зачем ты поставил на точный счет 1-2 в пользу нового, если новый выиграет 2-0? Ты думаешь, Аргентина заберет одну катку у китайцев? Я думаю, вряд ли. Что долбишь дверью, ёп?
The best in their one of the best in their regions coming into a prestigious event. They are still out here trying to perform. And
Здорово, привет.
Nova Esports, where we have, like you mentioned, a powerhouse for the WRL.
Yeah, I think the correct framing here is like just to not make it unfair, right? We cannot sit here and say Furious Gaming are expected to win this match.
Sure.
But what we can do is we can say, if Furious Gaming look good in this match, if they keep it close, if they are able to that is a success. That is a win that speaks very well for Furious Gaming, that speaks very well for their entire region. Over on the Nova Esports side,
let's go away. World Championship Cup.
Look a little weak. So the questions I'm looking to have answered for Nova Esports are kind of the inverse. Are all the Chinese teams looking as strong as the Korean teams aren't? We've seen two Chinese teams so far. They both, JDG and J-Team, looked incredibly strong. And if Nova Esports come in here and look as dominant, then we have our answers in terms of the regional power rankings. I think we can safely put China at the top. We can safely talk about that WCS slot right there in the middle. And maybe, unfortunately for Korea, they're sliding down.
We'll find out more with Flash Wolves coming up next series as well. So WCS could really solidify their position.
Could be a big day for you, Granton. Could be a big day for the WCS gang.
But I did not put out my predictions.
No.
If I had, they would be 100% right.
Well, you can't say that. You're not allowed to do that. Like, say what you will about Leonard, and I know we certainly do, but he took the risk. He went out at the beginning of the day, he said what his predictions were, and then they came true.
So here's the thing, because I have placed my predictions.
Для голосования так еще даже пиков нету. Или это так чисто?
It does show that. It just doesn't specify
Давайте.
as much. Because I still have BRU going through as the second. So if they can drop
as the second team.
As the second team in their group.
I'm giving him a look right now. You can't see it on camera. I don't think he predicted anything. Who are they going to lose to?
Well,
Liberty or Sentinels?
We'll see.
He's almost a North American fan. That was almost a Sentinels prediction.
You almost got me there, but I will not be baited in. As we are waiting to get into our second series of the day, Furious Gaming and Nova's Esports.
Типа Брюс Ли, ебать, сидит, играет.
We want to see that draft. We want to see what's going on in the minds of these teams. So far, the WRL has shown us staple.
Это должно быть 2-0, пацаны, типа, где Китай, где Аргентина в киберспорте в Атрите, но... Мне кажется, это гипер очевидно, нет?
Yeah, like some teams.
Oh,
like
you're talking about coaches, is it?
Yeah, some coaches, like some teams have a specific coach just for the drafting phase.
Yeah. Do you think that's true? I bet that's true for some of the WRL teams.
Of course.
Mobile esports, of course, huge in China. They've had pro leagues, you know, multi-million-dollar pro leagues for various mobile games before, and of course, League of Legends, huge in China, with the LPL being one of the, I think, the preeminent esport league in the world. And so, Wild Rift already has so much money, so many viewers in the Chinese scene, that when you look at these teams, they do just have a step ahead, probably a drafting coach.
You have drafting coaches, individual role coaches, right? An overall head coach.
Sure.
But
you know, it is no wonder why the WRL is so strong. When you have such an amazing framework for improvement.
Какая боль, какая боль. Аргентина, Китай 2-0.
They started their season later and then every team played like 40 games or something ridiculous.
Не знаю, где модер смотрел первый раз. Так я же сказал, что Геймролл это бельгийская организация 10 раз уже.
And some of the teams went into playoffs, made it pretty deep into the playoffs, and then had to qualify through the last chance qualifier.
Yes.
Crazy stuff in the WRL. They're playing so many more games.
In an ideal position, that's still like over 90 games. I think the number Kangas gave was like 97, something like that. And if you go in from an unideal position, that's 3 digits. Imagine starting late in the season and still playing over 100 games to get to icons.
So they've been boot camping. One of many reasons why
Вот они, пацаны. Грудные мышцы, ебать. Вот она, мистер Олимпия. Вот они, ебать. Вот нахуй. Вот она. Надо вот так вот сидеть на стриме.
A couple of the NA players, MTS, played in those titles, played in those pro leagues for China.
Я заебался ждать. Наконец-то бада, пацаны. Let's go баден смотреть. Let's go. Пацаны, что вы хотите, чтобы я сегодня фулкой пошел поиграть на стриме или нет? Или не хотите?
Echo is their jungler, but rather than playing stuff like Lee Sin, Echo prioritizes boosting pressure ahead. He plays a lot of more supportive jungle champions in order to enable their mid laner. Pressure, if he can't get an assassin, if he doesn't feel like running Fizz, he'll run AD carries. He runs like Kaisa mid. He'll run crazy Ashe mid stuff that we don't normally see. And I want to see that from him here because if your entire team is built around pressure succeeding, get him a good champion here. You're on the world stage. That is the only swing Furious Gaming could take, especially given that Nova do have that.
Скорее всего, вечером сейчас стрим подрублю часов в 9. Да, фулка, которая должна играть на турнире. И анонс команды я после стрима, после этого в телеге скажу, кто за нас где будет играть.
It's less impressive when you realize that I've been casting Chinese teams for like a while, and I still
don't sell yourself short. You know,
get it wrong a lot.
Well, Nova Esports identified illusion as a potential issue, and so they will ban that away.
No
as the first pick will be the Karma.
Wonder if that's my gut says that it's going to be Kapasiba playing the Karma. Kapasiba, very aggressive, very mechanically skilled support player for Furious Gaming. It could be Pressure, but that would mean that Pressure just lacks a certain amount of firepower. You can obviously build AP Karma, focus on doing damage with her,
right?
But she doesn't do the same kind of damage as the champions that Pressure normally likes to pick. He has played Karma in the past. During those games, they focused on getting gold onto Sarthur primarily and making him be the carry. So, if that's the case, that's what we'll see.
Wow, an interesting choice.
Люциан, Сена в бане, Юми, Лисин, Джейс, Син. И забирает у нас сразу Казикса. Интересно.
My gut here is we're putting this Rivet in the mid lane. However, the beautiful thing about this draft is it could be anything. This is a very flexible opening to the draft from Furious Gaming, and Furious Gaming have solid drafts. A lot of the LATAM and actually Wild Tour teams do a really good job.
Карму нету в бане, нету в пике, да, тоже интересно. Странно. Рейника на топ, дефолт. А, нет, карму забрали на ФБ. Что-то я туплю. Карма на ФБ у нас, пацан, забирается сразу.
And so Nova are going to show up, they're going to deliver some bog standard Wild Rift. They've got very good safety in the Renekton. Ziggs, the Kazakhs to finish off kills once the Ziggs knocks them below. The Ziggs is played probably AD carry by Remake and sits at the very back of the fight.
Ничего не пропустил, ну я не знаю, одна серия игр уже прошла 2-0. Таиланд выиграл у кого, у корейцев.
Something like a Thresh and the Renekton, you need to get past them in order to get kills.
I think Furious Gaming have identified the same thing. The Alistar banned away. They do not want to deal with a double tank. And the first thing they don't want to deal with is the Alistar. We had a 1v1 with that, so you know how.
Какие страны выступают на турнире? Загугли Icon 2022 Wild Rift.
Because I had the better roots.
Yes, he did outplay me.
Року, слушай, привет.
Wow. Rakan the ban out, interesting. So
still in the same branch.
А сейчас кто с кем? Зайди в голосование, посмотри, дядьку с кем. Без СНГ не то пальто. Братан, СНГ региона сосут в Трифте. Какой такой СНГ, блядь? О чем ты говоришь? Смотреть на СНГ, как они будут позориться здесь? Что такое? Пусть тренируются, пусть играют, научатся сначала. Они в Европе-то отсасывают. Есть место в гильдии, да? Есть. Тристана плюс с нами. Интересно.
Nobody believed me from the get-go. Here's the thing about Tristana. I don't think it's going to do very well in this match. Now, if Sarthar can get to the late game,
почему два саппорта? Ну, карма дохуя дэмэджа. Карма мид пойдет.
And they're going to give him the Tristana, which is one of the game's like hyper carries. And if he gets to the late game on this champion, he will be able to detonate even Renekton. He will be able to one-shot people. Right. Tristana just got buffed. She is incredibly...
Кикба против мужиков. По факту, пацаны, если сейчас китайцы выиграют, то фебки будут говорить, что за сексизм, нахуй. Пацаны, где равноправие? Почему женщины играют против мужиков? Ну, сет у нас гачист, поэтому можно его отнести к команде женщин. Так, сет гачист самый главный.
I will say, if Furious Gaming can get to the late game, that Tristana is really interesting. And if there's one thing that Furious Gaming do, it's have pretty good team fights. Right. So, Nova Esports, there is an angle where they could lose the late game team fight. This Tristana could come on.
Может, Его 400 лайков добьем.
All too fast. I do think Nova Esports are going to play very fast during the early game. The second they see this Tristana on the map, especially with a Nami alongside it, the call should just be that lane is so easy to gank. The call should just be that lane is not going to be for the first 5 minutes. Especially with the Gragas, it makes it so easy to keep putting pressure on the bot side. Absolutely. So,
Я один заметил, что ЕСУ вообще нету на туриках. Брат, перемотай на полчаса назад и увидишь ЕСУ в карте. Ну, вся игра началась, наконец.
Day 2 of the Icons Global Championship shaping up pretty hot, and well, this an aggressive move. They're actually going to have pressure with the Tristana mid. Okay. So
Wow.
It is that playstyle. And this is something that Pressure has done before. He has played Tristana mid before. So this isn't the craziest thing in the world. We got baited a little bit by the champion select screen, but this is something he's done before. And this makes a little bit more sense into something like a Corki. Because the Corki also takes a while to get going, and Pressure will have the support of Echo in lane to boost up. So having that additional power, being able to get so much more.
Карму плюс нами на боте, а Тристана мид? Нихуя себе. Вот это прикол, конечно. Грагас, Зикс, пацаны, Карма нами ботлейн, интересно.
It's going to be pretty difficult to do damage to that lane. It can just sit. They can just sit.
Бля, как же Реник ебет на топе?
But they're also not going to really be able to do anything once we get out of the first couple of minutes. Not going to be a whole lot of damage.
They will help Pressure a lot.
Yeah. If we get to team fights, Furious Gaming have a really interesting draft because you can drop. Oh wow, Yais is eating this lane.
Бля, мне нравится, Реник просто дает full прокаст, залетает с Ешки, нажимает заряженную В, Q. И на Ешке уходит, и сет не успевает вторым скиллом задамажить. Смотрите, а здесь лесники играют через крабов. Интересно. А если в прошлых играх чуваки зачищали на лесниках full лес, то здесь чуваки зачищают 3 геймпа плюс краба.
starting to see Long kind of impact these lanes. We talked about how difficult it should be to play this bottom lane under pressure. Here it is.
And Echo might be down here in the
Грагас байтит.
Yeah, I mean, trying to bait them out though, but not quite able to do it. Still holding.
Ой-ой-ой, как же хороший бабл, а. Ну, Казикс там вылетел. Выбили флэш.
Here comes pressure hunting for something. So much of this early game from Furious Gaming, it's like they're playing an assassin, right? Whenever you're playing with a Z, you're like, okay, how do we get gold onto the Z during the opening levels?
Сейчас Тристанов может, кстати, закрыть. А там вар стоит.
An awkward spot here as pressure is going to start walking over. Long's going to spawn him out. He was clearing control ward. The rest of his team able to respond. The wave crashing into the mid-side. Pressure losing a lot of golden EXP.
Ooh, Alpha Siva. I talked about how good he is as a support player. We're seeing it here.
Ибо Тристана сейчас так заинтила жестко. Ой, хороший ульта от Сета. Сет что делает? Ой, аргентинцы красавцы, а! Но при этом по голде смотрите счет, ребят. Голда абсолютно одинаковая, несмотря на 2 килла. Типа азиаты фармят, я не знаю, как боги, блядь. Вроде 2-0 в пользу Аргентины, но по золоту у нас преимущества никакого нету. Нихуя, ебать, о чем в спасательном круге сидит? Стоит, точнее. Хоть бы спасательный круг снял бы.
Yes, and it seems like now Libra in an awkward position against Isa, not able to get much more done, has now found this gold advantage. Will be able to reset, come back in with that black cleaver. A good spot for Furious Gaming to be in. This is exactly what they were hoping for.
Но здесь ёбнутый лейт сетап, пацаны. Типа Зигс в лейт фармится, Корки в лейт фармится, Казикс в лейт фармится. А здесь кто? Здесь только Тристана, по сути. Ну, такое. Поэтому вот эти начальные файты даже ничего никак не решают сейчас вообще. Корки с Бортоломом, кстати, смотрите, интересно. Карбата показа. Блин, у них какие-то, я не знаю, почему, смотрите, Драктар цвет какой-то странный, да? Типа в игре он не так выглядит.
Good job to establish control here. Yami a little bit far behind.
Double board on the Mountain Drake, so Nova don't need to check this. They know that it's not been started. And
but
instead
we do
they
have
can
the flank angle from Yen over by the back. Pressure coming in now, gets the bomb on first.
They're just trying to find an angle. This isn't about fighting for Nova. This is about finding a mistake that they can punish.
Dragon started up. Will allow it to reset.
It's just stretching its wings, Grandin.
В чем прикол Бортолома? Пуш? Для пуша. Корки будет сплит пушить. Загангать его тяжело, у него есть флеш, у него есть вэшка. Казикс по фасту взрывает Дрейка. Хороший смайт. Да, у них типа стоит в игре фильтр, как будто это покололо. Заметили? Такая цветовая стилистика в стиле покололо. А почему бы такую графику, например, не сделать прям в основном в Лейтрифте? Без фильтров. Мне кажется, смотрелось бы прикольно.
Libra went on a bit of a journey to try and put that ward down, but now it's been cleared out. Nova set to establish control here.
So Storm Ray is our first item for this Tristana. Means that they're going to be very effective at using their third ability, the bouncing bomb.
Хотят они ботлейн открыть, но не смогут. Не понимаю, почему китайцы не закрывают этот. Умрет, Корки умрет. А умирает. ФБ товара не успеет сделать. Крипов нету. Крипы только подходят. Сейчас, скорее всего, будет Герольд в мид, нет? Не, Герольда в миду нет.
trying to get the Transcendent Embrace to pull in remake, looking for a catch.
And the teamfight dream is pretty good. Transcendent Embrace into Tidal Wave, double Enchanter spells set up for Pressure and Echo to just combo on the center of enemy players. Furious Gaming do need all 5 of their players there to execute that plan now.
Типа вообще похуй сейчас на эти киллы, то что 3-0, там по золоту они все равно, посмотрите, превосходят за счет объектов, за счет фарма.
And I'm liking what's happening here from Nova. No kills, but a head in gold.
That's WRL.
Там Реник уже 2 слота есть.
This is just a very clean demonstration of their strength and a very clear demonstration that they understand.
Реник просто на фри... Я не знаю почему, Реник стоит просто на фри-фарме, типа, все на него положили хуй, он просто... У него уже 2 слота выформлено.
So why accept the fight?
Why take fights? Nova Esports just playing passive, letting the game wash over them. What was it you were talking about yesterday? Being like water.
7000 Реник, пацаны, сет 5700. Хотя у сета есть килл, есть ассист, а чел просто на Ренике фри-фарме стоит.
When water is in a glass, it becomes the glass. Be formless. Be like water, my friend. I definitely did not misquote that yesterday.
My point is...
Опять пытается закрыть Корки. Но Корки просто, смотрите, он защищает всех хрипов, и он не дает допушить эту башню. А тем временем у нас мид открывают. Сет engaged fight. Пошла ульта нами хорошая. Тристана добьет? Да, добивает, молодец. Ну, Аргентина неплохо, кстати, файтится.
And you see some danger there for Furious Gaming. Their entire composition is functional around that combo. Tidal Wave, Transcendent Embrace, Pressure jumps in, Echo jumps in. They try that there, don't find a kill. And if Nova had had the resources or the desire to re-engage, it would have been so dangerous for them. They're very lucky, Furious Gaming. Nova do not re-engage.
Тем временем у нас забирают третью таверку, а у Аргентины, смотрите, ну типа Аргентина, знаете, типичная команда, которая, знаете, думает, что победа заключается в киллах. А по сути игра заключается в выигрывает тот, кто пушит и фармит, а не тот, кто больше убивает и кто рамится. Вроде по киллам 4-0, но при этом 5000 преимущества и все таверки снесены. Плюс у них еще late scale сетап. Корки фармит, там типа Казикс фармит. У нас Казик, кстати, ульту прокачал, интересно. Ой-ой-ой, Тристана хорошо закрыла. Должны Реника убивать, должны убивать Реника. Как он выжил? А кто его захилил? Кто хил прожал? У них же вроде не было хила. Я не понял, почему Реник захилился так жестко, пацаны. Второго Дрейка уже забирают у нас.
Gaming over by the back end of the pit. Furious can contest this. They need to contest this. Infernal is too powerful to give over for free.
Блять. Зря Ривен полетела. Нас Казикс ульту прокачал. Бля, сколько же дэмэджа у Казикса?
Capo Siba thought, hey, maybe I should heal Pressure just to, you know, be sure. And it turns out
бля, как же китайцы спокойно играют, это пиздец. Тупо банка семян, пацаны, засейвила. Вы говорите банка семян. Имба, ебать. Минус сет. Скорее всего. Ой, как хорошо нами бабл закинул. Стяжка плохая, только одного Реника стянула. Бля, Казикс просто шотает. Все, ГГ, ребят, Аргентина посыпалась. До свидания, нахуй. Это, блядь, не Ямайка 5-0, нахуй, это Китай. 0-2. Бля, ну китайцы, конечно, гении. Они типа терпели. Немножечко потерпели и разъебали. Красиво, нахуй. Охуенный бабл от нами, но ульта кармы хуёвая была. Одного только стянуло. Потому что Тристана зачем-то подставилась, пошла. Фарм, ребят, фарм решает в этой игре. Кто мало фармит, тот сосет. Киллы это, конечно, круто, но когда у вас стоят 3 таварки и на 13-й минуте все товара целые, то такое вы никогда не выиграете. Без фарма у вас, без денег вы бесполезны. Потому что не фармят, ребята, там нету, вот таварок нет. 4 таварка против 0 таварок. Они просто рамятся, им надо пушить. Они не пушат вообще, все, они проиграли уже. Многие почему... А то смотрите, там Редик с Казиксом вдвоем барона делают, пока эти втроем зонят. Ебать гении, нахуй. Ну это китайцы, блядь, это мега-мозг, нахуй. Челы вдвоем забирают барона, пока трое на миду стоят. Ну это гении, ебать, это просто гении, нахуй. Они даже Зикса не заберут. Ну, как я и говорил, пацаны, 2-0 да будет. Сочувствую челу, который поставил 2-1 в пользу Китая. Он реально думает, что Аргентина заберет хотя бы игру у китайцев. Я думаю, это вряд ли. Это невозможно практически. Это тупо невозможно, ребят. Невозможно. Мужички, добейте 400 лайков, пожалуйста. А это причем это не самая сильная команда Китая, потому что они играют за выход в групповую стадию. Это, то есть, я не знаю, это, наверное, 3-я команда Китая или 4-я, может.
Here's my thing, TJ. I look towards Prussia right now. Okay. And we look at I see a composition that was meant to enable him. But from Sauter and Kapasiba,
когда состав видим, после этого стрима я в телеге выложу.
Every man for himself right now. Everyone needs to hold their own against the onslaught from Nova Esports. You don't have time to worry about Prussia. It's so difficult to play for the Tristana here.
Yeah. I mean, so many of these fights we've seen Prussia be the forward-most player on the team. And that's what I'm talking about when I say that just the positioning seems to be undoing him. Because it doesn't matter if you need to die to enable him, you need to die to enable Prussia with this team composition.
Unfortunately for them, Libra has gone past.
Это 3-я команда Китая, ну вот.
He had some strong moments to begin with, but now with Nova Esports scaling up to a powerful point, we see a dominant goal lead.
Here we go, a last stand for Furious Gaming. The WL got some words in here.
Absolutely well said. Final stand as Nova Esports look to try and chunk them out, escort the waves in.
Бля, какой же Зикс пиздатый керри на самом деле. Миллион урона просто вносят, я не знаю, находясь за, блядь, 40 тысяч километров. Чисто арта ебать из танков, тахуй. 16 тысяч перефарма, чуваки, 16, сука, тысяч перефарма, блядь. Казикс 15к. Казикс соло может 5 убить сейчас. 7-0 по таверкам, смотрите. 7-0 по таверкам, при том, что счет был 4-0 в пользу, ну, по киллам.
And I think what he has really demonstrated here is this ability to play a more passive contribution style.
У них нету вижена вообще, смотрите, ни одного варда. Просто 0 вардов, они вообще не видят карту, что у них там происходит. Ужасная ульта от Грагаса, но это не помешает. Они не могут ничего сделать, у них нету денег, чтобы убивать. Нету денег, нету урона. Нету урона, нету денег. Казиксу здесь настолько похуй, что он вместо вешки заапгрейдил ульту на 9-м левеле. Даже третий скилл не апгрейдил. Все это фри бароны и финиш. ГГ? Вообще без шансов, пацан, просто изичайшая для Китая. Бля, там просто Казикс их одним видом распугивает, они просто убегают. Ну ты убиваешь двоих, брат, ебашь, что ли ты слышишь? Ну, понимаешь, что его байтят, не стал интить. Я бы заинтил вот здесь, в этой ситуации. Чатик 3 Лукаса до 400 добить. Пенгамин напоминает Эгон на изумруде на Рус-сервере. Дядь, изумруд Рус-сервера нахуй, это мусор просто, забей. Изумруд Рус-сервера не может, блядь, алмаз Рус-сервера выиграть, о чем ты говоришь? Просто уровень Китая. Если бы тут играли какие-нибудь Юолы или Нави, было бы то же самое в одну калитку, поэтому... Китай это есть Китай, это самый сильный регион в игре. Ты думаешь, топовая команда Рус-сервера сделала тут что-то? Нет. То же самое было бы 1 в 1. На другом уровне команда. Просто без шансов, ребят. Просто в одну калиточку. Бля, где тот чел, который поставил на счет 2-1 в этой катке? Если сейчас китайцев четвером АФК встанут, то не факт, что 1-1 будет.
They're going to take every bit of gold from you. They're going to take your red buff with a 20k lead. They're going to do everything they can to stop you from being able to get the team fights. And if you want to try and turn this around game number 2, that's what Furious need to figure out.
What I'd really like to see was Libra on this set. I feel like that's a very good, proactive player that you have in your midst right now. Someone that was able to make moves to help your team out.
When you're playing set, there's nothing that feels better than seeing a big reaction and suplexing him into like 5 people. And he did that over and over again. And I think the biggest problem was that Nova are such a good team in
Such a good team. Для шоу вы понимали, пацаны, насколько VL3 не популярная игра? Mobile Legends сейчас 120 тысяч зрителей на ютубе. У VL3 10к. Понимаете? Ебануться. Просто ебануться нахуй.
Well, I learned something that one of the criteria for attacking the guy is the cat ears.
You do need to be a cat boy in order to beat Nova Esports.
All right, fair enough. Well, we're gonna toss it back over to the analyst desk, D-Gun, and the rest to break down game number 1 of the second series here with Nova Esports and Furious Gaming.
Cat boy?
TJ, what?
That's true. That's
Okay.
how you play set.
All right. Well, we'll see what happens here. If Furious Gaming will take you up on that. Catboys for the victory. Thanks, TJ. All right. Nova Esports taking the victory there, but it didn't start the way that we thought it would. It was a.
На Твиче другая ситуация. Да какая другая ситуация? На Твиче сколько? 36 тысяч зрителей. Если ты на Твиче сложишь с этим, то 40 тысяч зрителей против 120 тысяч зрителей.
Let's go back to the draft, like starting there. What jumped out at you, and there was a point you wanted to make in terms of the quirky.
Как бы 40к и 120к, пацаны, ну... Это при том, что я не знаю, в ML это какой-то серьезный турик или нет? Здесь это самый главный турик. Типа, кроме этого турика в L3 все не будет.
Corky Zig, something that we've seen here from the Chinese teams start to come up with priority. Stewart, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, for me, you know, about the draft, I think the Tristana last pick by Prussia was a bit of an interesting one. He has played it before, and he's kind of known as this lone wolf in the mid lane, you know, with the supportive bot side from Karma, from Army. They tried to get Prussia ahead. They tried.
Смотрите, вот здесь уже, типа, счет 2-0, а фарм одинаковый. Не, по макроигре просто намного сильнее. Бля, мне, кстати, интересно, что там Корки в итоге собрал? Корки, Бартолом плюс секиры, ебать. Бартолом плюс секиры на Корке, интересно. Так, у нас тут трансляция залагала, го обновим.
You could see the gold lead was very much in the hands of Nova.
Yeah, that's exactly the price that FG had to pay to get those kills. The play that we keep talking about, Libra's roam, it came at a cost of farm. Every kill after came at a cost of towers.
ML уже 5 лет, да хоть 10, блять, это вообще никак не роляет, чел. По твоей логике, нахуй, КС 1.6 миллион лет, типа, да должна вообще всех по онлайну ебать. Возраст игры никак не роляет.
He got the three-man face break as well in the early game because a little bit of extension by Nova. But as I almost said, you know, when you're roaming around as a Baron laner, you're using waves, and then they lost that top lane tower. They lost that Baron lane tower, which allowed Nova to get that little bit of an advantage.
Right, both Rift Heralds heading on over to Nova. Iza just farming up, and there was a moment there where I was like, hey, you know what? Maybe if they keep it in a 4v4, it'll be fun. But then we check down to the gold leads in the jungle, and Long, although it died, still had more gold than Echo, who was in those fights, and it was just this ability to find where the gold is, find where the farm is, and almost do the math beforehand, be like, okay, yes, we'll lose someone down on the bottom side of the map, we'll rotate Corky to the bottom side of the map, who can wave clear, not lose this tower, and keep them down there. They're not soaking gold in the lanes, they're not farming their jungle camps, and we are, and therefore we're still comfortable despite this kill deficit.
And that's the power of Kha'Zix as well. That's why when you utilize Kha'Zix well, he's such a threatening pick because of what he can do to you in the side lanes. Might not be the best team fighter, but if you give him some space, if you have a Baron laner, if you have a solo laner who has a lead, Kha'Zix just goes there and they just run the show.
And I feel like with the Western teams against China as well, we saw VivoKid yesterday try and go for this passive playstyle against the Chinese team. Today, you know, Furious, they're trying to go for this aggressive, proactive playstyle against, you know, against Nova. But it just doesn't seem that anything works against, you know, these Chinese teams.
Ziggs, baby. What can I say? Ziggs is broken, man.
Always.
Yeah.
Ziggs always dishing out a ton of damage. You saw it there at the end of the clip with Furious Gaming throughout the game. They were popping smiles, they were laughing about it. They were hyped when they were getting the kills.
Ты чё, да никто не ебет, кто принимает какие ставки, не знаю, дядь. Нахуй вам ставить вообще на эти игры?
First, or at the end, but at first, again, keeping it within that 4,000 gold lead area up until 10 minutes, where eventually Nova were like, okay, we're ahead. They're trying to split. Now's the time that we go ahead and have our carries in the position that we want to close it on out here.
Охуеть, игра 20 минут разве длилась? Что-то мне казалось, что игра быстрее. Что-то как-то игры быстро проходят, да, пацаны? Я не знаю. То ли мы так долго ждем игры, что они как-то пролетают, когда сами играют. Как будто игра минут за 5 пролетела. Оказывается, они 20 минут играли. Жесть. Прикиньте, за 20 минут ни одной таверки даже не забрали. Сука, ни одной башни даже не забрали. Ни дракона, ничего. Охуеть. Просто гении, пацаны. Спасибо, мужички, за 420 лайков.
Right. Earlier we were saying Xinjiao is something that we've seen Furious Gaming play into the jungle with Echo.
Ебать, это кто, Марадона был? Смотрите, Марадона стоит. О, Марадона нахуй, нихуя себе.
Right. Earlier we were saying sure your jungler wasn't getting kills and then was giving up farm in the jungle and then falling back.
Yeah, Kha'Zix is just farming up the jungle, just as do. I think Kha'Zix one of the fastest clearing junglers when it comes to past that level 5 point pass when you get the evolve. But then you go on to Riven's side. Riven wants to be a little bit more proactive, especially in a little bit of the early game, which didn't really work out for them. I think it was like 1,000, 2,000 gold behind, and they were still 4 kills ahead. So you have to try and do something to try and shut down Long.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on Prusher to make something happen here, but it feels like that's the way that they're going to have to double down on it. Rafa was saying earlier they know him as the lone wolf, so Prusher is going to have to make something happen here. Again, a slight change in the jungle maybe to get
пишет, ВМ просто напихали всякого дерьма для мальчиков, зайчиков, девочек, припевочек, а тут все сурово. В3 суровая игра, бля. Ставь лайк, ребята, если В3 суровая игра.
The moment you have one weak spot in the draft, and that one tiny weak spot was just the Riven. That's it. They exploit it, they play around it, and they just blow the game up.
I keep thinking back to moments because I agree with what you were saying earlier, Stuart. If they get these early team fight wins, you have to transition it into some sort of objective. When I replay the match in my mind, I don't necessarily remember where they could have gotten more out of it. Mainly because the Corki went to the bottom side of the map. That was the focus that Furious Gaming had. They said, okay, he's on the top side on the Renekton, is tearing up our towers, so let's head down to the bottom side and get that tower, and then we can start flipping around the map. But Corki was just able to wave clear, use the rockets to clear back, and Tristan and Prusher went down there. I think it lived with about like 400 health, not enough to tank it, and they could never get minions close enough to then take away the armor from the tower.
It's just right place, right time, really, for Nova at the end of the day. Being able to realize, when you need to be defensive, when you need to play aggressive as well at the same time, down in that bot lane. I don't think Furious Gaming got a single tower that game as well. I think that was the crazy part about it.
Бля, пацаны, у всех одинаковая аудитория. Какая-то хуй детская аудитория. Сами себя слышите, что вы говорите? ФМЛ играют дети, а в В3 играют мужики, блядь. Вам самим не смешно? Я сказал в чат, я был на тебя подписан, сейчас смотрю, подписка слетела, что за херь? Не знаю, может отписался.
I'm honestly not too much of a hater of the Hellbreaker Black Cleaver build path on Corki because I kind of talked about it. It lets you scale out, lets you kind of do what you want to do. It's not the best build, it's not the worst. I do agree with your point about the chart build, but I think at that point in the game, after you finish your 3 items, the game's kind of done, right? You can just build whatever you want.
Brando and Zoman if you want to, between marks, why not? Let's go.
Again, whenever you have those champs that build AP and AD, it's always creative what they're able to pull up here. As Furious Gaming and Nova have returned to the stage for Game 2, we'll have the draft covered here on our AD.
Боря Камилов пишет. Казур, нуб. Понял. Охуенная информация, брат. Пожалуйста, взрослая аудитория, нахуй. Боря Камилов. Казур, нуб. В 30 взрослая аудитория, пожалуйста.
Step back, and I think in that case it's all right. We got the roam from set, we got the 2 kills. What can this turn into here? And hopefully that's a learning lesson that Furious Gaming are able to put into practice as we get into game number 2. Again, trying to make that comeback here. The first 5 to 8 minutes here looking good until everyone realized, oh, the gold lead is still getting worse and worse because Nova's just playing the map a little bit better. They're getting these Rift Heralds. They did not have an entrance in. Maybe it's a fight at Rift Herald when it's just a 2k differential, but Furious need to identify that first to take the next step against Nova Esports.
I mean, there are a lot of things to be happy about if you're Furious Gaming. Like you said, the momentum in the early stages was...
Бля, пиздец, почему у азиатов такие стрижки угарные? Пизда нахуй. У меня так, блядь, я не знаю. Баба Люба нахуй стригла, я не знаю, в этом. Парикмахерской Василек, ебать, в 2000-х нахуй.
But Nova is so good at the push and pull, and one play that just really exemplified that was how they just danced the Baron with the Cossacks, with the Renekton, with the rest of the members just dipping in and out of fog.
All right, here we go. Draft for game number 2 underway. Furious Gaming of WOL, the LATAM region, trying to find some victory against Nova Esports from the WRL.
So in the first draft, Furious Gaming focused on that Karma. I think to get pressure on the the AD carry in the mid lane, they went for like a double supportive style in the bot lane. Pressure's got such a wide champion pool. He can honestly play anything, and he'll probably try and play anything as well. You know, Tristana in the first game, I think it's the first time we've seen it a lot. But again, you know, the Zinjawa ban again. I mean, Nova have done their
Таки, ну нахуй этого Казикса бан, блядь. Мне кажется, сейчас снова какого-нибудь эко выкатят, нет? Выкатят.
But the Kazakhs ban, that's the big adaptation there for Furious Gaming.
Yeah, just get rid of it. Can't blame them at all. That champion is just so broken in the hands of the good teams, the WRL teams especially. The Yumi ban just makes a lot of sense. But Jace is open right now. I'm curious if Furious will want to go pick that up themselves.
Помимо стрима, чем занимаешься? Сплю, ем, пержу. Пожалуйста, весь мой род деятельности.
Furious go with if the Xin Zhao is gone and wants to be participated. Set gets taken away too from Libra, and we saw Libra being efficient.
This means Lucian is open and also Jace is open, so I feel like it's going to be one or two. Obviously, Karma is still open, but I feel like you have to take either the Jace or the Lucian. Maybe it could be something that Pusher could play in the mid lane. I think it's going to be a big priority pick for him, but you can't take the Karma in a situation. I think it's too much of a risk. They go for the Jace.
I like this one, but I also like the fact that Lucian is still up, so we might finally get to see a WRL team play the Lucian, because I personally like that matchup into the Jace. There we go. I would love to see this flex to follow the Jace pick.
Follow the Jace because Jace can go.
Блять.
There we go. Now it's gonna follow the Jace.
So now you've got Lucian and Ziggs. Ziggs, the damage master, leading
Сука.
in that last game, just always tossing the bombs. What is the answer here for Furious Gaming?
Просто, пацаны, мои рекомендации, нахуй, в это... В это, блядь. Вот, пожалуйста, баска для обезьяны, нахуй. Рекомендации в Инстаграме, пожалуйста. Алистар Z, нихуя себе. Ебать, у чела челюга, нахуй, смотрите, просто. Альфа, ебать, самец.
That's what I figured. Galio get locked on it. It's like, all right, you know what? You wanted to go ahead and pick some beef with your assassins. We can pick some beef too. Maybe more like chicken, but that's
Galio has the ultimate as well.
Галио. Сюда, ебать. Чел с ником Эко пикает Зеда. Факт. Вообще, она охуевшая, ебать. Нахуя делать ник Эко, если ты не пикаешь Эко, блядь.
Ziggs very immobile, and Lucian doesn't really have that much range, so it allows Alistar and Zed to kind of jump on top of them as well at the same time.
They have to ban the Camille here, I think, on the side of Furious. You just get blown up on side lanes if Camille Galio is open against Zed Jace. I'm not sure what other
Брат, Делол вышел раньше, чем Дота. Но раньше Лол реально выглядел как говно. Типа, если вы откроете первый Лол, который был в 2009 году, я, конечно, в него играл, но выглядел он, конечно, пиздец. Страшно, блядь, просто ужас, нахуй. Там графон пиздец, как, я не знаю. Смотрите, как выглядел Лол в 2009 году, мужики. Графика просто пиздец, да? Это на компьютер играть, если что, блядь. Я просто...
Which is the most played champion for remake as well in that duo lane, so we're most likely going to be seeing Lucian either in the mid lane or even in the top lane as well.
I don't like these bans. I'm going to be very real with you here. If you have Jace top, why are you banning away Renekton? You need to be banning Akali, you need to be banning Camille. Okay, well, they're just going to go with the Garen. Okay, what do I know?
Spin to win. Spin to win, baby.
Yeah, just a power pick, right? You can't really go wrong.
Как первый Dota, это, по сути, вообще не игра, это мод Warcraft'а.
Jace is a champion that you need to get. This thing, if you don't get elite, Garen's just gonna scale up, be a beefy boy, and there's really nothing you can do.
All right, final turn here by Furious Gaming to go with the Orianna. So there is some of your AP that you were talking about earlier. Still waiting on one more here, specifically in the jungle.
I think it's gonna be. I can't think of a good pick right now.
Акробат поехал домой хавать. Ебать, смотрите, лесников еще не открыли. Кто в лесу будет? Кто эти люди? Джекс. Ну, блядь, такое, конечно.
One thing that with Furious Gaming here in these specific picks, they picked Zed, Alistair very fast back to back. They took the whole time here with the Oriana and Jack.
Не знаю, я ебашу в лол в 9 году, мне нравилось. Мы играли тоже в первую доту, но что-то дота заебала. Вышел лол, как глоток свежего воздуха, вообще по кайфу было играть в доту, в лол. Короче, лол вышел бетка, на американский сервер был, мы играли с корешем на Америке.
Pressure going to be on the Jace to see what Libra can do in the early stages. Not going to be helping his team this time around. Going to be wanting to play for himself. On the other side, Envy, they got a lot of scaling options as well. The wave clear, the range, the dive. Both team comps looking very solid to me.
If you're Furious Gaming, you're striking mid to late game. What do you think of them?
Well, mid to late game, it's really all about how you side lane with the Zed and with the Jax. It's going to require a lot of finesse, and then we have the Galio out to swing the tables as well.
Конванувая, спасибо за донат. Только брат-трек мы сейчас не будем включать, потому что у нас турик.
Казурские ножки в ЛСКЖ.
Спасибо за донейшн. Потом треки дядь на вечернем стриме.
Well, I think one of the things that we were talking about on the desk, we were talking about how Furious need to activate in the mid-late game.
Right.
And I'm really nervous about that because I don't believe with what we saw during game number 1, they can get to a mid-late game position with enough gold on their carries to activate.
So we see like the second phase from Furious Gaming now. Right, like this, like they went into last game, we had some good moments, but we had some concerns as well.
Yeah. I mean, the big thing for Furious Gaming is this is a composition that needs to get out of the early game.
Опа! Ебаный сыр этого казино, нахуй! Блять, они выжили вдвоем!
That could have been it!
Ёбаный.
All that I'm talking about Furious Gaming needing some kind of early gold, they walk into the early gold. And I do not know how, but they do not find those kills.
How can this happen, TJ?
I literally think somebody wasn't auto-attacking.
Дота 2 популярнее, чем лол, ты чё, ебанутый чел? Дота 2 залупа по сравнению с лолом. Зайди на Twitch, посмотри на онлайн. В игре каждый день заходи на Twitch и посмотри. Где твоя дота? Дота только в СНГ играют, нахуй. Какая, блядь, дота, нахуй?
And all those carries depend on having a certain amount of gold, otherwise they will flat lose. And I don't know how they get to that point of the game where they have that amount of gold, typically second or third item, depending on which character we're talking about, without...
Дота, говорит, популярнее, чем лол. Кек, блядь. В него играет, нахуй, два чела из России, блядь. Если Джакс не ВП, то это FF, пацаны.
Honestly, just so interesting. The fact that they have this Garen now, being able to run them down, put pressure in a bad spot, pressure with no summoners. You see what happens here against the Garen.
Yeah, this is the WRL special.
Бля, шо не так с китайцами, нахуй? Гарин мид, Люцан на топ, блядь. Зикс АДК, Фёр лес.
Okay, it's a Z. That's really scary if we're lightweight. What if we were heavyweight?
Геймертрон, братан, на Твиче не смотрит мобильные игры вообще, поэтому онлайна мобильных игр там нет абсолютно. А знаете, почему в СНГ популярна Dota и CS? Потому что у них другие нормальные игры не тянут компы, нахуй. О, ебать, вот это байт, нахуй. Смотрите на его ебало довольно... Вот это, смотрите, челюгу у альфа-самца просто, нахуй. Я знаю, что Зикса в АДК давно пикают, пацаны, я же рофлю, блядь. Зачем она берет? На, типа, охуенный экзост. Блядь, челюга просто, видели этого чипа, ебать? Жесткий нахуй.
If you're wondering what psychic damage is, it's damage done to your psyche. And it's from 1 to 9,000.
Ценю баню по КД, потому что здесь люди умеют скейлиться в лейт. А сцена в лейте ебет. Давай, Джейс, ты был мне как друг. Да.
Neon slides to the other side of it and just delivers his piercing light, finds an easy pick. Here's pressure rotating up, but what are you going to do against Galio in this lane?
We saw for a moment that he's chasing after pressure, but the signs in the end it's not something worthwhile. They're not going to fight for that. And Remake somehow single-handedly holding 2 players at bay.
This is what Ziggs does. This is why even after the Ziggs nerfs, you play Ziggs in lane. Because you can just put him in a side lane while the support roams the map, while Yami plays in the top lane and helps Nyan win his lane. Yami's all the way up here, Remake's doing just fine.
And of course we build up so much with the WRL, but we need to see Furious Gaming step up as well. We want to see good performances for them moving into their futures matches as well.
Yeah, Furious Gaming, I think, have already shown a pretty good performance, I think, all things considered. Their initial showing against Nova Esports, they demonstrated that they have tremendous mechanical skill on this team. They've demonstrated that they understand how to play through pressure. I think the metrics to improve on for Furious Gaming.
Каждый играет в то, что нравится, но мне лично расстраивает, что Вайтриф не такой популярный. Не знаю, как тебя это должно расстраивать. Ты типа не контент-мейкер, а ты дефолтный чел. Какая тебе разница, популярная игра или нет, если тебе нравится играть. Фёр в лес взяла снос зачем-то, а чтобы пушить? Они будут забирать Геральда, скорее всего, и будут просто улынить в таварке. Бля, Фёра просто 1 в 3 залетает, смотрите, душит, и всем похуй. Выбили ульту с Галио, это хорошо. А Лицана уже с бортоломом там ломает таварку и сделает сейчас ФБ. Они заебали, типа, они, я не знаю, почему-то топпер постоянно, типа, проебывает таварку, где-то дрочат. И не факт, что они сейчас еще заберут Дрейка. Дрейк рестнулся. У Зикса есть ульта, типа... Галь, ну Галио год, ну... Ебать, я уже думал, Галио выживет. Во, еще 10 раз ответил, что они вылети.
Punishes him afterwards, knows exactly how long he can do that and still shift back to his shadow. Really remarkably good Z play.
Dragging over to Nova, but Rift.
Чел на Джейси пришел на Дрейка, в итоге проебал таварку, и Дрейка они не взяли. Еще сейчас таварку снизу проебут, потому что у них макроигра в залупе в очке. Вот почему Фиора со сноса, видишь? Чтобы пушить. Бля, вы заметили, что сокрушитель имба почти на всех его берут? Очень часто сейчас сокрушитель берут. Гарин должен умирать. А чё они... Блядь, чё вы не доигрываете? Вы ебанутые? Они дали 2 стана, у Гарина осталось пол хп, они фуловые, они просто развернулись и ушли. Что, блядь, происходит? Это первый чемпионат мира, ну, как первый, типа, вроде как бы официально первый, но такой же международный турик, по сути, был в октябре, когда китайцы выиграли. Что можно сказать, что второй, а можно сказать, что первый, хуй знает. Найс. Бля, как же Фёры ебет. Уйди, Джакс, блядь, выпрыгни, родной. Бля. Опять смотрите, по киллам превосходство Аргентины, но они нихуя не умеют пушить и не умеют фармить. А по фарму на 3000 отстают опять.
And you know, Pressure actually used to play different mobile esport iBroadcast, where he was one of the kind of he was on one of the middle of the pack teams in LATAM called Assassin's Crew, and he played under the tag Fran. So if anyone in the audience recognizes that. And his whole thing there was he was going to go as hard and as aggressive as possible on these like very passive mid lane mages, because there wasn't really an equivalent to Zed in that game. So I'm so happy to see him now on Zed, a character he's clearly always dreamed of playing, and doing much better now that he's got a team kind of built around.
Ой, как хорошо Алистар сыграл по Галио и минус Галио. Но они молодцы, они хорошо вылавливают по одному, но при этом им надо пушить, блядь. Опять две таверки фуловые стоят, смотрите, абсолютно фулл хп. У вас две линии запушены, вам нужно фармить. Что вы дрочите на миду? Там Зигс, который в соло просто будет отпушивать все ваши попытки что-то сделать. Зигс просто в соло все отпушивает, блядь. Идите, откройте бот, откройте топ. Я не знаю, типа они вообще не играют по товарам. Зачем мне сегодня играть по колол, дядь?
Nova Esports rotating very aggressively and spending cooldowns. You see them spending cooldowns, taking damage in order to step forward there so that they have control of the summoning point of the Rift Herald. This is a mistake that you see a lot of times when teams play Asian rosters for the very first time. If you're coming out from the West, you're used to being able to summon the Rift Herald. It's basically guaranteed to get a hit. A team like Nova will burn it down every time if you do not defend it.
Не, бля, пацаны, ну, макроигра, конечно, у китайцев на уровне. Они так же, как и в прошлой игре, не просто, типа, умирают, ну и похуй, зато мы пушим и фармим. Вы можете убить хоть, блядь, 10 раз. Мы все равно будем фармить, и денег у нас будет больше. 3 таверки фуловые стоят, смотрите, вообще 0 хитов по таверам. Видите? Уровень Китая, блядь. Ну, Джей сейчас хоть таверку должен сломать хотя бы одну. Отдавать герольды и ломать таверку хотя бы. Наконец-то. Первая таверка за 2 игры, ребят. 30 минут игры потребовалось, чтобы сломать одну башню за 2 игры.
Here's the Rift Herald. It's for the psychic damage. And seems to be the same case here. Furious Gaming want to try and take down the Rift Herald before he can come through. That's going to be the shockwave, but still Nova Esports deliver the Rift Herald to the turret in time.
And the difference there, you can see how Nova spend, for instance, the Mega Inferno Bump to zone, the way they defend on the front side of it.
Nice little pickup here over on the pressure. Living Shadow will get him away, but Yan chases after it. Let's pursue one more auto attack. Gets it done.
Не, пацаны, без шансов. Просто тупо без шансов. Слишком сильные китайцы для Аргентины. Слишком сильные. Китай снова выиграл без шансов, но это было очевидно. Я сразу сказал, когда увидел, что Аргентина против Китая играет. Разный уровень. Сейчас бы Зеда пикать на Тори, кажется, не так Зеда. Да, следующий играет Геймлорда против, я не помню кого. А, против Тайваня. Вроде бы, да? Против Тайваня же играет, да, ребят? Следующий, ну-ка. Так. Сейчас, ребята, 5 секунд. Да, против Флэш Вулис. Знаете, кто против кого Геймлорда будет играть? Сейчас я вам прочитаю не ники, а имя. Ван Чунг Чин, Чанг Юн Чанг, Чин Чин Чун, Ли Со Канг, Ю Чан Yi и Янг Йонг Ян. А, еще саппорт Ин Юн Шен.
But I do want the Infernal Drake. Absolutely. And the Elder Infernal Drake, especially.
And that is what is going to be on the docket next.
Да за темба, типа, я не знаю, что. Вспомните, как на чемпионат мира на прошлом чел назади ебал в соло. Z может спушить, может выйти спокойно, может шотнуть любую цель. Бля, нахуя они форсят файты, когда у них нету денег, им нужно пушить башню, они начинают форсить файты, я не понимаю, типа... Блять, макроигры на уровне, я не знаю, нахуй. Типа у вас стоит на топе таварка уже 15 минут с full хп, никто туда не идет пушить, они идут, фоловят файт, когда у них 5000 отставания по голде. Типа они не могут драться, зачем? Просто нахуя. Барон. Бароныч. Ну, он Z, смотри, соло делает грязь. Ты говоришь, что зачем Z? За счет мува Z сейчас они не смогли взять барона, он еще убил Зикса. Чел, кстати, неплохо, ну, довольно хорошо на Z отыгрывает. Вот сейчас подставился. Не успеет выйти. Подставился, зачем? Лоу хп был, зачем подставился?
And it does continue to keep Furious Gaming in this game. The other thing that needs to happen at this point is they need to get fighting.
Так, а зачем вообще идти в No Vision Boost, когда у тебя 20% хп? Это же абсолютный бред. Они опять сейчас, значит, барона форсит Джейс внизу. 3 в 5 файт. Хотя они не стали, отошли. Ну смотрите, пацан, здесь Джакс и Ариана может заскелиться, нормально так.
There's like a stereotype of, oh, you know, they're just really good at mechanically, and that means that they don't have the same like brain for the game or understanding of tactics. No, team fights are tactics. Team fights are 1,000 decisions a second.
Just like micro mechanics, right, TJ? He's in a really good spot here. We'll take down.
А чё Z не нажал ульту? Типа, я не понимаю. Он типа пожалел ульту в Гарина и из-за этого сдох, нахуй, какой ебан. Типа они вроде выходят на ганг, Z не жмет ульту и умирает. Лол. Они на текущем патче играют, ну да. Сейчас небольшое преимущество по голде, есть шанс, нету шансов взять. Ой, Джейс хорош. Есть шанс, если они затянут в лейт, потому что там Джакс и Ариана, а Джакс и Ариана в лейте это имба ебаная. Ой, сейчас хорошо играют. Но опять Гарин выживает, да? Да, Гарин выживает. Я не знаю, Гарин какой-то гений на лоу хп выживает. Чуваки, ну когда вы смотрите на такие пики, вы должны понимать, что это не ранг и не соло-ку. Типа, то, что наигрывается в команде, и то, что вы пикаете в соло-ку, это абсолютно разные вещи. Допустим, брать Люциана на топ в соло-ку и сосать, это не одно и то же, чтобы взять Люциана на топ в соло-ку. Или Гарина в мид и так далее. А уже у нас Элдер, ребята. По Дрейкам у нас вроде 1-1, но... Типа не отрисовали опять. Увольте нахуй людей, которые отрисовывают драконов. Пожалуйста. К тому же Фиора Пол Дрейка разъебал. Ой-ой-ой. Хорошая жонь от Фиора. Гарин просто 1 в 5 танчит. Джакс, родной. Вывели Дрейка. Отлично, отлично, отлично. Молодец, Ариана. Надо ресет делать и заново играть. На аргентинцы в этой катке молодцы, типа, постараются играть. Не дали забрать Элдера.
Using such good team play to stop the very intelligent punishes from Nova Esports. For instance, Yiza flashing over the wall to chase Prusher after he expends all his cooldowns, standing on him spinning. How does he get out of that? Well, his team backs him up, saves him from the instant kill, gets Prusher out, and then does enough damage over the wall that the rest of Nova Esports have to reset on this Infernal Drake. Now, however, it's time for round 2, and they're all on vision. That wars in the Pixel Crush.
Типа Ариана и Джак сейчас, говорю, если они зафармят предмет. Ну, типа, смотрите, как грамотно эти играют. Они просто запушивают все линии, чтобы пойти на Элдере подраться сейчас хорошо. Смотрите, они вон уже запушили. Ой, Ариана подставилась. Как же Ариана подставилась? Джейс, хорошо, Ариана хорошо сыграла. Зет на лоу хп, но не нажимает хил. Джакс должен всех убивать. Джакс, это фри трипл килл. Джакс, давай, родной. Ай, молодцы, молодцы, давайте, давайте. Бля, какие же красавцы. Какие же красавцы Аргентина, молодцы, хорошо сыграли. Они забирают Элдера. Если сейчас... Ебать, а прикиньте, сейчас Зикс ультой спиздит. Не, кривая ульта. Очень кривая ульта от Зикс. Бля, повезло здесь пиздец, что Ариану не смогли закрыть. И смотрите, как этот сыграл. Отфлешился, поставил стей. Блять, очень хорошо. Ну, Зет грамотно играет. Давайте отдадим должное, Зет очень хороший. Очень хорошо чел на Зед играет. Но я и сказал, пацан, если типа Джакс с Арианой зафармят слоты, то могут выиграть. Смотрите, Джакс 4 слота, Джейс 4 слота, а всю игру было преимущество. Да даже сейчас, ебать, 4000 все равно преимущество. Ну и здесь Элдер, ребята. Ариана с Элдером будет очень больно бить. Прям пиздец как больно. Бля, красавцы Аргентина. Молодцы. Зикс, ой, Зед хорошо играет. Ой, Ариана пошла. А чё они 2 в 3 фолловят файт?
Sarthor just wants space. He does so much damage in these team fights if he's given an opportunity.
Clearing out wave. What happens here? Echo walks in with the counter strike to try and pick up the repulse in time. Along loses so much health so quickly.
Ебать, Фиора чуть не добила еще Джакса, прикиньте. А там Ариана бегает от Гореда. Надо рекол и барона делать. 45 секунд у Фиора, рекол и барон. Бля, заебали. Да хоть не бегают за киллами. Идите, пушьте башни, идите барона зафоловите. Сделайте рекол, у них минус лес, заберите дракона. Ой, барона. Они вообще не пушат, я не знаю почему. Но Зед красава, пацан, Зед грамотно отыгрывает. Очень хорошо мувы делает.
They'll have to earn it again. So far, so good. They've done an incredible job in these team fights, in these picks. They're taking Nova toe-to-toe. Here we go.
I'll tell you what, TJ, Furious Gaming at this point have not
Ой, как... Вы видели, как Зикс с этим, с Алистаром сейчас въебались друг друга? Ой, какой уже урон. Блядь, хорош. Зед хорош. Бля, Зед хорош, Зед хорош. Даже Жоне не помогает. Как же Зед хуярят, а? Гений нахуй ебаный.
And just silly mistakes coming out from Nova. I think this is a little bit of tilt on stage. There's no reason for Remake to miss his stasis like that. There's no reason for Remake to be that far forward in the fight. Earlier we saw Long separated from the team in the top lane. You were talking about psychic damage.
Бля, Зет очень хорошо кнопки жмет. ГГ. Молодцы. Ну, заскейлились, пацаны, плюс Элдера забрали. Если сейчас барона не украдут, надо делать просто барона. Алистар звонит Фиору. Все правильно делает. У Алистара есть ульта? У Алистара есть ульта. Он может Фиору сейчас звонить полчаса. Молодец. Алистар все грамотно делает. Боже мой. А как? Алистар же заставил ее даже, блядь, как? Блядь. Ну ёбаный народ, ну что вы творите, блядь? Ну как это возможно, да? Бля, это пиздец. Это просто пиздец. Там Алистар отзонил, застанил ее, она все равно, блядь, смогла спиздить. Ёбаный рот этого пиздила, да. No comments, пацан, просто no comments, блядь.
Kapasiba plays it perfectly. Long doesn't care. That is milliseconds. That is the only window by which he could have gotten that steal, and he does it, Grant.
Теперь им надо дефать барона. Ну не, пацаны, я думаю, уже ничего не смогут сделать. Ой-ой-ой-ой, это опасно. Джакс, ты где, родной? Джаксончик, ебать. Барон 40, блядь, охуенно сделано. 42 секунды еще надо держаться. 40 секунд еще барон баф. Что они могут сделать сейчас с этим бароном? Забрать одну таверку. Но там Ариана дефает. Сложно будет. Нет, не смогут забрать даже таверку. Китайцы это красные. Бля, ну Аргентина красавцы, что собрались и, ну, должны додавить. Я верю в них. Я сейчас за них болею. Взяли нормальный пик. Есть лейт героя. Но там, блядь, 3 га. 3, сука, га, блядь. 3 га, нахуй. Зед красава разбайтил, выбил ульту. Фиора га, Люциан га, Гарен га, блядь. Плюс еще Жони, наверное, штук 5 у них, да? Ну давайте дадим должное, китайцы должны хорошо держатся, при том, что у них... у этих красный Элдер, плюс еще дракон, ну то есть у них 2 Дрейка с Элдером красным. А знаете что? Я заметил, что у Зикса очень мало золота. Типа 14 тысяч всего. 3 Жони плюс 3 га, пиздец. Как их убивать? Да, надо клипы отключить.
They're doing so much of a good job to create those positions, like in that last play where I talked about as it was happening, they pulled Nova forward, baited them forward with a juicy Orianna, said, hey, bet you want to auto-attack this Orianna? Boom, pressure's in your backlines. Because you stepped forward, your front line chased.
Сейчас просто, пацаны, выиграет та команда, которая лучше зафайтит. Да, у этих есть Элдер, но по золоту у нас все ровно. Все уже на фулл слотах. По сути. Бля, я бы на месте Аргентины, ну, больше барона не пробовал, пока Фиора жива. Потому что это такое себе удовольствие. Мужички, добейте 450 лайков, пожалуйста. Спасибо. Странный билд у Люциана, первый раз такой вижу. Дядя, это Люциан на топ. Он собирался на сплит-пуш.
Building time and space for Sarthor to do a ton of damage in the backlines of the fight.
Nova does not have vision within the pit.
No.
So they're going to have to use some primitive methods to get that vision.
What's a primitive method of getting vision, Grandin?
You stab the Baron Pit with your sword.
That's
like
pretty,
Bob.
you know what? That's pretty primitive.
Exactly.
Ну, попытались они сыграть в Гарена. Бля, просто сейчас катка будут тупо ебаный арам, нахуй. Сколько они еще? 28 минут уже, пацаны. И те боятся идти, и те боятся идти. У этих Элдер нужно в барона. Кто барона заберет, тот выиграет. Ой, блядь, как же Ариана хуярят, а? Видели? Кью просто. Ой, а там у нас Джейс дерется 1-1 с Фиорой. Выбивает, да Джейс должен убивать, да Джейс должен убивать. Покажите нам Джейса файт. Там Люциан еще подошел, Джейс убирает. А тем временем они форсят барона. Смайт, бро, смайт! Молодцы, 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 молодцы. 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 Успели барона. Разменяли Джейса на барона. Ой, блядь. А где уроды по Гореду? Ой, Зет, родной тебе пизда! В, жми, родной! Блять. Давай, давай, Алистар, давай. Зачем Зет пошел в Гореду играть? Ебать, вот это повод, а? Пошел сплит-пушинг. Давайте, давайте. Джакс, хуярь. Блять. Блин, они не могут их задавить. У них барон плюс элдер, блядь. Они не могут задавить, сука. Бля, ну китайцы хороши, пиздец, пацаны, согласитесь. Какие же китайцы красавцы. Чекайте Люциана сборку, ребят. Сокрушитель богов, сюда нахуй. Продал Бартолом, взял себе сокрушитель. Ебать-то просто. Ну должны уже задавить. Но китайцы реально респект. То, что они столько держатся против... Ой, какой дэмэдж от Арианы, блядь! Ебать! Ариана просто сдула нахуй. Давай, Зет, родной. Трахай ее. Хорош, родной. Ну все, молодцы, Аргентина задавила. Все-таки. Ну, Китай реально надо отдать должное против Элдера и Барона столько дефать. Бля, ну Ариана очень дохуя дамэджа. Ариана просто ебет. Все, выиграли 1-1. А там челик реально поставил на то, что счет будет 2-1 в пользу Китая. Бля, респект нахуй. Пацаны, давайте похлопаем Аргентине, реально красавцы нахуй. Просто красавчики. Я честно рад за них, молодцы. Шойбай пососали нахуй Джеки Чада, да? И осуждаю, кстати. Бля, тупо респект, вот просто реально респект. Ебать красавцы. Не, Китай не слабые стали, просто за лейт сетап, лейт пик, и они смогли заскелиться в лейт, вот и все. Травка, ты вчера случайно на Ксинджау не играл? Это я не тебя вчера по Джакса выиграл в лесу. Ты на Ксинджау в листиком был.
Advantage over Nova Esports, the second best team from the strongest region in the world.
Well, what an amazing game out from Furious Gaming. We'll have to see if they can.
Бля, ну катка охуенная.
Guys, what's going on here? How have Furious Gaming picked up this win? I need to know some answers. Come on, guys, what's going on?
Yeah, great on you guys for getting us to our first game past 30 minutes. And we've been waiting for a fiesta to happen. We've been waiting for an upset to happen. I think we can say the biggest upset in Wild Rift history right here as LATAM get their second international win. Ebro got the first win last year over Sengoku Gaming, and this was not where we thought it would happen. Honestly, I don't know where we thought it would happen, but here it is. Nova Esports again playing with their food a little bit, and you called it, Stuart. But don't put the camera on me. Put the camera on Stuart. Stuart called it. He said they picked for a mid to late game composition, and boy, did we go late.
That's as late game as you're going to get, really. A 30, 40-minute game. But LATAM is the only region at the moment to even take...
Ну, Z бывал и интел, но в целом хорошо отыгрывал. Он очень хорошо кнопки жмет. По микро... Бля, вот здесь пиздец. Если бы убили, было бы вообще бы охуенно, а? Сука, так 2 на лоу хп просто выжили.
They look so good. They have clear set plays planned as well, such as the level 1. We were saying, yeah, they need to do these kind of plays to really get a lead, to really win the game. But at the end of the day, I think it's crazy to say, but I think they just outperformed Nova here as a whole, not taking anything away from them.
Yeah, again, right? Maybe Nova not putting the pedal to the metal when they needed to here. We hear some laughing going on. We hear all of Furious Gaming walking by us right now, just loving exactly what happened. But again, we wanted to highlight the Rift Herald. That was their first objective that they got, because remember, last game they got no objectives here, and they weren't necessarily getting the gold that they needed to when they were fighting.
I mean, the problem was is that Nova was basically...
1-1 сейчас будет решающая игра, ребята. Либо Аргентина, либо Китай. Бля, ну если Аргентина выбьет китайцев, это будет ебать. Это будет сенсация на турике, реально. Честно, я вообще не верил. После первой игры, как они отыграли первую игру, ужасно. Я думал, все, уже ГГ, ебать. Но, как видим, собрались.
LATAM were just grouping in the mid lane and were playing basically ARAM at some point during this game.
Yeah, and I remember at this moment, the first attempt at the...
Да, здесь все хорошо отыграли. И Ариана, и Алистар, и... Вот здесь вот они игру выиграли. Бля, Z на 10 хп выжил, пиздец. Еще и прокаст успел дать, видели? Просто чекайте за Z. Z ультит в этого. В Люциана. Уходят на вэшки, в него ультит чел на Горене. У него остается 10 хп. Он нажимает В. В него дают хил. И еще дает прокаст в этого. В Люциана успевает. Очень грамотно отыграл.
He still was here to play with a huge steal with the Fiora.
That's his moniker, right? The son of the dragon. This time around, the son of the Baron. He gets the steal. He nearly did. I thought they had it. I thought Nova was back in the game off of that point.
Вот здесь тоже красиво выжил.
They stalled out the game so well. They played it so well. We had some criticism about their macro. We said maybe the Jace should be grouping, maybe the Jack should be splitting, maybe the Zed should be grouping. But at the end of the day, they don't care.
Ожидайте в ранге Лицана с Бартолом. У меня уже были Лицана с Бартолом, братан. 0-10 нахуй.
Missed the taunt. That allowed pressure to escape, and they were able to continue to push on forward. They fight up in here. I think this is when they take the. This is our winning moment here. But they got the second Baron, and we're able to push it on in. Again, that Baron steal was great for long in the rest of Nova Esports, but I think they ended up with a negative Baron gold, and you can see again the pride, muy orgulloso there for Furious Gaming, as they again pull off the biggest upset in all of Wild Rift. You can see Coach saying, all right, let's calm it down now.
Я геймлордов жду, надеюсь на них. Да не, я что-то не верю в европейские команды вообще, пацаны. Бля, какие же тимки за красавчики. Никто никогда не верит в Тимкеза, в итоге Тимкеза на прошлом турике вышли, отыграли. Здесь напрямую на Миру уже вышли, типа им не надо отборочно играть, они уже в групповой стадии. Вова Лещенко, все зависит от пиков, братан.
I mean, same kind of thing where it's like, okay, we're hovering around 4,000 gold, because I think that's what the lead was in the last game as well. Hovering around 4,000 gold until the 10 minutes.
Почему пикают чаще всего Лисина и Казикс на турнирах? Потому что сильные. Кого надо пикать?
Nova, are you gonna push on the battle? And like Furious, are you gonna pick a fight? But then we're like, oh, Furious is scaling. Like, so they're fine with this. If Nova wants to keep, you know, just kind of playing footsies, that's fine. As you see the damage charts coming on out, it's Oriana leading the way above everyone.
And again, going back to the draft as well, you know, the draft in the first game, Furious came in for it, went for this early game team com, but they were like, okay, we can beat you in team fights. We can go for this scaling game, you know, the Jax, the Oriana, and even pressure on his Zed as well. Zed is such an annoying champion to deal with in the late game. You know, every single time Remake just walked a little bit further forward.
Ариана 58 тысяч урона. Зед, пацан, Зед 47 тысяч. Зед. Где там чел, который писал, зачем Зеда в этого берут? На турик. 47 тысяч дэмэджа, ебать.
It's gonna be the Jace. Coach Egon with the right call here. If he sold the Howlbreaker, if he got the Cyrilda's Grudge, we might have seen a bit more out of them. But it doesn't matter because Furious Gaming, they make it work. And I love what we saw from them last game. I honestly want to see what they can pull out in the next game as well. If they keep the draft adaptations the same, we might see Nova honestly be threatened. Because like you said...
Лисина проседает в лейте, брат. По такой логике можно вообще не брать героев, которые в начале в гейме ебут. Набрать всегда лейтовых. Граждане всегда до лейта доходят. Ты можешь так на Лисине загнобить начало, что игра на 10-й минуте условно закончится.
Huge here. And again, we've seen already in this tournament times where teams that are in the lead haven't pushed the tempo, but they're still able to win later on in the mechanics. They're able to steal a Baron and things fall apart. But
Фиор 24 Кана не скажет, что плохо отыграл. Ну, по сути, Фиора-то ничего и не сделала. Если не считать, что она оборону спиздила, так всю игру не особо было видно.
Biggest playmakers we've seen on the global stage so far here on Icons and Pressure with the Zed. And then Jace, when they went to 1-3-1, I was like, don't do 1-3-1. No one really does 1-3-1 well. But Jace and Jax went to the side lanes, and then finally pulling the trigger at the right time. The Jax coming on down and collapsing. And Jace doing a great job buying time when Long went down to the other side.
Yeah, there was a situation during the late game where Furious Gaming were stacked around the Baron, and then Long was down in the bot lane trying to kill Jace. But then you put Long down there was someone else who, I can't remember the champion exactly, but there's someone else over, Nian as well, also went down there, Lelouch, and then you're a situation where your Furious Gaming is like, okay, we could just take the Baron for free. There's no jungler here, there's nothing that they could do. So they got the Elder Dragon, they got the Baron, and that's how they ended the game. Long was able to basically stall the game with that first Baron still, but the second Baron, as soon as they take that, it's at the point in the game where Baron scales up and becomes really strong. On top of the Elder Dragon, there's just nothing Nova can do, even the Chinese region.
That was such a crazy thing to me. When you see Chinese teams steal a Dragon, steal a Baron, you kind of have a feeling like they've come back, they've won the game. But Furious stalled it out and they came back, got a second Baron. That really adds to how impressive this win is from them. They lost to the miracle play coming out from WRL, but still, they managed to stabilize, they regrouped, and they came back stronger. Honestly, impressive mentality.
Тебя берут, Наторик. Да всех берут, ребят.
These are two of the best solo laners that we've seen so far in the tournament. You know, Iza has had some leads here, but hasn't been able to translate into a...
Ну что, мужики, решающая катка в этой серии. Либо Китай, либо Аргентина. Ну, блядь, меня прям порадовали, как аргентинцы отыграли. Молодцы, реально. Без рофла прям реально красавчик. Я, честно, не ожидал такого от них. Они, видите, что могут. Красавцы, ебать. Тупо красавчики.
Will Furious Gaming go for the same sort of plan? Will they try and prioritize the Jace this time instead of the Karma as well? I think the Jace pick in general was really, really good. But now what are Nova going to do now? Are Nova going to ban out the Jace? Are Nova going to maybe ban out champions that maybe they don't want to deal with? Or do they feel confident enough that they can turn this game around?
I think there's two options on the table right now from Nova. Your comp last game didn't really accelerate the game, didn't really have a better late game.
Лисина банят, Ксинжао банят.
Nova need to identify that and say either we go quicker here or we have better scaling. We need to figure something out. Same bans from Furious, and I think this is what really enabled them to get the winning matchup. Echo said he wanted to go away from skill matchups, but he made it work.
Казикс, Сцена в бане. Интересно, забанят они ли Зеда или опять отдадут? Или найдут решение, как противостоять этому Зеду? Тупо интересно, реально.
And yeah, we'll see what the final ban is here, as we've got the Lee Sin, Kha'Zix, and Yumi banned away by the Latam squad.
Да, перерывы еще не очень большие, это круто. А то в прошлый раз пиздец было, вообще залупа. Когда, блядь, каждый, не знаю, между катками минут по 20, по 30, по 40 перерыв. Прям ужасно было смотреть.
There's a lot of champions that could be picked up, but yeah, I think it has to be the Jace.
I honestly think the first half of the draft is going to be the same. It's going to be a run back here for both of these teams. Chinese teams, Eastern teams as a whole have a tendency to say, the draft was not the problem. We could have played better. If we play better, we win that game. It's a very traditional...
Братан, что в лесу это хуйня? Ну, в лес норм. Но ну часто берут на туриках. Да бля, пацаны, всех берут, ёбаный рот. Нету героев, которых не берут.
Correct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe Lucian has not won a game yet. We said he's start playing Lucian, he's gonna start winning, but Nova, #1 regular season team, lost on the Lucian as well.
Alright, the biggest difference here, the Zed.
Опять Зеда забрал. Они опять решили таким же стаком сыграть. У них получилось, они решили тех же самых героев выкатить. А если они сейчас Ариану забанят, то чё? Кого вы будете брать на мага? На позицию АДК?
Those that want to hop onto them, like a Zed, like a Jax, but Corki has a little bit more of an escape button there with the Valkyrie and Garen getting picked up here, Stuart.
Interesting priority really by Nova.
Да, забанили Ариану. Я же говорю, не буду забанить Ариану, это было очевидно. Им нужен какой-то паукающий маг. А кто это будет?
Against the Garen could just go full armor and it's just basically unkillable. So Nova probably going to ban out Orianna and probably Morgana as well at the same time.
And last time I believe it was the Morgana and Karma, right?
Yes.
Karma. So Karma going to be the one that is open theoretically, right? We'll wait and see. Gragas get taken away here.
It doesn't matter which pick you leave up.
Я Листара забанили. Ой. Не, брат, Карма и Ариана абсолютно разные перс. В этом плане, в плане дэмэджа.
Just the realization that we wanted a 3-game series here, and we're getting it with Furious Gaming and Nova Esports is just wild.
This is probably the most unlikely game of the entire game.
Бля, Ариана такой герой, который может и паукуть, и у которого взрывного урона дохуя. То есть она и забурстить может по фасту. Дать Q, V ульт Е, блядь. И может просто куханом паукать.
Within the first 5 minutes, again, Furious Gaming, Rakan able to do that.
Galio's honestly been a very underwhelming champion to me after the nerf, so I feel like the Rakan is going to be a great boon to Envy's draft now.
I think they're really shutting down Cabose's champion pool right now. You know, the Alistar ban, the set ban as well was...
Ну, все-таки Карму решили. Ну, Карма это не Ариана, к сожалению. Но Карма это хороший пик. Урона у китайцев мало. Ты что, прикалываешься? И Корки плюс Зикс это мало урона?
I still would like to see some engaged support coming in here, but there's really nothing left. I guess Leona, so they just go for the Braum instead. It's not a bad pick, but I feel like this hurts them because how did they win the game last time? They were aggressive, they could find fights, they could find avenues to go in. Braum doesn't give you that.
Right, it feels like you're asking a lot of pressure as they have this.
Короче, они решили ничего не менять, только из-за того, что забанили Листара, не взяли Браума, а из-за того, что забанили Ариану, взяли Карму. Ну, хз.
Jungle Garen top, right? That seems more likely here to me.
That's it's the first time we've seen Wukong jungle for a long time, really, to be fair. It's mainly Wukong Baron lane that we've seen, but I think on the side of...
Почему Джейс такой популярный герой на турике? Потому что он хорошо пушит. Ты собираешь ебучий бортолом, и ты, в принципе, любого дуэлишь на линии спокойно. И пушишь отлично.
Russia and Echo, right? It's the same two guys from last game. I think they really need to step up big here, and Libra, I guess, as well.
Yeah.
All right, the draft has been completed. History has been made with Furious Gaming taking one game off of Nova, but will that be a footnote in the history books, or will it be its own chapter? Let's find out as we send over the decisive game.
Но здесь, если вот эти челы выйдут в лейт, то пизда. Они сейчас так же будут играть. Они все игры играют просто на пуш башен. Они отдают в начале киллы, просто пушут, фармят, выфармливают лейт. А в лейте у них есть корки. Ну, типа, корки может быть сейчас опять через бортолом и секиру, и тогда корки в лейт не такой будет сильный. Короче, интересно. Посмотрим, что сейчас придумают. Тупо интересно, на самом деле.
Our first game 3 in the international this year, Nova Esports expected to dominate here. I know we've said it, but incredulously enough, it is Furious Gaming who took them the distance. And I was telling you,
они опять то же самое хотят провернуть. Блять, я не знаю, игра как будто то же самое. Один в один, в прошлом моменте то же самое было. Нихуя ничего не меняется.
It's so scary in these level ones as well because Rome is like devastating.
Here's the amazing thing, TJ. Furious Gaming have
В иконку у нас начинает с големов, а Джакс у нас начинает, пацаны, с кого? Правильно.
They've gone back with just a slight twist.
Well, the thing that happened last game was Nova Esports didn't run the map, didn't earn a massive gold lead, didn't punish them for only drafting late game. And if that happens, then absolutely Furious Gaming are right to say, okay, let's do it again. Because Furious Gaming's strength, as is the case.
А здесь корки собирают бортолом, братан, плюс секиру. Поэтому корки в лейте не будет ебать.
Right, and if Nova Esports are going to give them a free bus ticket to Teamfight Town, they'll take it any day of the week, so they build the composition around it again.
Being able to play for that, Nova Esports.
А чё Карма хилку не забирает? Вроде разбили плоды, а хилку не съел. Почему они не пулят? Потому что, брат, чтобы не проебать лайн. Не проебать позиции.
Decision here from Nova as well.
Yeah. Early pressure here, and this is what I'm like interested in. Log is an incredibly good lead set.
Сделали full clear леса и пошли на крабах. Вот почему Джейса берут на топ. Очень легко дуэль за него. Опять, видите, смотрите, косарь фарма, косарь. Типа, я не знаю, блядь, это Аргентина так хуёво фармит, либо это так охуенно фармит Китай. Ой, надо уходить. Да, они увидели, хорошо. А им просто зодят, смотрите, они 4-й левел, а эти 2-й, 3-й, пиздец. Ну как, я говорю, карма это не Ариана, типа, карма на бот это хуйня полная, карма ВДК это useless. Что мы сейчас и видим, тихо, просто Зикс не дает подойти к крипам. Там вон разница 1500 уже по фарму. За счет ботлейна. Смотрите, перефарм какой. Они им просто не дают подходить к крипам. Ну, у меня, ну, типа, охуенно на драфте сыграли Китай. Они забрали Зикса и забанили Ариану. Они увидели пик, они понимают, что, типа, единственный покущий маг это Ариана. Забрали Зикса, забанили, и все, и по кайфу. А за сейчас, скорее всего, умрет, да? Блять, как же он играет на Зеде, я в ахуе. Бля, как мне нравится, как Зед отыгрывает. Пиздец, на таких лимитах просто. Но здесь подставили зря. Браун 3-й левел, пацан. Они проебали эту игру на пике. Ариану, типа, лучше бы дефолтного АДК какого-нибудь взяли. А если бы они взяли дефолтного АДК, тогда бы у них был full AD пик. Короче, они на пике проебались. Тупо зря. Бля, как же Z пиздец умеет отыгрывать на нем.
That's Nova Esports having a plan to deal with aggressive Zeds.
Echo does manage to get away here. Remake and Sata fighting their own fight in the bottom end. But it's Remake that burns the summoners away. Well.
Бля, ну карма пацана АДК это, конечно, ужас просто. На самом деле.
Yeah, pretty even gold. I will say there's a difference here in that Nova got those kills by killing Crusher, which is something they didn't get last.
Лучше бы реально Варуса в АП бы сделали. Больше бы профита было, чем от кармы в АДК. Браун до сих пор 5-й левел не получил. Там Гарен 7-й. Браун, вот, Браун только что ульту получил. Пиздец. Просто пиздец.
Sure they have wards all throughout their own jungle, so there's no way to steal anything away.
And always dancing around the edge of where the opponent's vision could be. You saw what Ita was doing there. He was standing away from where the ward could potentially be.
In the bush as well.
Exactly.
Making sure nobody can like flank and contest.
Oh my goodness. This is interesting. Your package comes across to get a kill onto Libra. As they were doing the Rift Herald, now being intercepted. Remember, Echo used his flash to get away from the last fight, so now taken down.
5-й левел, Браун, 8-й Зикс, пацаны. Все, что вам нужно знать, типа, я не знаю, такую хуйню напикали. Все, ГГ. Были интересные игры, да, предыдущие посмотри.
That is getting them the wins in this macro game, playing the map very carefully, respecting the map.
Блять, как можно взять карму в АДК, я не понимаю. Лучше бы Серафину какую-нибудь взяли, я. Какая нахуй карма, блять? Что за бред вообще?
I feel like Furious Gaming have that X factor in them. You know, something.
You think they're still in this?
I won't say that. I won't say they have an X factor.
Okay, well, you had a moment there to get some Twitter followers.
Well, I still think they're an amazing
cool
team.
Kid.
I still think they're an amazing team. I don't want, if that's how I get Twitter followers, I don't want that.
Бля, реально, я не знаю, что там за гений, который поставил 2-1 на точный счет. Какой там кэф был, не помните, он говорил?
They're doing their due diligence and they're getting it done right. 0-5 to start off the game. Prussia trying to assassinate the back line. He got Remake so many times last game, but this time it's not going to be the same.
Unlike last game, he doesn't have so much damage that he can just one-shot because he's behind in the early game.
And not being able to one-shot means he has to back off. He's going to reset, come back into the fight again.
3-7 кэф, ебать.
So kind of the vector here for Furious, if they would like to win this game, is stall out. Wait until the mid-late game. You're looking at like 2-3 item completion on Zed, and then he'll be able to one-shot again.
Я бы хуй когда в жизни поставил на то, что Китай выиграет у Аргентины 2-1. Никогда бы в жизни не поставил.
And that's very worrying because if Nova are more than like 5,000 ahead, you're not going to be able to kill Yisa. You're not going to be able to kill Nian in these fights, and that will just be devastating. If your full combo can't get past those key targets, then there's just no way to win. So, it's hard, Grandin. Is the summary.
Is hard.
Is the cliff notes.
Summarized quickly, it is a very difficult game.
Summarized quickly, it's rough out there.
It's rough out there.
Furious Gaming, a little bit behind here.
We need to see what they have in store for us as...
We all the higher, what a fire, we... Эх, бля. Обидно нахуй за Аргентину.
I will say Nova kind of slowing down here, which is how they got into trouble in game 2. Okay.
Slowing down, going to the bottom end.
2v1.
Easy caught out.
Молодцы!
Goes down to Echo.
Выйти, надо выйти. Молодцы, хорошо. Бля, пиздец, как Зикс... Ой, как же... Как мне нравится, как отыгрывает Z. Вообще гений. Только я это сказал, и он умер, блядь.
Trading against him, the Cyclone actually doing some good work here. Primary Cyclone used, but the secondary still available.
Ой, молодцы, Аргентина, давайте, не сдавайтесь. А прикинь, сейчас Аргентина 2-1 выиграет. Ты чё, ебанутый, Браун? Что ты делаешь, блядь? Ясно. Уйди, Браун, бродой. Ты не задефаешь? Задефал, блядь, лол. Почему они испугались доиграть? Гарин мог отдать сейчас одну кухан. Тавр, они бы убили тавр. Бля, ну смотрите, китайцы боятся, они вроде ведут игру, пиздец, у них там 5000 перефарма, но они все равно играют очень аккуратно.
Now it needs to not be true the most, because if Furious Gaming is a path into this game, it is through their jacks right now.
Libra has been doing well into the end, but it really will be about Echo's performance in this game.
Боятся, прикиньте.
It happens.
Значит, уважают.
Libra backs away, and nobody could get to it in time, so Libra gets kind of tangential credit, a little bit more gold in the Furious Gaming pocket.
Any amount will definitely help them get to a point where Echo will be able to deal with the threats. We see
here we go.
The strongest combo available.
Under turret.
Echo and pressure.
Under turret pressure.
Дрейк они играть не могут, им надо сейчас топ давить. И они сейчас задавят, кстати, Браун дает ульту. Все, минус Гарин, до свидания. Разменяли Дрейка на кого? Правильно, на Гарена, нахуй. Ой, карма, хорошо, должны убивать, убивайте всех, нахуй, ебите их в General Penetration, let's go. Блять, половина бьет Зикса, половина бьет... А почему, блять, где инфа в наушниках, нахуй? Почему половина людей била Зикса, а половина Рейканы? Вы не можете сыграть? У вас 4 в 2, блять, сыграйте в одну цель.
One more attack to take down pressure. They're chasing after the kill. Flashing away the fadeaway shot. But he misses.
No net.
Yum picks up the turret.
Ну не, типа... Ой! Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой-ой. Бот див, пацаны. Слишком сильный Зикс и Рейкан. Очень хорошо отыгрывает. Карма 6500. АДК. Проверяйте, блядь. Никогда не пикайте эту хуйню в АДК.
Targets down in fights. And so there are two paths. Either we play another 30-minute game, Furious Gaming somehow hold on, or Nova Esports look poised to close out this series. I think the big takeaway from the series, though, is that we're here, is that we're in game 3. Is that Furious
Мужики, добейте 500 лайков.
To play like this, to play WRL form against them. WOL fans should be very proud, and I think this raises some very exciting questions about the entire region.
I'll tell you what, TJ, it shakes up. If Furious Gaming looked this good against Nova, power rankings could change.
Not my power rankings.
Not your power rankings.
Yeah, I think that's very much the case. I also think one of the things...
Нет, типа им нужен был какой-нибудь АПшный маг. Если бы они взяли сцену, у них был full AD пик. Им нужен магический урон, у них нет маг урона. Там мы просто Вуконг с Гарином собрались бы в танк, и они бы их никогда не убили. Им нужен АП урон, и типа, я не знаю, взяли бы Серафину какую-нибудь. Лучше бы Серу реально взяли.
Pressure and Furious Gaming the respect they deserved. Game number 1. He's burning.
Pressure nearly goes down there. Rift Tunnel popped at the bottom end of the map. There's only 3 available to defend. Watch out for the flank from Echo. But it's far away.
Echo thinking about flanking. Doesn't really have an angle. Too many players there. And this is again Nova just playing this so carefully. Like the Nova from game 2 who's having a good time, forcing some fights, gone. This is a Nova whose teachers took them aside, talked to them.
Told off for slacking off in class.
Yeah. You cannot give Furious Gaming an inch because they will pry it open.
And the 10,000 gold lead here from Nova.
There we go.
Бля, не заебали хейтить Гареда? Что он вам сделал, нахуй? Пизда, там Рейкан врывается, смотрите, с флеша. Все, ГГ. Как же Рейкан сейчас сыграл? Ой, жесть. А самый угар? Гарен живой. ГГ. Просто ГГ. Бля, поздравляю чела, который поставил, пацаны, на 2-1 в пользу Китая. Просто реально легенда, нахуй.
We see pressure on him. The entire team is rotating up to get these kills. Iza is tanky enough, he can take the hits. They turn, they win the fight, they pick up the Baron. And this should be a bit of a bumpy road for Nova, but this should be their game 3. And them continuing into the winner's side of this bracket, of this group.
The Baron up here for Nova. They had a difficult time executing it with it last game, with the wave clear from the Oriana.
No Ori this time.
No Ori this time. The Karma, similar ults, but very different other spells.
Ori nada.
Ori nada. Got it. Who are you? Honestly, DJ. Attempt to catch out Pressure. Will succeed here for Nova.
Yeah, Pressure just getting a little too greedy, a little too desperate, I think is the right frame.
Манга АДК это атак дэмэдж, Керри.
I mean, there's just no way back into it if you don't take risks. There's no shame in Pressure for trying it, but
absolutely,
the math doesn't add up. Here come Nova.
Pushing in from all three.
Да не суть, типа, просто нужно было взять мага им, и все.
Furious Gaming looking for re-entry angle back in towards the bottom end. Libra starts running back towards the fountain. The mega infernal bomb misses out.
Керри это герой, который могут лечить с перефаром. Нет, Керри это герой, который наносит основной урон команды. Ну, блять, поздравляю чела, который поставил на 2-1. Респект. Залутал бабок на этой игре. Сейчас у нас будут играть геймлорды против Тайваня, пацаны. Интересно тоже.
Yes, Nova, you did win, but everyone is going to be talking about Furious Gaming today.
Мужики, добейте 500 лайков, пожалуйста. Бля, ну как можно взять карму в ВДК? Ну вы ебанутые, что ли, совсем? Ну это пиздец, ну это же бред, блядь. Вот они, ебать, Чунгачук, ебать, Джеки Чан, Брюс Ли, нахуй. Красавцы, ебать. Чисто люди 1,30 м ростов. Смотрите, телефон размеров чего. Они просто не рассчитывали, что они забанят Ариану, хотя это было гиперочевидно.
But the fact that Nova got exploited, like, you should be leaving that, and I think they are with a smile on their faces. Furious Gaming will be who everyone is talking about today. They delivered an incredible performance, and they earned that win in game number 2 over Nova, forced Nova to take them more seriously, forced Nova to play them like a WRL team, like a team they were playing in the WRL finals. And it turns out that was enough to contain them. But it does raise some questions, not just about Nova Esports, but about, I think, the gap between China and the rest of the world. Maybe specifically the gap between China and the WOL, who maybe we undervalued, is my initial gut reaction. I'm very excited.
All right. And, of course, we have our resident WRL fanboy prepared to make his case.
Аса, ты что, умственно отсталый долбоёб или что ты пишешь, блядь?
Omo and Stuart to break down this series and to talk more about what we have in store for us coming up.
Thank you very much,
Let's go!
Great cafe. Yes, let's go! All right. It is Nova Esports getting the win there. Remember, Stuart's the one that started that one there. D got here with Omo and Stuart.
It's going to become a trend now. I feel it.
All right. Good job, you trendsetter. Well, both of us, or all of us, getting this prediction right at a Nova Esports win, but again, came at the cost of history. Furious Gaming getting their win. Game 3, though, I think TJ said it best. Nova came out playing like a team that had the teacher talk to them outside and say, you know what? It's stop horsing around, and we saw much more restraint from Nova, away from taking sketchy fights, as basically we saw the same
Не, ну, Аргентина все равно, давайте отдадим должное. Молодцы. Типа, от них даже никто не ожидал, что они хотя бы одну катку заберут, они одну игру даже забрали. Так что респект.
Really full tryharding, not that they weren't in game 2, but they really pulled out all the stops here. I think Wukong jungle was picked. They probably didn't want to show so early as well. I think initiative was definitely on their side this game, and that was something which Furious was lacking.
Yeah, Stuart, we brought it up in the draft. It was, man, we're gonna need a lot out of Prusher to make his own plays, and it felt like he just didn't have the resources to hold someone down.
Yeah, I feel like there was a little bit of maybe over-excitement, maybe a little bit of over-aggression, because they were trying to make plays in the Baron play that you can see on the replay now. And just before that as well, they went for like a little invade in the top side of the map, and maybe a little bit of over-aggression that Nova capitalized on. But you know, if you're Furious Gaming, you know, you should be proud of this game. You know, this is a game, this is a series that you should be proud about. They did lose the series in the end, but I think LATAM as a region will be...
Да, домой пока что еще никто не едет, потому что... Что? Потому что там будет нижняя сетка и так далее. Ну, вряд ли они выйдут в групповую стадию, я не уверен. Блять. Сейчас посмотрим еще одну игру с геймлордами, и потом я буду оффать стрим, и еще вечером, скорее всего, потреблю часов в 9, пойдем фулкой поиграем. Сейчас надо похавать. Называть Джеки Чан не очень красиво. А описать капсом только долбоебу был, понимаешь? Блять. Ой, господи, какой же кринж стал. Я чела нажал Джеки Чана, чел мне пишет: ты что, нацист? Называть Джеки Чан не очень красиво. Сука. Ой, блять. Я не могу, нахуй. Это такой угар, нахуй.
Trying to make excuses.
Yeah, no, but now's the time. Now's the time to make those reaches. Now's the time to have those overreactions, underreactions, right? Because it didn't happen. We've been talking about it on paper for such a long time. Predictions have been going out for such a long time, and this was one that we might have been able to do on our.
У нас там фулка крипов, пацаны, если что.
Plays out the way it does, and Furious Gaming, unlike so many other teams in the underdog role, were able to capitalize on the advantages that were given to them. They never said die. They did outscale, and then when it was time to fight, they fought, they took the lead, and then when Baron was stolen away, they were able to regroup here. So I think that is a great, great story that we're going to have from Furious Gaming, and they're going to be making this group
Да, я буду в лесу играть.
Very interesting moving forward here.
This is a really exciting group now. I think Furious Gaming coming into this was maybe considered the weakest team, but now they can go into it being like, wait, we can actually beat these teams. We can actually qualify into group stage, and I feel like they should be really, really confident about themselves as well. You even saw when they lost the first game, they were still in high spirits. They were still confident. They were like, as long as we play our own game, as long as we play what we're comfortable with, we can take the victory. They've taken a game off China. What can they do against SEA and even Europe now?
Okay, let's not talk about against SEA. Let's talk about losses for a second there. But I want to point out that they will be playing against, correct me if I'm wrong here, the loser of Flash Wolves and Game Lord, correct? So that's going to be Game Lords, right?
Wow.
That makes it a very exciting matchup now all of a sudden.
All right, no, hey, we're getting ahead of ourselves before we turn to the next game. To quote TJ, though, this is going to shake up the power rankings.
Какой-то телефон, Rog Phone 3.
So we're going to have to see what happens here in the future. Let's go ahead and shift the focus back on over to Nova for just a little bit longer here. Long, he proved to be worth it, even though in the losing effort here, Long, I think, did a great job.
Yeah, he definitely did. Long, in game 2, not the best, but I also feel like he didn't really have the tools to enable him as the Fiora. He had to kind of do a lot of work by himself, and at the end of the day, that didn't really play out. In the last game, though, the Wukong not doing a lot of damage, but exactly like our Costas pointed out, did a great job at starting the fights, disabling the Zed, and game 1, you have to remember his carry performance on the Kazakhs as well.
All right, well, with that, we have an interesting interview. A lot of the times we chat to the winners as we take a look at the brackets, updated Nova, moving on forward. And so, we had the opportunity to chance...
Ассет, братан, въеби кумыса нахуй. Блять, я остынь немножечко, пожалуйста. Не пиши сюда больше. Какой-то ты туповатый немного нахуй.
much, Digon, and our gentlemen over there on the analyst desk. You guys are absolutely right. This is still a massive series, especially for Latin American fans, because we have made history right here. And joining me right now, we have Furious Gaming.
Хотелось бы увидеть команду Дагестана. Чистый, бать, Вальхалла, да, с Мурадом, нахуй. Батя. Ехай, бля, я ваш лес ебал. Ёбана шея с голода морода.
¿Cómo te sientes de haber ganado? Porque es un momento histórico el hecho de que Latinoamérica haya ganado.
Sí, realmente no íbamos con muchas expectativas para este partido. Sabíamos lo difícil que era. Aún así siempre vamos con la intención de ganar y no vamos desanimados para nada. Pero sí, siendo realistas, creíamos que era difícil. Aún así creo que dimos un buen papel, más de lo que nos esperamos nosotros mismos, de hecho. Entonces, triste por la derrota, porque siempre querés ganar. Pero bueno, contento con haber dado un papel quizás mejor de lo que se nos esperaba de nosotros.
Okay, he said that they were very surprising because they didn't know that they would win, but after they won, they are absolutely surprising and they got the best of them.
The energy was amazing. We felt it all throughout the venue. I was cheering for you guys as well because everybody was just shouting. At what point
Нахуй они в масках до сих пор ходят?
Realize that you had that game?
Ella dice que todos estaban muy emocionados cuando estaban jugando. ¿Y que en qué momento ustedes sabían que ya habían ganado el juego?
Sí, en el game que ganamos nos sentíamos confiados porque en las dos partidas habíamos ganado el early game. El early game fuimos muy superiores, creo que en las primeras dos partidas. En la primera, cuando iba entrando el bid, nos sentimos muy complicados porque nos comían mucho el mapa, nos sacaban muchas torres, no encontramos la manera de contestar. Pero una vez pasamos esa etapa en la cual creo que nos sentíamos más perdidos, ellos lo hacían muy bien. Podíamos retomar el mapa cuando teníamos varios objetos y peleábamos, forzábamos peleas con nuestros campeones que eran mejores que los suyos, tenían más daño, éramos mejores peleando. Entonces, de hecho, muchas veces matábamos a uno, matábamos a dos y no podíamos forzar ningún objetivo porque se nos complicaba, porque tenía mucho pokeo y demás. Entonces, nos enfocamos mucho en jugar peleas, jugar teamfight, que creo que era lo que nos servía nuestra compo contra la de ellos. Y en el momento que nos llevamos el dragón anciano infernal, de ahí supimos que la partida estaba en nuestras manos y nada, hicimos todo lo que fue necesario para poder cerrar la partida.
Okay, he said that at the first it was very
Скажи, full build на бит лица, но, братан, я не играю на виду. На лица они тоже не играю, не знаю. Сейчас будет Тайвань против геймлордов, и, скорее всего, Тайвань разъебет.
Amazing, because the comms, we heard it, of course, all across the venue. Now, you might not have won the series, but I'm sure that Furious Gaming had a lot of takeaways from this. What was the biggest learning for you guys from the series?
¿Cuál fue el mayor aprendizaje para ustedes después de que ganaron esa partida?
Creo que nos adaptamos bien en la serie. Creo que tuvimos en el primer mapa tuvimos un buen early game, igual que en el segundo. Nada más que la composición acompañó un poco al playstyle que queríamos jugar contra ellos, que era lo que nos servía. Entonces en la segunda hicimos un cambio drástico en cuanto a nuestra composición, algo que también sabemos jugar. Jugamos otro estilo diferente, el cual nos sirvió mejor. Fue un poco lo mismo. El early game creo que dominamos. El mid game se nos flojamos un poco porque ellos lo hacen muy bien. Y después supimos retomar de nuevo la partida y conseguir la victoria.
Okay, now they say that they learn how to be more better strategics for the game, and now they can work together and be better in the future.
Looking forward to it. You have won a lot of new fans all over the world. Prusher, muchas gracias y felicidades. Back to you guys over on the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Mika and Prusher, for that interview. Again, just great stuff here, and you could see how much it meant to Prusher and the rest of Furious Gaming.
Yeah, and completely deserved as well. Well-earned win there.
Yeah, with Furious Gaming, with Prusher, I think being the main star of that roster, you can see that so passionate about the game. I think the whole LATAM region and Furious Gaming are so passionate. Be one of the top teams, which LATAM as a region maybe hasn't been considered, maybe a team to be region to be considered one of the best, but showed today that they can do it.
All right, something to watch for in the future. Now, a WCS heavy hitter is coming up next. Flash Wolves are here, and they're taking on Game Lords. Stuart, we'll have a breakdown right after this short break. See you in a bit.
Чё, мужики, на кого ставите, брат?
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't
There is one thing that can't use. Кока-кола.
And if you can feel it,
Вы пьете Кока-колу? Да-да, именно так вайп-дрифтеры и выглядят. А, блядь. Сейчас покажу, как выглядят вайп-дрифтеры, ребят, на самом деле. Вот, пожалуйста, вот так вот вайп-дрифтеры выглядят на самом деле, вот. Смотрите, короче, видите, тут вот команды вылетают, кто-то выходит и так далее, получается. Короче, сейчас кто выигрывает из этих будет играть против вот этих китайцев. Почему Кока-кола спонсор в танках, где Балтика 9 спонсор? Сигареты фу, алкоголь фу. Блять, а как эта же песня поется, я не помню, помните? Данил Степанов, что ли, как его? Алкоголь фу, сигареты фу. Где турик проходит, я не знаю. Я что-то хз, честно, где турик проходит. Кто шарит, где турик проходит, ребят? Не в Китае случайно проходит турик? Нет? Пацан, в какой стране турик-то проходит, ёбаный рот? Ёбаный год этого казино, блядь. Уже новые команды. Отлично. А, точно. Алкоголь фу. Сигареты фу. Посмотри на мою эстетику. А что-то он, кстати, куда-то пропал. Он вообще жив, нахуй? Он еще не умер, этот Данил Степанов. Он что-то хайпанулся с этой песней и все, и пропал, блядь. Иван Золо дал пощечину Данила Степанову. Что за хуйня, блядь? Да у нас где-то в магазине продавались в дефолтном, дядь. Я не знаю, обычный чехол. Рублей 500, что ли, стоил. Или 400, не помню. На Алиэкспрессе посмотри. Обычный силиконовый чехол. Я не заказывал нигде.
For them, but for Game Lord, it's now time for them to shine.
Well, let's talk about flash rolls, right? On your screen right now, Zera, Cookie, Baya,
Сера, Куки, Бая, Брюс. Ну вот, я же говорю, Брюс Ли, блядь.
I just noticed something. Bruce is role swapping. Bruce is going back to his roots. Yeah, we kind of expected. I was kind of expecting Baya to come in and fill the position as a mage dragon laner for the team. That's something they play a lot of in the Flash Wolves. But keep in mind, Bruce, back in the LMS, back in the League of Legends PC days, he was a big deal as a marksman player for teams like Machi. He's going back to his roots. Even in Wild Rift, he's been playing marksman in the mid lane. So this is going to be very exciting to see.
Wow, it's a big change. I think with Lucian as well being one of his big picks as well. I think Lucian's going to be maybe a big priority for them, trying to get him on a comfort as well in that dragon lane. Yeah, something that we didn't expect coming into this.
No, definitely big news here, and Bruce being the one that could pull that off. 21 unique champions, and now why not swap the role on over here with Baya taking the mid lane. We see that roster one more time with the Sarah, Cookie, Baya, Bruce, and Isan. Again, Baya on loan, right?
Yes, buy on loan from TQQ. They didn't really do too well in the Masters.
Марки на стриме смотрели, да.
Keep in mind, this guy used to play on one team, and they did so well in C-Champs. This was a year ago. It's been a bit of time since then, but he's one of the most mechanically talented mid laners in the
Гейлорда сейчас будут играть.
So I would love to see what he can do here. Though, if that's it, Flash Wolves is Bruce's team. He's the guy that they always count on to carry. So if they pick a carry champ, I won't be surprised to see Bruce flex back into the mid lane.
Is it gonna be an AP dual lane, you think, for Bruce, or do you think it's gonna be ADCs? Like, because with so many unique champions that someone can play, he can pretty much pull out anything. I feel like Bruce can play the AP mages in the bot lane, play the AD carries as well, which, as you said, he's been playing throughout the entire year as well. So I think it's a very nice change.
All right, well, if Flash Wolf is Bruce's team, when we take a look over here, Stuart, at this roster of Game Lords, who's the standout player here?
For me, it has to be Lonely Kid.
Руиз. Хесте. Не, сегодня немного пиздят, на самом деле. Сегодня нормально прям. Ой, бля. Инк на фулке будет, он же вообще не участвует. Да, салатовый цвет обычный, дядь. Не знаю, просто салатовый цвет. Да, бля, на Алиэкспрессе закажи, ёбаный рот. Напиши, блядь, чехол для айфона. Ой, блядь, очков вспотела, пизда, сейчас надо пойти помыться. Я ебал в такую жару, блядь, стримить, это ебаный... Пиздец какой-то, блядь. Хули так жарко, нахуй? Еба, я сейчас, знаете, что, наверное, сделаю? Сейчас пойду себя налью ванну, нахуй. Поваляюсь в ванне и лягу спать. И потом вечером подроблю стрим еще. Стримик Турик 17 числа. 17-го.
Two players on opposite teams making role swaps, not just lane swaps, role swaps here. So I think that's going to be the big question here, Emma.
Yeah, call me biased, but I think Flash Wolves are going to have a good time with the role swaps. They're very experienced players. I will embrace that fully. They're very experienced players. These guys have long-term League of Legends PC.
Чат, добейте 500 лайков, пожалуйста. Чуть-чуть не хватает совсем по прям капелечку. Кому не впадло, нажмите, вдавите ваши лукас, пожалуйста. Пожилой лайк можно поставить. Спасибо. Хуя убивать у них качество, как с Моторола. А нельзя было получше качество найти, нет? Ребята, это максимальное качество, если что, стоит, смотрите. Чемпионат мира по мобильным играм, вот, пожалуйста. Качество охуенное просто. 4К, ебать. We on the fire. Ready fire, water fire, we on the fire.
Guys, this is your final moment in terms of telling us right? We know that you've broken down with the analysis, but
we on the fire. Ready fire, water fire, we...
Whoa! What happened? Stuart!
It's all planned, don't worry.
Okay.
Ебать, что не так?
What I said,
yeah,
right?
exactly.
Yeah,
It's the same thing. I'm going to predict Game Lord to win. I think the production might have got it wrong there. I want Game Lord to win, and I do think Game Lord will win as well. But it's a reverse psychology, you know. It's exactly the same with Burium.
Бля, Рип, ты ебать, как ты угадал, нахуй, что Чилы выиграют 2-1? Как ты что, блядь? Кто ты, нахуй? Что ты такое? Денчик, спасибо большое за донейшн. Спасибо, бро. Ультразаряженный кулачок летит. Ебать, Hellsdales. Блять. Я отвечаю, это чисто инк зарубежный, пацан, без рофла. Без негатива. Знаете, как он такую прическу сделал так? Пожалуйста, Hellsdales. Мистер Олимпия, блядь, 2000 нахуй. 32. Даже, бля, Hellsdales качалку ходят.
So me as an EU guy, okay, I gotta be honest, I think Gamelord has zero chance to win. You know, just like
Ебать наушники, да, а хули такие наушники большие?
Like it's gonna be a 10-minute wipe. I think this is gonna be the same, right? Like I love Gamelord, but this, like the fact that Zefta is not here, like we all know Lonely Kid is the star right here, but Zefta is like the secondary star for this team.
Чё, мужики, верите в лордов? Давайте, кстати, это вопрос сделаем.
So you're going for the reverse caster curse right now. All the EU fans, you should be happy with this, honestly, that no one has faith in Game Lords, because I feel like that's when EU really shines.
Yeah, and if they win this, they're truly heroes, right?
Говорит, у геймлордов нету шансов. Ну да, так и есть, по сути. А почему они играют на телефонах, которые заряжаются? Не боятся взрывов? Хлэдый вопрос, кстати. Ставь лайк, если ты боишься взрывов, когда играешь на зарядке. Ебать, я стримлю уже нахуй 2 года на зарядке. Охуеть, как я еще не взорвался.
Marksman go to that position is not a role that we traditionally expect to, you know, be used to carrying that burden of communication with the team, which means Heste might be pulling some double duty here, but Heste is somebody that we know can rise to the occasion.
And that's the beauty of Gamelord, right? Because I said Zefta is a star, Lonely Kid is a star, but Heste is also a star. That's right, these guys are filled with stars, and it's true, like, they're all the best.
Взрывов боятся в трифт не играть.
At least top 2, you know, Zefta is top 2 because we have Andres, but the other guys are the best. Lonely Kid and
Въебу нахуй, не смотри на меня так. О, сука, уебу, блядь. Вернись нахуй, молодец. Не поворачивайся, блядь, убью нахуй. Бля, ты че, ебать, со мной с шульки играешь?
Like North America was, we all remember that, but they didn't have necessarily the showing that European fans were hoping for. But like we were saying, they're up against Flash Wolves, number 2 seed from the WCS, one of the slower teams from this region, though.
А ты смотри, тебя можно, братанчик, смотри, смотри, не бойся. Да не бойся, блядь, ничего тебе не сделаю, нахуй. Смотри, не бойся, в глаза смотри, заебал.
And then look to kind of out macro their opponents with these bigger team fights once they have a couple items.
Я учила 3 трейдера, блядь, сразу. Эти мужики. Засек. Ничто не напоминает. Ладно, извините.
He played all of these APC champions.
And honestly, if you're gonna still have a roaming support style, I think it makes sense if you have Bruce going into that Dragon Lane because, like the analyst desk was alluding to, he plays everything. Like, you look at his most played champions across the regular season. I don't know the exact number, but I know it's over 15 unique champions.
At least 15, yeah.
That's insane. So you can expect that no matter what champion they need for the draft, he can play it, and that will enable their support to roam around. Eason likes things like the Galio, likes things like the Gragas that can help impact other areas of the map.
So he plays everything, Bruce.
Знаешь ли ты вдоль ночных дорог?
Incredible player, but
Дропсы пришли. Да я вчера их еще забрал.
Because he likes to play Garen, Ari, and Gragas, and there's not really many other champions that he plays.
I was gonna say maybe small, but a little unique, right? Not everyone's playing the Ari. The Garen is one that I think can throw a lot of teams for a loop. I know that Garen has been coming in occasionally as kind of like a pick into certain comps, but from my understanding, Ruiz likes the Garen as more like a primary pick. Like they'll get that early and then use that as a flex in the mid.
Сколько денег дают за первое место? $640 тысяч. Но финалы еще будут в июле где-то финалы будут. Расскажу, когда у нас плей-офф будет. Это даже не групповой этап идет, это всего лишь за отбор в групповой этап сейчас идут. Групповой этап у нас будет с 21 по 25, а финал у нас будет, сейчас скажу... Так, где эта хуйня, блядь? Финал будет с 1 июля по 9 июля. Так что как-то так.
Certain champions have been buffed that maybe Lonely Kid can pivot towards. We saw Fiora already, and I know that you were excited about the potential for this.
So we haven't actually seen.
Это она показала, как он на хвост себя вставил на косплеере.
if whether it's this series or the next series, we are gonna see Lonely Kid play PRI. If it fits the composition.
What are they? Sorry to distract you, Hells. I'm distracted by what's happening on screen. Are they trying to like reenact champions right now? Or are they just having a straight up like jumping competition?
Yeah, they're having a lot of fun right there. Unfortunately, we don't have an audience, and we would have loved to have some fun with our audience as well. But it seems like they're just having a jumping contest right there.
Okay, this is Yumi. This is definitely Yumi.
Это Юми, бля.
On the back of the carry. I want to say that was Gragas before. Went for like the full body slam, like leap. All right, let's see what the next one is. Let's see what the okay. He's prowling. Oh, wait.
I thought it was a Rammus. I thought he was gonna roll over the ground.
Oh, that would have been good.
Это Рамос, типа. Бля. Что это? Я не понял, кто это. Рамос или кто это?
The roll and then he hops? He doesn't really hop. Yeah, it's a bit hard to say.
I feel like we're missing an obvious one.
Yeah, I think we're missing an obvious one. I wonder what Twitch chat has to say about this.
Vayne, right? Because Vayne doesn't hop.
Чел горбом уебался, видели? Кувыркаться не умеет, а.
Either way, it's awesome to see the watch parties happening around.
Так Куколк вроде так и делают.
Fantastic. I hope they have some kind of prizing for that. Otherwise, it's great for them to just put on that entertainment for us while we wait to get into the game. So now to
Ебать, он, конечно, горбом ебался. Не повезло пацанам.
Can Game Lords push them?
Бля, я уже хавать захотел, ребят, реально. А Ивон кушать. Давайте эту игру сейчас смотрим, и я буду хавать, короче. За вас огурец ебу.
These guys beat RRQ. They were better than RRQ. And now Game Lord has to beat out Game Lord has to beat out Flash Wolves. I don't see it happening, but this is the hero story we want, right? We want to see them win, but we just don't think they'll win.
Yeah, I think Game Lords are going to need to play a fast game, because if you let Flash Wolves get into their comfort zone, if you let them get into that 20-minute long Wild Rift game, they will win those games. We've seen Flash Wolves very comfortable in those positions. They've had 30-minute plus games in the past. Like they're a team that is very used to playing in these late game macro-oriented styles. So we'll see if that still stays with Bayou in now, and then Bruce, of course, transitioning to the Dragon lane. But that's the expectation for Flash Wolves.
And a big part of that is the jungler, and that's why it's such a big problem that the jungler of Game Lord is not here. Because Cookie on that Jax and the Riven, this guy skills up.
And even those that can split push, scale pretty well.
And even those losing games, he'll end up carrying them with those types of champions. And I feel like Zefta, because Zefta is known for his Lee Sin, Kangas. Like the best Lee Sin in Europe. I'm saying it right here. This guy is incredible on Lee Sin. So it's going to be very interesting to see.
How is Redemption's Lee Sin?
Right. It's going to be very interesting to see how Redemption's Lee Sin is. Because I feel like they kind of have to pick those types of early game champions to counter out Cookie in the jungle.
Yeah, exactly. So with that said, of course, we are waiting to get back into game number one, or get into it to start off pick and ban here. So quick history lesson. I know it's rough to relive some bad memories, Hells, but we do need to talk about the history of Europe at international events so far in Wild Rift. We haven't had many. Horizon Cup is the only international competition that we've had up to this point, the first global championship that we've had. But Europe as a whole, how do you feel about them as a region? Because if Game Lords, if we're really underplaying them this much, and this is our first look at Europe, what should we expect from the rest of Europe?
So, we had high expectations from Riggs.
Йол никогда не попадут на туре. Мы, возможно, будем с Йолами играть 18 числа. Если мы в первой игре выиграем чуваков, то, скорее всего, мы попадем на Йолов во второй игре 18-го. То есть Йолы ставим могут поиграть. Какой нахуй чемпионат мира, бля.
And the teams that are fighting for that opportunity. And as a North American representative, I feel that same kind of anxiety of, okay, how are we going to do this time around? Because our matchup, the second series of the day, will, of course, be against Liberty, a kind of a grudge match between North America and Brazil right there. But it's just one of those positions where we won't know until we actually get into it. Because number 2 seed from WCS sounds scary. It sounds like this is an impossible team to conquer. But talking to a lot of the SEA talent, a lot of the caches that we have here, the general consensus is not necessarily the Flash Wolves are definitively the second best team from the region. Like, they do still have weaknesses.
But I saw them play, and like
I saw them
they
play.
looked incredible. And now seeing the other SEA teams, and knowing that these guys are seated above, anyways, Man, this is gonna be a banger match.
Man.
The thing about Gamelord is, like, if they were in a previous patch with their full team, I actually think they could have beaten Flash Wolves out. They were incredible, but
if they play fast enough, if they play aggressive enough.
right, they like the APCs when they were meta. Redemption was like the best APC. It was incredible, but like every single patch nerfed Gamelord. Gamelord was the #1 team in Europe back in the days. Now they're the 3rd seed, right? And they are like falling off, and that's all because of these
Через сколько приходит награда за просмотр трансляции, ты должен забрать ее в дропсах.
Because Flash Wolves was also playing the APCs, and they still make them work somehow, some way.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing. It's like you look at Gamelord's strengths, and you actually do see similar things.
Very similar
that
things.
Flash Wolves actually pull out as well, and Flash Wolves have a slightly better record. Just for reference, 28-1 in their Masters group stage, and then 10-1 in their Masters group playoffs. They only dropped 2 games from their region. Okay, we actually get an insight into the. Maybe the grudge match between SEA and EU. I wish I could recreate this, but I don't actually have like the same drive that Omo has here.
When we have EU and NA, you're gonna have the drive, Kangas.
Exactly. Honestly, I think that we should make it better around that. It's sad because I feel like you're so down on Gamelords. Stewart's like trying his best out here to arouse the EU fans.
You know, I told you yesterday. You know, yesterday I was thinking with my heart, going for the teams that I
in my heart,
this time I'll use my brain.
In my heart, I get a giant into four. In my heart, in my heart, I get a giant very full. In my heart, in my heart.
But since you're so down on them, I feel like we need to reverse that. How about we reverse it? If Gamelords lose, you get a tweet from my account then. I'll back Gamelords here, because this is a win-win. Well, maybe this is a lose-lose for me.
I mean, I don't lose anything for doing that.
I'll tweet on your account. I'm just farming EU Twitter followers.
You know, I can get your account blocked in one tweet. I can do that.
Oh no.
Есть игрок типа как Simple в CS. Да это же первый только турик такой жесткий. Типа, может года через 3 появится, не знаю. Еще таких крупных туриков не было, поэтому хз.
This is a very important thing for both teams. Heste, he likes to roam around a lot, especially to that Baron lane, to Lonely Kid, right? And Eason does the exact same thing. He roams around a lot to the mid lane, roams around a lot to the Baron lane, gets those kills, and sometimes even joins up his team with these roams. So both teams really like to roam around. Like the supports, they're incredible. They like to roam around, and they like to play those engaging supports because Eason likes to play the Gragas and the Galio. These are some very good engaging supports. And Heste plays everything, but he's known for his engaging supports. The Alistars, the Leonas, the Galios, the Rakans, these types of champions.
So at that point, it's who can get out of lane first.
Yeah.
Or who can, you know, get out of lane and impact the map better.
Бля, я уже есть хочу. Давайте включайте игру, пожалуйста. Алло. Сколько ждать, блядь? Заебали нахуй, пиздеть.
And we definitely expect something similar this time around. The question being, if we have subs in the Dragon lane for both of these teams, how confident are Gamelords going to be to leave Josh down there?
And that's the thing, right? They have to leave him down there. And APCs do a very good job at holding lane, which is Redemption's specialty. Now, I wonder if Jash can do it. We haven't seen much from Jash, right? He played on a team named KTRL. They didn't come too far, but he loved to play ADCs. This guy is an ADC player. I have personally never seen him play APCs. I'm sure he can, but like when you play a composition where Heste constantly roams around and ganks those lanes, you kind of have to play an APC. You can't get away with picking an ADC against Eason, who's going to be diving you on that Gragas, and then the Dragon laner following up as well.
And, I mean, there is always the other opportunity, though. We talk about the roam and how we expect Heste to roam, but I still think
we on the fire, very fire, or fire, we on the fire.
As weird as it sounds, again, EU Copium right now, Hells. We gotta hype them up. There is a chance that maybe they do go for a more traditional teamfight style, play through the bot lane, rather than avoiding the bot lane and leaving them on an island. These are all hypotheticals, though.
I just hope Jash is going to be confident, right? Like, he has to have confidence. It's a great player, great ADC player. But I want him to be confident. He's playing on an international event with Gamelord. He's never played with them before in, like, an event. So I just hope that he's going to be confident. So he's like, Heste, you can roam around. I got this, right? Like, so Heste is not afraid to leave him up. If they do that, and then Redemption makes the shot calls, I'm ganking you, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. That is the one way that Gamelord could win against a powerhouse team like Flash Wolves.
And again, powerhouse team indeed. Number 2 seed coming in from the WCS. We are getting ready to hop into pick and ban here shortly. So let's talk about the contested picks.
that we expect to be either banned away or highly prioritized with Flash Wolves on the blue side.
So we have the obvious Yumis, the obvious Karmas, but you know what it is?
Наконец-то баны, ребята. Акали у нас сразу идет в бан. Интересно. Начнется катка, который начнет хавать и включит видосынка.
What I do find interesting, however, Kangas, is the Akali ban from Flash Wolves. This is a respect ban to Lonely Kid.
And that's the funny thing, because we talked about Lonely Kid's champion pool, Ribbon, Camille, you know, Darius.
Почему, когда появляется Hell's Devils, начинается это бесконечный пиздеж, потому что он водолей по гороскопу.
Flash Wolves are like, we gotta get rid of that. It isn't the Camille, it isn't
oh,
the
there
Ribbon.
it is, there it is. That's the Lee Sin ban. That's what we were talking about. Exactly.
Бан Лисина.
They want the Ribbon, they want the Jax, they ban Lee Sin, because that is the one champion that Game Lord could have used to cancel out those late game champions. Now I'm interested to see whether or not. Okay, they don't. I was gonna say I'm interested to see whether or not Game Lord bans away the Jax and the Riven. They don't, so now they're leaving open the Jax, right?
If they leave open both, then there's an opportunity for them to get at least one of them. So Flash Wolves might be in the position to go for that now instead. But Game Lord instead they go for the Lucian ban. This has been really high presence, and this is something that we expect mostly from scrims, because not a lot of the analysts at Icon so far expected Lucian to be this high.
Кто победил китайцы? Китайцы победили.
These teams are practicing leading into the event. All we know is Lucian's 100%.
Джейс Карма в бане, интересненько.
Yeah, indeed. It's because of those scrims. You know, before the tournament, all these teams play against each other, and they'll discover new broken champs.
Сейчас кто-то заберет Казикса, я уверен. И есть такие подозрения, что Казикса должны забирать.
Game Lord doesn't really play a lot of Jax, however, Lonely Kid loves the Riven. So I assume if Flash Wolf goes for one of them, they actually pick the Yumi instead. Has they left it open?
Karma was banned. Yumi's that next big priority support lock-in for Flash Wolves. And it's rough that it's
Юми.
If you're on blue side, you're pretty much forced to pick.
Кстати, что-то вообще Лулу перестали брать, вы заметили? Я что-то сегодня не помню, чтобы ее и не банят, и не берут вообще.
They should have something planned for it.
They need to find a way to answer the Yumi pick, because she just changes the way Wild Rift is played. The Ziggs locked in. Now, we talked about the AP carries in the bot lane being what Redemption was known for, expecting that to go to Jash here based on the current meta.
Exactly, so we're expecting this, and now I'm also expecting, not necessarily now, later in the draft, where Heste picks up very aggressive.
Ну вот Казикс. Вот, пожалуйста, молодцы. 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 Что, мужики, за кого болеете? Никто выиграет, а просто сами за кого болеете.
Tries to fight the enemy next to a Yumi. Yumi goes into that enemy and it turns into one, so he'll do more damage.
And some subtle synergies with the Ziggs, where you go in, get the initial burst damage, Ziggs can follow up with a long-range Mega Inferno Bomb, try and isolate a member and burst them down. The answer being Kaisa Wukong from Flash Wolves.
Кайсу, кстати, тоже не видел. Еще лет.
We're not seeing a Jax or a Riven yet, and it's very good now, especially after the new patch. And the reason that I'm saying that is because Cookie is very famous for his Riven and his Jax. I don't think that he'll play the Wukong. He can, of course, but I assume it's going to be a Baron lane Wukong, and he's going to be picking something else. Although I do love the Kha'Zix pick, because Kha'Zix is one of those champions that can cancel out a Jax.
And when you look at the first three champions from Flash Wolves, I'm starting to identify a little bit of a playstyle here. The Wukong Yumi is kind of scary to go in as a primary engage, and then Kaisa can
убрали связку Вейн, понял. Салардов болеет.
So Game Lord actually go for a beefier front line now. They lock in the Darius.
And Riven is still open, Garen is still open. We have a lot of
Нах за азиатов болеть, а нахуй эти за лордов болеть.
The Darius pick is also one of the power picks of Lonely Kid. I'm saying power picks, everything is a power pick for this guy. Like, he's really good at the Darius. He's shown what he can do on the Darius. He can just solo carry games. And again, I'm expecting an engaged support to gank him and give some free kills early game to the Darius.
And we've been seeing Darius picked into the Wukong, so this might dissuade Ysera from actually picking this in the Baron lane. That might force him to go into Cookie instead. It is nice that they can still flex that, though. Banning out the Singed. I'm actually kind of surprised that this made it this far into the draft, because Singed has been pretty high priority.
Ruiz never picks Singed. Ruiz never, ever picks Singed.
EU's not like, or at least this team's not big on this pick.
Exactly. EU does play Singed, but Game Lord never does. Ruiz is just doesn't seem comfortable on the Singed, which is okay. He has a different kind of champion pool. They actually ban out the Xin Zhao. So they're afraid of the Xin Zhao jungle right here. And it makes sense because Ziggs, you know, like Ziggs cannot do anything to Xin Zhao Kangas.
It makes me think that they're not confident that they're pushing this Wukong into the jungle, and that maybe Flash Wolves will still take the Wukong versus the Darius matchup. The Thresh banned away from Heste, though, one of those supports that can roam around and try and get around the map, because we were talking about the importance of roaming as a support here. The Yuumi can do it, but she needs kind of like a taxi to take her there. She doesn't necessarily go on her own, whereas the Thresh does, but the Leona does as well.
There it is, and this is what I want to see from Gamer. This is the one way that they can win.
Leona, интересно.
Pick the Leona or pick the Alistar. I don't think we've seen any Leona yet, but I was still calling it out. I just knew Este is gonna do it. This guy, like, if you ever gonna watch a guy play Leona, you have to watch Este play Leona. This guy, like, will change your mind about Leona. It is fantastic. And now that he's up against the Yuumi, Leona has a lot of CC.
А Zed, нихуя себе.
Strong peel tool for the Ziggs and the Darius as well, so there's a really rough front line to get through for this Wukong and this Kai'Sa.
Ну, интересно, кстати, интересно.
Olaf doesn't care about all that CC.
However, I don't like this one. There it is, exactly.
Еба, Гарен плюс... А чё у них так много жира, нахуй, геймлордов?
Flash Wolves have dug a hole for themselves. Sure, they have a little bit of true damage coming through from Olaf, but this is a full...
Вуконг ничего не сделает Дариусу в лейте. Причем здесь лейт, блядь? Нахуя Вуконгу что-то делать в лейте Дариуса, объясни мне. У них full AD пик, пацаны. Вот это, конечно, пиздец проблема. Типа, Леона, Гарен, Дариус, а здесь full AD пик. А как они их будут пробивать? Они сейчас просто дохуя армора соберут, и вы их никогда в жизни не убьете. Почему? Зачем? Чистый урон у Гарена, чистый урон у Дариуса, они просто собираются фулл танков и... Но геймлорд должны сейчас выигрывать. 0 АП урона против 3 жирных танков. Это очень странно. Даже если они сейчас сначала будут вести, типа, они просто не смогут.
Ruiz is really dirty on this Garen in the mid lane.
And that did not look like confident faces on the side of Flash Wolves. I don't know if they were expecting this pivot in the draft, but that's what Game Lord brings, baby. Let's see if it's going to be enough to get them a win here against the number 2 seed from the WCS. A scary representative for the SEA region.
Не, по пику геймлордов лучше.
Man, I'm so excited about this. Jash is playing an APC. As I said, I've never seen this guy play an APC. So it's going to be interesting to see how confident he's going to be, right? Up against Bruce in the Dragon lane. Yeah, so Bruce in the Dragon lane. This is a lane swap with Baya in the mid lane.
Exactly. Baya subbing in now. And Bruce, the player that plays everything.
Ержан ебасос уже сломал. Пассивка Казик сработает, когда Юми на ДК сидит? Нет, не работает.
Scaling into the late game, for sure. Surviving the early game aggressiveness from Game Lord, and not just early game, early mid game, which is Heste roaming around, Redemption ganking, and then getting into the late game.
Бля, как же Вуконг ебет Дариуса? Бля, как же жестко. Смотрите, как агрессивно. О, минус ХС, кстати. Успел ФБ сделать, хорош! Охуеть, я думал уже все, он типа не умирает и отдает ФБ. Он успел сделать ФБ. Плюс килл получила Юми, а здесь получил килл Зигс. Хороший размен для геймлордов сейчас был. Переку.
Ziggs now a full 500 gold up over Bruce because of that. This is an ideal start for Game Lord.
This is indeed an ideal start for Game Lord. If Jash can get himself ahead, if Jash can get himself his Luden's Echo very fast, that's gonna hurt a lot for Flash Wolves.
And again, we also go back to the composition. They can still build tanky on the Garen, still build tanky on the Darius. They need this Ziggs to do a lot of damage here. And now we'll be accelerated on that front. Gets the reset, goes back in. Meanwhile, Redemption still just farming up here on the Kazakhs, trying to push for that level 5.
And you know what the problem is? Like, even though Flash Wolves' late game seems to be good, like, they're up against so many tanks as an AD composition. Like, as you said, Luden's Echo, Yuumi...
На, кстати, Дариус и Вуконг собрали себе на ХП. Видите, первый закуп.
How else are you supposed to go through? Like, the only one way I see them go through it is Lonely Kid fighting Ysera. Oh,
wait, this is gonna be a kill. He can get the auto. And
Вы видели, что Вуконг сделал? Флэш нажал не в ту сторону. Ебать. Вуконг, я не знаю, перенервничал или что, он, короче, флэш не в ту сторону нажал. Он флэшнулся, вдарился, блядь. Лол. Просто лол. Смотрите флэш. Чекайте флэш. Бля. Да причем здесь Вуконг контр-дарился, чувак флэш не в ту сторону нажал. Ебать я дурачок, блядь. Бля, вот это флэш, конечно, гениально, нахуй.
You know, stop all the healing from the outside range of Decimate, but no.
So an interesting thing right here, we can clearly see Redemption has been wandering around the Baron lane quite a lot. He hasn't ganked yet, but he's been wandering around the Baron lane for a very, very long time. I mean, you can see Ruiz, like, they clearly want to go for the Baron lane, right? They clearly want to be going for those kills right here.
And Ysera realizes this, spotted Kha'Zix on the ward, Redemption cleared that, and also hits the Scryer's Bloom, but okay, he's actually... So the interesting thing, yes, Redemption's been farming up, but he is falling behind on Cookie here, just power farming on the Olaf, who also got that kill. Black Cleaver completed already. And that's the problem.
Гарин Страк сразу некую страк, он бортолом соберет.
Just not gonna know jungle as much as the main junglers. We know how obsessed main junglers are with the jungles. And Cookie is trying to go for Jash, but Jash knows. He has the control ward laying there, which is a beautiful ward, and he shouldn't die here.
Yeah, Cookie gonna push him off so they can get a plate down here.
Baya's coming as well.
Хорошая сейчас ульта была от Леона. Ой, от Леона, я имею в виду от Зикса. Убивает здесь. Убивает еще одного. Ой-ой-ой. Хорошая ульта была от Зикса, а Леона зря влетела. Она типа зачистила прям крипов отлично. Зикс. Они все равно запушили. ФБ Тавера, пацаны, плюс... Сколько? 3 килла, 2 килла. Плюс 2-3 килла. Уже 3000 преимущества.
Again, hard committed to it. I think Game Lord felt pressured. We don't want to lose this turret. We don't want to lose this turret. And then they try and force the play, and they get hard punished.
It's Aluna's Echo. It's
Aluna's
Echo.
Let's go. I mean, this isn't even that weird for a Yuumi to build. I honestly think this is just correct for Yuumi's. You do so much damage anyway on this champion. Why not just do...
Что-то Казикса пока вообще не видно в игре.
Now on to the Herald here. Game Lord are approaching, and Hesse goes in. Not quite with the back.
Бля, там просто Леона за секунду умирает. Такое, пацаны. Плюс вторая таверка, и еще Геральт сохранится сейчас. Еще Геральда на мид выкинут. Еще, возможно, на Дрейка успеют. Скорее всего, нет, Дрейка должны делать сейчас геймлорда. Волов только бэк делают, они должны взорвать. А Казикс начинает... Я не знаю, почему они не делают дракона. Они видят, что Олов делает бэк, типа они должны были взорвать Дрейка сейчас. Бля, почему они не взорвали Дрейка, нахуй? У вас Олов на топе башню пушат. Придите, нажмите, у вас Казикс, ебать. Флэшфульс просто отдают Дрейка спокойно, им похуй. Они даже не форсят файт за них. Бля, они не забрали Дрейка, чё? Я не знаю, что делают геймлорды, пацаны, это очень странно, блядь. Они могли 1000 раз взорвать уже дракона, ебать, лоу. Они еще и Дрейка, блядь, не взяли, я не знаю почему. Волов очень много урона уже.
You see how much damage Game Lord is taking? Well, nothing is really happening. It's the Yuumi Luden's Echo that just dealt like 20% of Jash's HP. And now they get this dragon as well, Kang. It's just everything is going to the way of Flash Wolves. You can see the only one that's holding on is Lonely Kid on the Baron lane, but it's not enough.
Fantastic macro play from the WCS number 2 seed. Lonely Kid now under the turret here, taking the fight against Vaya. Deathmark used.
Zed вообще криво все прокасты дал.
And a thing that I want to talk about is Hesta. Oh!
Okay, maybe he's not fine. Never mind. Called that one too soon. Vaya does have to flash away though. Mega Inferno Bomb. Oh!
Заинтили. Бля, Гейлорды ужасно играют, пацаны, просто ужасно. Трипл килл, да?
Chasing down Lonely Kid, one more kill for the double, 10-2 on the scoreboard.
Flash is just bullying Game Lord at this point. They're playing every single part of the game perfectly. They've taken so many turrets, they've taken all of the objectives, they've taken so many kills. Everyone is at. And I mean, look at
Вот, ребята, это европейские команды. А европейские команды ебут СНГ. Чтобы вы понимали. Вот так вот.
That's not a lot. That's not a lot.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the strengths of Heste, getting around roaming and making things happen, but when you roam and...
Азиаты, конечно, красавцы. Ничего не скажешь. Ну куда вы лезете? У вас нету вижена. Куда вы нахуй, блять, я не знаю, счет 10-2. Куда вы нахуй лезете? Дарио зачем-то еще пошел.
Redemption just doesn't quite understand the jungle role yet. You can see, right? Like he's trying, he has practiced, but when you're up against these top tier junglers like Cookie, trying and practicing is not enough.
And the composition of Flash Wolves, they can pick you off one by one, or
Пола в подъеме просто ёбальники ломает.
Just engaging onto Game Lord. Heste, unfortunately, again, is the one to fall. Flash Wolves are looking scary. Bruce, 5, 1, and 3. Not too bad for your debut coming down into the Dragon Lane.
And it's crazy to know that Heste is actually known to be the best support in Europe. He's getting destroyed by Eason. Eason is just telling Europe, like, get out of my way. Right? Like, get out of my way. You're nothing in front of me.
Eason's telling Europe, don't leave up Yuumi.
Right. But he can play everything else as well. Like, Yuumi was not even on our list.
Вы заметили, что здесь все Юми собирают Ахлюдена первым предметом?
And now he's showing he can also play the Yuumi. Maybe he can also play the Lulu. He can also play the Karma. Who knows what this guy can play?
Yumi's one of those things where it's just in the meta right now. There's a
Kha'Zix 5000 фарма, это хуёво.
Presence at Icon so far, whether it's banned, whether it's picked. And it's not the only reason the Flash Wolves are popping off, though. Let's be honest here. It's great play, but everything from Flash Wolves is working together. They're about to crack their final outer turret. Heste goes in again to try and defend this. I mean, look at that.
Ебать, это Леона, пацаны, которая прожала... Просто за секунду развалилась.
We're losing everything in this game. Lonely Kid picking up a turret, it doesn't matter. He has to go back. He cannot stay because you can see the Rift House is going to be pushing down in the Baron lane.
Там Леона 0.6.
Pushing down in the mid lane. There's pressure everywhere right now.
Jash can clear out this Herald.
Oh,
Билд Зеда странный, почему? Что странного? Дефолтные предметы на Зеда Йоми плюс Секира.
Yeah, he has 2 items completed, but I understand you don't need to force it. You can just catch the wave. But still, Flash Wolves, 7,000 gold up right now. 13-2 on the scoreboard. I'm not seeing a way back in from Game Lord, and it's tough because you said you were approaching 20% confidence in the base on the draft itself, but the gameplay backing it has not been playing out for him.
But Kangas, if you look at the builds, it just doesn't really make sense. We see an Stali Seejar on
Потому что он первым через Секиру, потому что он стоял против Гарина жирного. Поэтому собрал Секиру.
Why do you not go for the Deadman's Plate?
It's a good question. Stacking armor would be fantastic right now as Lonely Kid looks for his own trade.
He's gonna go for it.
Anya Sarah under the turret, yeah. Cyclone will knock you up, and Lonely Kid should just die here. Oh, misses the upper hand.
Бля, как Вуконг развел на все скиллы, видели? Без шансов просто для Дариуса. Просто наебал его.
Oh, Redemption got it. There you go. That's
little victories.
That's
a
little
victories right now, Hells.
Сейчас все собирают банку семян на сапах, первым предметом на танка-саппортах. Она очень дешевая и дает тебе все статы. Она дает КДР, дает мак-резист и дает физ-армор. Посмотрите, сколько она стоит, и посмотрите, какие она дает статы сейчас. Это самый дешевый предмет, который дает все полезные статы на танка. Тем более на саппорта, который не фармит.
They don't need too much more to close out a game like this. If they just get one big team fight with the right wave shoved, with the right setup, they can just go for end.
And I quickly want to talk about the builds, even though it doesn't really feel relevant. I want to talk about them because GameLord is up against a full AD compositions.
Как она разве сейчас не дает это мак-резист и армор? Она вроде армор и мак-резист дает, нет? Я просто не помню, что-то реворкали недавно. Или она сейчас наоборот хп дает? До этого давал армор.
Exactly.
Well, we'll see. I feel like Hells is like in a rough position. He was praising the coach. Maybe coach didn't tell them enough of the game plan. He drafted them the tanks, but now it's the resistances that they need.
That's right. The draft was really good. I love this draft, and indeed gave me hope. But it's just not only the items, obviously, right? Like Flash Solves is clearly outclassing GameLord right now. They're 10k ahead. 14 minutes into the game, and it just seems like GameLord has no way back into this game. As Yumi skilled into the late game.
Ну, GameLord надо затягивать как-то игру в лейт, пытаться собирать дев-слоты на танков и пытаться, чтобы Зикс выфармил. Но слишком большое отставание пока что по деньгам. И никто армор не собирает, я не знаю, смотрите, у Дариус армор не собирает, Гарин армор не собирает. Антихил только у Зикса, хотя там Юми, которая выхиливает по миллион хп. Короче, что-то, я не знаю, как-то GameLord очень странно отыгрывает.
GameLord doesn't have vision. They just wasted Zig's ultimate. That's how desperate they are for vision. They're starting the Baron, but Kangas, I don't like this. Because Baron reduces your
ну, все равно, пацан, за 2400 голды вы получаете 500 хп. Ой, боже, блядь. Легчайшая для Тайваня, пацаны. Просто легчайшая. Зачем КС Макдев от Зикса? Давай, давай, лобай! Хорош! Дариус сломал сторону.
His team slaughtered around him, but he got off the chopping block and got to work.
And here you can see it, right? This is exactly what Flash said to do. Just take a fight. There is absolutely no way GameLord wins this, especially because Lonely Kid was pushing the bot lane. You can see, right?
Смотрите урон от Юми, блядь. Кушка Юми, пацаны. Вы видели этот дэмэдж?
How much damage that Luden's Echo dealt on Yumi that you were talking about, Kangas.
I can't believe he didn't get this quad. I'm looking for it. Oh, he stole it. That last auto from Bruce.
Там, кстати, Дариус 1 в 1 убил этого Вуконга и спушил лайн.
Yeah, true, but he didn't have to do it regardless. But I want the gold count, right? Lonely Kid is nearly sitting on 13k gold. Now the question is, can he or can he not carry the game? We've been talking about him. Incredible player, but if you're in this situation, like this bad of a situation, can it still happen?
I mean, the pressure from these super minions will help. That's Ragnarok pop from Cookie. The turrets are falling though, and this is the problem. They have super minions pushing in the dragon lane, but with Baron up, we actually see Flash Wolves still pushing in and taking turrets down. GameLord are about to lose their base.
Я не верю здесь на камбэк. Какой камбэк, пацаны?
Zig's third ability can slow down a wave. His first ability do a lot of damage. They are good. You can see they are good at defending.
Yeah, they're trying their best to take down these cannon minions, but
Бля, как же Ziggs дефает все этого залупу вообще на изи? 20 секунд до Элдера, ребят.
Yeah, it's looking pretty doomed right now. Game Lord, they felt good getting that one sneaky inhibitor take, but they're answered back with two Flash Wolves doing such a good job with this Baron push. They had 10,000 gold lead. And now it's 15,000 after that.
And I love how Flash Wolves didn't overextend that one. We've seen.
Ебать, там у Юми шляпа, я халюдеда. Охуеть.
This has happened a lot.
Там сейчас Юми в соло всю команду убьет у геймлордов.
They don't though, you know, they don't have the confidence. It would have probably not worked, but what else is gonna work, Kangas?
I guess try and push mid. The supers will answer bot lane.
А у них только один антихил? Серьезно до сих пор? Волов пошел резать на... Нет, не пошел.
And that's the glorious enchant burned from the Olaf already, which is quite an important thing to be burned. You can see Gamer just getting poked out over and over again.
Вулкан хорошо инициирует файт.
And now Cookie joins. The blender is grinding
GG.
from Flash Wolves as they just eliminate Game Lord from the fight like it
Легчайшие, пацаны. Просто легчайшие.
Flash Wolves will take game one.
I'm not sure why Game Lord is laughing so much. You know, they're having way too much fun. Guys, you're losing. You just got destroyed by Flash Wolves. Why are you all laughing?
A Prime Gaming ace into a Nexus take. That is how you end a game. Flash Wolves up 1-0 in the series.
And that's exactly what we expected, right? Game Lord had absolutely no chance. We can say that, right? We can say that Game Lord had no chance.
Странно, что Юми не банил. Сейчас забанят. Они пососнули от Юми. Я думаю, сейчас, если не догадаются, ну должны, по идее, забанять. Ну, что-то вообще без шансов, пацаны. Алло, да? Мы домой едем, нахуй. Водочки нам принеси. Сейчас, спасибо за 540 лайков от души, ребят. От души.
And even though, yes, they do have Bruce now in the Dragon lane, they have Baya coming in. Baya played an incredible Zed game. Pushed side lanes, had a lot of pressure, and didn't need the carry because Bruce was the one carrying on the Geisa still.
Bruce does it in the mid lane. Bruce does it in the Dragon lane. Bruce does it anywhere. It doesn't matter. Like, this guy just carried the game, and Flash was like...
Бля, пацаны, при чем здесь Full AD, не Full AD, если геймлорды просто играют в 10 раз хуже? Какая разница, Full AD, не Full AD? Если они их просто застампили, обоссали. Там перефарма 25 тысяч золота. Там Олов под Юми мог 1-5 убить. Какая разница? Если просто чуваки намного хуже играют. Это как я вчера играл, вайп скорость атаки собрал и в соло убивал всю команду. Блядь. Все хуйня. Если бы команды были равны, они бы на фоллоу пиком не выиграли бы. Уже очевидно. Так, пацаны, я, короче, камеру пока офну и буду хавать. Я хочу есть уже, пиздец. Проголодался.
Completely new jungler, which as a dragon laner myself, I've played jungle. It's not the most fun role to play if you haven't had experience on it. It wasn't looking pretty.
Well, there were moments where it did look okay, as we see Sad Stewart there. There it is, Sad Stewart. At the very beginning, let's go all the way back to the draft. It was a 4 AD composition and the quickest Garen lock-in we've seen in competitive Wild Rift hero mode.
Yeah, I mean, the draft wasn't bad from the side of Gamelord. I feel like they had ideas about how they wanted to win the game, but at the end of the day, Flash was just outclassed them.
All right, let's take a look at how it happened. We had bold predictions at the top of the day, and one of them was a solo kill on the top side of the map by Lonely Kid. We were able to pull that one up, and it started off with the first blood. Going to the AP carry, going to Jash, we're like, okay, this feels pretty worth. But then you realize the only one that had AP on the opposite side was actually the carry. Yuumi ended up getting the kill too.
The real carry, right?
Yeah.
He's in on that.
This is it.
This is the WCS special, the full AP Yuumi. This is
Boom! That's all you need to
that
see.
one, yeah.
You know, I don't care if I, Game Lord lost or whatever. I got my bold prediction. Lonely Kid, best Baron laner in the world. I don't care. Just give this guy a medal already. I don't care.
Yeah, but team fighting, knowledge of how to play around their team comp, this is all really good stuff from Flash. Put the
Ну, Алла в подъеме это всегда была имба.
Well, they're happy to take that.
Алла в подъеме или Алла под Лулу. Это жесть просто. Его не остановить, он жирный, он бьет чистым дэмэджем. Имба.
But they're not gonna lose to a team that's worse.
Yeah, I would say that Heste, I think, on the Leona has the go.
Это на самом деле ошибка геймлордов, что чилы берут на first pick Юми, а они Волфа не забанили. Короче, сами проебались по пику.
Where a lot of resources were being pumped in, and then it was like, oh, here comes the Kai'Sa doing Kai'Sa things, especially when you get to that point of the game, and able to pick up a triple kill there. And then again, this Baron play, great usage of vision by Flash Wolves.
Fantastic stuff. The mind games going on there from Flash Wolves. They turned off at just the right time to get the re-engage in. Really good stuff coming out from Flash Wolves. They look really stable. Granted, it's against the EMEA team, but they look like they have figured their stuff out.
I have no words. I have no words.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I told myself I wasn't gonna
If Game Lord's full roster is hit, look, this is even the second time. He doesn't care. He gets an inhibitor. They're 10,000 gold behind, and he still solo kills. If they had their full roster here, you wouldn't stand a chance.
What's the saying? There's something about ifs and buts or something.
Oh, okay.
I don't exactly know what you're saying. I'm really bad at it. I'm butchering my quotes, but you know how it goes.
Yeah, it's almost like, what is it?
The Bruce Lee one.
Quote like a stuffed butterfly, sting like a bee.
That one was correct, though.
I know. So we take a look at how this one wrapped up. I think when you have that big of a gold lead, you kind of know how this one's going to go. Game Lords, as the casters called out, they were laughing along too. They knew, all right, this one was kind of like a little borked, so we've got to go back to the drawing board. But also, we still have to finish this game out here. It just didn't play out the way that they wanted to here, Stuart.
Yeah, I mean, Redemption on the Kha'Zix, it felt like at times he was just walking around and he just didn't really know what to do at certain points, which makes sense because, he's not really a jungler at the end. And then Heste, as well, as you mentioned earlier, going for these over-aggressive plays, but the team wasn't there with them. I feel like the communication is a little bit off as well. The one shining light for Game Lord has to be, Lonely Kid up in the Baron lane. If they could maybe just funnel gold into him and get him ahead, which he did get ahead this game, but the rest of his team kind of inted a little bit, you could say.
Yeah.
Do you think they changed to pick that would help Lonely Kid carry the game more? Do you think Darius is not enough of a hard carry? Maybe?
I mean, Darius is his most played champion. It's his most comfortable champion as well. I mean, the same with Jash. He played Ziggs a lot. Heste on aggressive support. Ruiz is on a comfortable champion. I mean, these are all champions and that Game Lord are comfortable with. So, honestly, yeah.
Doesn't go well then, does it?
Can I just leave?
Is there
an FF option for talent?
No, you got to stick through this one. Both you and Hell's Devils are being like big pessimists.
At least had a bit of hopium at the start. He said there was 0% chance before draft even started. So at least had a little bit of chance.
Put out here. A lot of damage put out by the Ziggs. Again, Ziggs able to dish it out, but just not a lot of follow-up there. And I think Redemption just being put in a very difficult position compared to Bruce, who was also role-swapping here, who's had experience in that role, again, for years.
My God. Yeah, I honestly think that this role swap for Flash Wolves might end up actually helping them in the long run. I've been very critical of Bruce's obsession, fascination with marksman in the mid lane throughout the entire WCS. And he swaps back to his most comfortable role he's played for such a long time, along with one of the best supports out of the WCS as well, in the form of Eason. I think this might work out very well for them. And also, I'm very impressed by Bayer. I think he did a great job this game.
Bayer did do a solid job. And, something else that was very impressive was the amount of hopium you had at the top of the game. So let's take a look at that one. We've got all the reactions here as Stuart was feeling it. By the draft to the first kill. Let's see it. I was like, oh, let's look at this draft. No way. Stuart, let's go ahead and see. There it is. Oh, let's go. Let's go, man. Oh, liking that one. And then after that, Omo went stoic, right? Omo went stoic and was feeling it. We were joshing around a little bit, and here we go.
I mean, there's no point really cheering because it's a very expected result for me. I mean, you just kind of know this is going to happen. So I'll wait until WCS beats the WRL to start cheering.
Wow. There it is. Stuart knows. He was like, yep, there's the second solo kill.
I got my bold prediction, right?
That's exactly
and twice, yeah, exactly. Solo killed him twice. I got my bold prediction. Game Lord might be doom and gloomed already without the series even been ended, but I'm happy. I got my bold prediction right.
Again, one of the beautiful things about early on in the esport and the global stage, international plays, the clash of the styles, clash of the skill levels. And right now, I think we saw a team who has a higher bar than what they can, what they just put out right now, and I think had a great mentality in terms of brushing it off. Right, they knew this one was kind of done. They also know that they're stacked behind the cards with the roster change that they had, which they're less comfortable than compared to Flash Wolves, who did feel a little bit more comfortable with Bruce and Baya putting it on in. But it does give them an opportunity to reset and some shining lights to build upon in Lonely Kid in the Baron side of the map.
I feel like, you know, going into this draft and everything as well, I think, you know, Game Lord have to kind of just reset in a way. I mean, as you said, you know, there was a little bit of like laughing and banter at the end as well. I think they realized that they lost and they had to just reset and go into the next game. But this next game, I think, you know, if Game Lord want to come out on top, they need to put maybe Redemption on just a more, I guess, resident sleeper, you could say, jungler, you know, something, maybe a tank. I mean, we never see tanks in the jungle, but, you know, some sort of tank in the jungle that can just farm up. Try and get Heste on the aggressive supports again and maybe play a little bit more passive, and then try and get Lonely Kid on another carry. I mean, he's done well in the Darius. He's played champions like Akali before. There's another champion that could potentially 1v9 as well. And even Ruiz as well. No, Ruiz's comfort is always Garen and Ahri. He's pulled out the Garen now, so maybe he'll pull out Ahri this game.
I will say, during the ban phase in game number 1, I've never heard this in all of my years of esports. When the Akali ban came out, everyone on Game Lord very audibly went, oh, like all the players, the coaches as well. I've never seen that before. Be like, oh no, our strategy's gone. I've seen teams be happy when they're like, okay, cool, you have to ban, you know, X champion that is you know, a pocket pick that we hurt you with, but never have I heard it be so audible before. I'm like, all right, you got our strategy here. It's Flash Wolves were returning back to the stage and they banned away the Akali. So I don't think the Akali is going to be the one that Lonely Kid's going to get.
I think that was when we were stancing. We was in the stance and they were suddenly in the background. We hear them go all crazy. We're like, wait, what's going on? Like, what's happening? And it wasn't even a pick. It was a ban. It's like, okay, that's one hell of a reaction.
Yeah, you can't really blame them as well. I think you really need Lonely Kid to step up. That's one of the narratives we were talking about the entire day. He did well to Darius, but this is something we were discussing as well, Stu, where Darius doesn't seem to be enough of a carry, right? He maybe needs something. What else does he play? Can we pull out a Camille, Fiora, maybe something along those lines? We know Ysera likes to play tanks. Maybe one of those picks would do better.
Yeah, I think, you know, in terms of carries, you know, you got the Camille, you got the Darius and the Akali. Other than that, there's not really any other carries that really...
Camille it is,
there's not really anything else that really shines out on me. I mean, the Baron lane meta, I feel like at the moment anyway, is just a lot of tanks.
Precedent sleeper.
Yeah, a lot of tanks, a lot of bruisers.
Well, I want to see a little bit more out of the mid lane in Ruiz, who has had international experience with Team Queso. Yeah. Was moved on to Game Lord now, and still was able to find the way back to the international stage. Again, was at Horizon Cup with them, and now, you know, I need a little bit more of that veteran leadership here.
Yeah, I think for like Ruiz and Game Lord in general, you know, when we came into the finals of the WREC, they won the entire tournament.
Бля, ну что так долго-то? Когда там игра-то начнется? Сколько уже времени-то прошло? Лол.
They just played a lot of comfort picks. They just played what they were comfortable on. They didn't really try anything new or anything like that, and that was a downside to them. That's why they only got down to the 3rd seed in the end. But going into the WREC, they were expected to be at least in the top 2.
We'll see if they're able to pull anything out here. Again, one of the more one-sided matches we've seen today. Will Game Lords be able to change their fortunes?
Блядь, мы уже стримим 5 часов, пиздец. Я уже заебался.
All right, let's find out.
Наконец, банные у нас.
Hey, let's focus here. Flash Wolves against Game Lords. Game number 2. Game Lords making the move on over to the blue side.
So this is why production put me in the middle. We thought the shots were between me and Stuart, but it's actually between you guys. WC has won everything today. We're good. We're coasting.
Digon was the ref this game, and then maybe next game you might have to be the ref.
We'll see.
Геймлорды не хотят Юми забанить.
Game Lords first banning out the Jace to kick things off, with the Senna being the response here by Flash Wolves. Akali, not the first ban.
Yes.
I'm feeling it. Akali first pick. Let's go. I feel it.
Could be interesting. Yeah, exactly right. That's exactly the point. Because if you first pick Akali, or if you 2-3 Akali,
Забанили все-таки Юми.
maybe Ysera has something prepared. I would be interested to see what that is.
Yumi, a reaction ban here by Game Lords, making sure that that support will not continue to push. Okay, we are down to 2. So there's Karma getting taken away, and one more ban left.
Lonely Kid's trying to catch himself from smiling. He's thinking, just maybe I can get the Akali.
I think the Lucian's open. I think the Yuumi ban is fair. I think Yuumi did so much damage that previous game. And they're banning Garen themselves. Okay, this is Ari game. This is like Ari territory for Reese. It's just like, if they're banning out his own champion, his own comfort, it's like, okay, we could just, unless they want to prioritize something else, and maybe they think that Flash Wolves will pick Garen in the first rotation.
It is Ysera's best champion.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, look at the guy, right? He's a boomer. It's one of his best champions for sure. As a fellow boomer, I can say that.
Here we go. 2 seconds. Will it be an insta lock of the Akali? Akali's open.
Are they going to get it?
Well, you can't first pick it. You have to at least 2-3 it.
Yeah, I don't think first pick is the right option. I think there's probably another champion that can maybe...
Probably go cocky.
He knows. Do it.
I think it's cocky Ziggs one angle, and then if you want a Kali, you go for a 2-3.
There it is.
Corky first pick. Lol.
Getting back to being correct again. Corky locked on in first.
I mean, it's Corky. Josh has played it in the duo lane, but also Ruiz plays it quite a bit in the mid lane as well. So this is definitely a flex pick for the side of Game Lord. But you don't have that certain, Corky Lucian trade now. You trade one for the other, but the Ziggs one is a good, decent.
This is actually going to be a very telling pick here for Flash Wolves, because Bruce is not the Ziggs player on the team. He will relegate someone else to Ziggs duty. This will tell us what sort of Flash Wolves we're going to see throughout the tournament, if they have other dimensions besides just Bruce go kill. Let's see if Ziggs will be played by Bruce, or whether he'll, Baya, you're new to the team, go play the Ziggs.
I mean, he might even be a case of like, Baya picks up the Ziggs but goes into the duo lane.
Yeah, exactly.
And Bruce is like, oh, I want to go back to mid lane this game. Maybe they're going to have a bit of fun, maybe because
it's a very real possibility. We might just see a 5-pick assassin for Bruce. It's something we know he can do. And I love the trash for Eason here. He's one of the most decisive playmakers. You've seen what the Jazz. Now let's take a look at what Eason can do.
Seen a lot of great thresh play here. Specifically today, Riven gonna get locked on in, and so we're talking about hard carries. That could be from the jungle. They're probably to the top side of the map, though.
I would say it's probably for Redemption. It can go to Lonely Kid as well, but I do feel like Redemption, he can pick up the Riven, completely fine. He's played it like a few times. I spoke to him a little bit as well. He was like, okay, I can play the Riven pretty well. Like, the Riven's not a bad one. The set is an interesting one. Hestate hasn't really played it at all. We've seen it from other regions as a support. Yep. But most likely in the hands of Lonely Kid up in that Baron lane.
I would like to see
no Akali.
Yeah.
No Akali.
No Akali.
I mean, I would prefer to see Set go to the Baron lane, because I think Set support is so rough into a trash. Would he still ban Akali though? Will Flash Wolves respect that and say, you know what, let's just not take any risks here?
Yeah, I mean, there could be a situation like that as well. Olaf again as well. I mean, I think even without Yuumi, Olaf is still just such an annoying champion to deal with. But yeah, like
будет Лулу плюс Олаф или нет, ребят?
Into the support role, but again, it's a situation where the Baron, Baron lane for Lonely Kid is set a champion that you can carry on potentially. If you can ulti like a tank Thresh or someone, if there's another tank that's going to be picked up. Looks like Flash Wolves thinks that the Riven's going Baron lane, which could potentially mean that Set could be mid lane for Ruiz as well. There's definitely a lot of flexibility.
Я хаваю, нет вебки.
For a very long time. Do you think that's something that could be put out? I think maybe it's just support and they copped the bad matchup here.
I think the flexibility is there for game. I mean, they still have the Corki as well, that could go mid lane. Even technically, Riven could go mid lane. I think they're just going for the ultimate flex, and I feel like Flash Wolves at this point, I guess they don't really know where the champions are going either, because I think it's really hard to... Oh, there's the Akali ban anyway. No Akali this game. No. But I think it's really hard for Flash Wolves to prepare for Game Lord, because you could prepare for, what you've seen in the WREC, what you've seen in the regional leagues, but when it comes to, lane swaps, subs coming in as well, it's really difficult to know what champions are going to be played.
Yeah, that's true.
Final band coming on in. Zed will close this one out, and now it's Flash Wolves' turn to go ahead and select. Got themselves the jungle, the support, and probably... Hey, it's serious.
Ysera says, let me show you how it's done. Let me show you my Darius.
Hold on. He got solo killed twice, so don't...
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. But then that was it. Ysera's great at team fighting with the champ.
Stuart's really good at protecting that 1 point.
I'm going to stick to my bold prediction for the entire tournament. Even if
really
Europe
good.
don't make it out of groups and play-ins, I'm sticking to my bold prediction.
Okay, Fiora getting locked on in here. So
I would think Fiora Baron lane and Riven
There's still so much flexibility. It's great. Like, any one of these champions could go absolutely
I mean, if
anywhere.
you look at the matchups, I think you would want to cop the Fiora into the Darius, right? That's probably the one that gives you the best scaling. That's probably the one with a decent laning phase. Riven could be a bit rough, so we probably see that one go jungle.
Ooh! So it's...
Kai'Sa
Set support.
Yeah,
a lot of burst damage. Yeah. Well, then you have to respect the level 1, level 2 timing windows on the Kai'Sa set. If they flash in, get the Ziggs down low, they could just try to chunk him out. But I think other than that, once you get past that timing window, Trash is going to be very effective against the short range duo Dragon Lane from Game Lord.
Yeah, Ziggs can just outrange Kai'Sa. That's basically what happens most of the time. You have to try and get an early advantage, especially with the set as
Bruce
well.
says, Baya, go play the Ziggs.
Yep.
Exactly like we expected.
You called it. You called it. You're on Ziggs, dude. Damage. Enjoy yourself looking at the chart at the end of the game. I'm going to go make some mechanical outplay.
Я приду, ребят.
And Bruce is an old dog as well, right? He's one of the old god from the LMS back in the day. But I love that we still see this guy leading the charge, mechanically gifted as always.
All right, draft is complete here for game number 2. Can Game Lord bounce back, or will Flash Wolves close this one out for our 3rd series of the day? Let's send it back on over to Hell's Devil and Kangas.
Thank you, Dion, and the rest of the analyst desk. What a draft here from Game Lord. They're going with the Fiora Hells. We were hyping this up even before we got into game 1.
I told you guys, this is gonna be a lonely kid Fiora. I've seen it already, but I've seen it in ranked. He has not played it a lot in competitive, but I'm telling you right now, Ysera has no chance to win his lane. And indeed, Stuart, tell them. Ysera got destroyed first game. He'll get destroyed again, although I don't think, Game Lord is gonna win it, but Lonely Kid, I think he's gonna pop off yet again this game.
I think we need to bring back the image of Omo and Stuart fisticuffing each other and just put over, Ysera and Lonely Kid's faces. If we can get that image graphically created, that would be beautiful, because that's probably what this game 2 is going to come down to. Game Lord on the back foot right now, but there you see it. Lonely Kid piloting the Fiora in a must-win game for Game Lord and EU. A loss here means that they will go through all of week 1 without a win as a region.
And there is a reason I was constantly hyping up the Fiora on Lonely Kid, even though we haven't seen it. You'll see it in this game, and I'm confident to say it like this. You'll see in this game why I've been constantly hyping up Lonely Kid on that Fiora, because it is unbelievably powerful.
If you can get the snowball rolling, it is very hard, if not just impossible, for this composition to stop you in a side lane. So that means that you're going to have to play a pretty clean laning phase. Lonely Kid managed a solo kill onto Ysera last time around. The Zoomer versus the esports boomer, as unfortunately once you reach over 21, that is your title in Wild Rift esports, and any esports really. But Ysera, I still agree with Omo though. I think that he has the chance to show Lonely Kid how to play this pick.
Yeah, definitely. You can see already, right? Like, Lonely Kid wants to put pressure. Lonely Kid wants to win this lane as fast as he can, because he knows he's the win condition. Oh.
Heste! The flash face breaker onto 2, exhausting Isan, and that's first blood!
That's the Heste we know. There it is. That's the Heste we know. There you go. Finally, no 0-6, Leon. And this is what we know. The crazy flash combo to set up the gank, and boom, first blood.
That was beautiful from Heste right there. We know that he likes to play aggressive and engage. Now Lonely Kid taking the 1v1 against Ysera. That's a lot of bleed stacks though. Gotta respect it, and he backs away. But again, the play for the bot lane, that is what gives Game Lord their first gold lead this series.
Oh, and Ysera is actually playing his lane very, very well. He was... Oh, there he goes.
Так, я здесь, мужики.
Apprehends him back in, and he's taking damage. Pops the barrier. Lonely Kid flashing forward. He's gonna take another Shure shot. He doesn't. But Isan with the roam top lane. It's disaster for Lonely Kid.
Блядь.
But Cookie joins in as well. There's no escape for Lonely Kid. Not a fair fight. 3v1.
Кто нас ФБ сделал? Сет?
What a beautiful flash by Ysera. He dodged away the flash combo from Lonely Kid. He didn't allow Lonely Kid to proc that Vital. So unfortunately the Ignite was just not quite enough to get that kill. And well, I guess Ysera did outplay Lonely Kid right there. And here we can see the flash from Heste. I mean, look at that. Oh,
Бля, как же реально Сет красиво сыграл.
He buffered that. That's impressive mechanics right there coming in from Heste.
А зачем мотать? Бафор уже есть.
Lonely Kid, you can even see it on the mini-map. The Thresh and the Olaf are coming up even this early.
So let's look at what happened, right? Like, Lonely Kid tried to flash behind him. You see that? You see that? He would have killed him. He would have killed him. If he hit that,
Бля, Дариус такой, сука, лайкер.
But Ysera flashed as well. Like, what a beautiful play.
And now
Минус Сет.
actually in some trouble down here. He gets picked off. Didn't see the setup for that one.
Минус Дариус.
Now we see the setup in the Baron lane. Sarah goes down. Trade of kills
Boom.
across the rift.
And this is how Game Lord could win. Focus on Lonely Kid, right? Like focus on the lane of Lonely Kid. This is the guy that wins you the game. And Ruiz is actually dealing a lot of damage to Baya on the mid lane right here. And let's talk about the mid lane right here, Genghis, because both teams have pretty good wave clear, right? Like we have Ruiz on the Corki, we have Baya on the Ziggs. I feel this is like a bit of a balanced matchup. However, during objectives, Game Lord is going to be stronger. And it's because they have the Corki. And I feel they have to play to this advantage. They have to take that, because if they don't, then they're just going to lose against Flash Wolves.
The Corki package, notorious for giving you good setup around objectives. Even if you're not the first ones there, the enemy team better be ready for that one. And then you factor also in Lonely Kid in the side lane, this Fiora farming up. Doesn't have a massive advantage.
Бля, скинул это на Дариуса топовый вообще. Очень нравится.
And Ysera seems to be very confident as he picked up a Proto Belt first, and Heste is looking for some blood.
Oh, he went for another Facebreaker flash. That time not landing it onto both members. You don't get the stun unless you pull two people into each other.
Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate because he's not gonna have his flash for the objectives, which can cost him his death. Yeah, that was not quite what he should have done right there.
And he's also going for the Proto Belt, so it's not the stasis where you can go in and then survive extra long. It means that you will be instead looking for that primary engage. Makes sense given Heste's play style.
You see how Ysera went for a Proto Belt as well?
Dash just walks into the brush, gets death sentences, and it's just that. Isan picks up the kill with the auto attack. Burns the ignite onto Heste, who has to run all the way back. This should mean a turret play.
Oh, they're coming. They're coming. Game Lord is trying to go for the gank, but unfortunately, it's just not gonna happen. Flash Wolves has that ward sitting on that bush right there. They know what's up. They know what's up. Ruiz went for a Hull Breaker. An EU mid laner just went for Hull Breaker, Kangas.
This is a shock for all the EU fans out there. Shock for Hell's Devil especially.
We can't meme it anymore because we've
Там уже у Уша есть предмет. А Кайса... Кайса кушку, кстати, застакала.
We can't meme that one either, okay? And now, ooh, Ysera Lonely Kid trading again in the Baron lane. Meanwhile, trade of objectives around the map.
Yeah, and Game Lord is trading this time, right? Like, they're not taking the fight. It seems like Flash Wolves is not gonna give the trade
Минус
away.
Фиора.
They want everything.
Oh no, Ysera's about to win.
Нет, она успела. Красиво.
Backing up his Baron laner saves the play, but can they save the Herald?
Ой.
Throws his body in there to
Сету пришлось так сыграть, чтобы Герольда засейвить. Найс, Корки добил. Ну, эту игру геймлорды получше отыгрывают.
This is how you get into the game. Lonely Kid pushing that top lane turret, so they're gonna be getting the first turret. Game Lord is ahead, Kangas.
What a series of plays. They came to fight in game number 2.
Yeah, they're ahead. Lonely Kid nearly got that Baron lane turret. Unfortunately, he didn't. He just got his Divine Thunder Rider. That is a massive power spike against that composition of Flash Wolves. Ysera on that there is not going to be able to 1v1 that Fiora right there. Here we can see a replay. Yeah, here we can see a replay. And you can see it, right? Like, Ysera and Lonely Kid are just fighting it out. But unfortunately, he didn't get it.
The vital proc saved him. That last auto from Darius would have gotten the kill, but instead the only kill gets it, and now Ysera's in even more trouble.
Бля, ебать они хейтят Дариуса. За что они так душат его?
But I think there's too much damage. He gets another decimate though. He's still alive. Ysera played that incredibly well.
I kinda wanted to see Cookie just all in there. You can see Cookie was hesitant. He did not want to go in. He thought Ysera would be dead, but then Ysera had his first ability on 3 enemies, which healed him up a lot. I feel if Cookie would have gone in there with his Ragnarok, he would have killed all of them with Ysera.
Would have been pretty rough for Game Lord, but it doesn't matter. They didn't need to, because Flash Wolves get their own play in the bottom lane, taking that outer turret. And yeah, Game Lord now have a little less pressure on the map to play with.
And unfortunately, Ruiz with that Hull Breaker was just not quite enough to defend the turret in the bot lane. And here you can see, right, like Hull Breaker Corki, sure. Oh, there it is. There is a Ziggs ultimate right there.
Ой, бля, Фиора не видит нихуя. Минус Фиора.
Just so good getting around the map. That is twice now that he's just found those from the bushes. Heste will survive that, but Isan knowing his job. You just got the outer turret bot lane.
Опять только что вроде бы была равная игра, сейчас опять уже Тайвань вырывается вперед.
He has 5 assists. Out of the 5 kills, he has 5 kill participation. He has 2 kills and 3 assists. 100% kill participation. That's what you want to be as a support for your team, Kangas.
He's been around all the action on Flash Wolves' side. Great performance from the support coming in from the WCS. And that means that even though it's looking dicey in the early game, off of these plays, Flash Wolves now have a very comfortable gold lead. 2,000 at 8 minutes feels pretty good.
I love how we're constantly seeing Lonely Kid against Ysera. Like, it's really the battle of the titans, these two. Like, who is the better Baron laner? You know, we have a whole game, but it feels like this is like a mini game between the two of them.
Well, Redemption and Heste are now trying to put the hurt on Ysera.
They're not gonna get him, I'm telling you.
I mean, Isan's nearby, can throw out the Dark Passage to save the Darius, so Ysera feels confident enough to walk up, who actually even went for the Apprehend.
And I find it crazy how Isan is just look at that. I find it crazy how Isan is out supporting Heste. Like everyone is so afraid of Heste. This is a notorious support in EU, and Isan is just going right through him like it's nothing. As you can see, yet again being ahead by 1k gold. And he's
Как вам новая мета, пацаны? Корки с Бортоломом и Сигерой.
Omo is so concerned about the set into the Thresh matchup is what you're seeing right here. It feels like Thresh did a good job in the lane to deal with the set, and now outside of lane is also roaming better and being way more impactful on this Rift.
And unfortunately, Redemption seems to have forgotten the Rift Herald, as it may not even be able to rush down that mid lane turret there, as you can see.
Yeah, that's definitely going down. It's going to hit this wave. And all
Такой себе Геральт.
means that the Herald was all for naught. Flash Wolves still up in gold.
Бля, что как? Что-то какие-то ужасные герольды вообще, я не понимаю. Типа, 3 таурки есть, но типа, я не знаю, на бот вон закиньте его, на топ, блять. Ну, хотя бы башню сломать. Нахуй. Нахуй такие бесполезные герольды.
Herald is traded. Flash Wolves will still feel pretty comfortable about that one. I like though that Hesse actually walked. I believe he walked out of the gold range there, so the Lonely Kid got it.
It's not worth it, however. Like Game Lord is losing so much for it. And here you can see yet another turret goes away, which is the mid lane turret, which is the most important turret in the game. You can't just give away these objectives for just a bot lane turret. Like sure you get the bot lane turret, but you lost the Rift Herald and the mid lane turret.
It's just that macro play from Flash Wolves coming in again. We saw the hints of it in game number 1, and now it's coming to fruition here. Lonely Kid has not gotten a big enough lead in that side lane on the Fiora to be a strict menace. It's actually Ysera with a slight gold lead on the Darius. And Flash Wolves, they say, we're just going to go for these team fights. Package is up for Ruiz. And Game Lord's approach.
Ой, как же Сет играет, а?
That's a really big engage coming in from Game Lord.
Ебать, как же играет Сет, как сыграл Сет, а? Дариус наскеленный. Боже, что сделал сейчас Сет? Ебануться. Бля, какой же красавчик Сет, просто в соло. Вот это неожиданный, да, влет от Сета, пацаны? Чекайте. Просто пошла грязюка. Бам, троих с тяжечкой. Бля, хорош, просто хорош.
Yeah, Bruce was having a rough time right there. Redemption just caught him as the Riven. You know, it was just a perfect fight for Game Lord right there. And this shows that there is potential, right? Like, here you can see him. Here you can see Size. Let's go! Let's go! Indeed, let's go. If Heste does a good job, Lonely Kid follows up, the rest is history. And another one that we need to talk about, Kangas, right there. There it is. Exactly. Is Ruiz on that Korki right now. He's 3-0, dealt 5.2.
Бля, откуда у Корки столько дэмэджа? У меня нахуй предметы Бартолом и Секиры, блять. Он 5200 урона сейчас выдал за файт.
It's funny because I see both of the supports using the Ishtali Seed Jar, right? Like the Isan just picked up the Vision Plat. Oh, it seems like Isan is trying to go for a cheeky play right here.
That's the Valkyrie using Ruiz, dodges out on the death sentence, goes into the stasis. Heste trying to wait.
Корки заинтил сейчас, но выжил, и они сейчас на развороте всех убьют. А сзади Дариус. Кайса, уйди, родная. Разманти, разманти. Разманти, разманти, молодец. Молодец, ну, блядь, Фиора 1-2 остался.
Come out on top. And that was all without Lonely Kid. This was Game Lord. You know, they got a few kills. They got 3 kills in that 4 versus 5 situation. Josh making a beautiful clutch play on that Kaiser right there. Getting those 2 kills, but it is Flash Wolves. The macro game, yet again, just better. All of them were rotating to the Baron lane, and they won that fight regardless.
Ysera was able to get... We saw the camera go on to Jash, who was doing the crazy things with the killer instinct, but Ysera just walks in and crushes the rest of the team here as we take another look at this play.
Yeah, there it is. Like the engage from East.
Бля, Корки плохо здесь отыграл. Вот здесь Ривен хорошо сыграла. Сет хорошо. Ну, Сет хорошо отыгрывает в этой игре. Дариус Корки добил, да? А, да.
But it's still Flash Wolves coming out ahead at the end of the play regardless.
And honestly, if Lonely Kid were there, they would have won that.
Чекайте сборку сета. Банка семян и варбох. И у Трэша тоже, пацаны. Банка семян плюс варбох, ебать.
True, he was splitting in the side lane instead and didn't even get too much done for it. Doesn't take down a turret on the Fiora.
Вот, пожалуйста, вы не верили в Армох, не верили в Инка. Инк это легенда, но знает все наперед. То, чего собирать будет.
I'm really not liking the whole breaker on Ruiz. I would have loved to see the whole breaker on Lonely Kid on that Fiora, because he's been split pushing a lot, and Ruiz has been team fighting a lot, so it hasn't really worked in their favor too much. But let's see how they, like, as you can see right there, Lonely Kid is sitting on the bottom. Why does he not have the whole breaker? Why does Ruiz have it?
And I liked it specifically when we've seen the whole breaker Black Cleaver build into assassins, because that way you're not picked off in a side lane. Ruiz doesn't necessarily have that threat here. Let's see Heste joining him in this Baron lane right now, so hey, I mean, at least they're trying it though, right? It's a new look from Game Lord regardless.
Yeah, definitely. They're playing much better than the first game. As you can see, you know, they're only 500 gold behind. They're finally picking up some turrets. They're finally picking up some advantages across the map. This is what they need to do. And now they only need that mid lane turret. That is gonna be...
Бля, там Корки столько армора срезает, пацаны. Пулемет плюс секира.
They don't necessarily have the identity of a team that like needs to dominate the early game in order to win a game. No, they're fine right now. They're like, all right, yeah, okay, we're not like ahead, but we can still farm up. We can still look for this Elder Dragon.
Там Сет Сокрушитель, походу, собирает, и Трэш, походу, тоже сейчас будет Сокрушитель собирать. Или мне кажется.
We're gonna have to play a game one time of guess the Corki player. We're just gonna show a random build. And we're gonna play a game. Guess the Corki player. Up until now, I've probably seen like, just in this international event, I've probably seen like 5 Corki builds.
I still like, instead, we just pick a random item, and then we force an analyst to explain.
Ну, это игра равная, пацаны. Сейчас Элдер будет, да? Или нет, я не видел.
Random and Zoman, tell me why Corki can build this item.
Yeah, you would put someone at a rough spot right there. So right now, Game Lord has been setting up this objective pretty well. They're trying to push out the mid lane, but the problem... Look at Heste, by the way. He wants to do it again.
Бля, Сет заинтил долбоёб перед Элдером. Пиздец, блядь. Выбили 2 кнопки, он теперь не может заинициировать вообще никак. Минус флэш, минус протобел, и как теперь играть? Ёбаный рот, зачем он вообще... Что он там делал вообще, блядь, зачем? У тебя вся команда стоит здесь, он заходит вот сюда вот, и... Я не знаю, я не понимаю. У флэша... Сет не дал флэш, он просто прото-ремень дал. Но все равно. А чё играть будет? Нет? Ой, боже, геймлорды, блядь. Как так можно троллить, я не понимаю. Вы видели, что они сейчас сделали? Это просто пиздец. Так, боже мой, ебать. Блядь. один на шишку, нахуй. В другую сторону улетел. Корки до бэк вообще пошел. Ой, кринж, нахуй, пиздец это. Давайте, европейцы, нахуй. До свидания, побашу вам ручкой, блядь. Удачи, нахуй, вам, нахуй. Земля пуха, блядь. Такой угар просто. 2-0, пацаны, изи, нахуй. Бля, я просто в ахуе. Смотрите этот момент. Смотрите. Смотрите. Смотрите, куда Смотрим откинул. Ой, боже, нахуй. Все, мужики, я, короче, оффую стрим. Вечерний стрим будет, не будет, не знаю. Я что-то заебался. Если успею отдохнуть, то подрублю. Если нет, то нет. Все, всем спасибо за стрим. Я, короче, пошел отдыхать. Последняя игра, там что-то Бразилия против кого-то неинтересная будет. Можете посмотреть, можете не посмотреть. Все, всем подачи, всем пока. ББ. Может быть, увидимся еще, может и нет.
We talked about the fact that they were at an even game state, and they're fine with that. They're just sipping their coffee or